Yo, 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 chat. We are back with another live stream, and today is FNCS Summit Finals upper bracket today. Clicks, Higgs, Shark, Rapid Cold. We got Acorn and Bolts. We got Kanata and Victor V. Like, bro, this is about to be crazy, man. This is just about to be crazy. Like, chat, I don't know if y'all ready for this. I don't know if y'all are. Right. I think the stream for it started literally. Let me check. Checking. Alright, guys, we got 1 hour. We got 1 hour, guys. 1 hour until FNCS Summitland is on its way. We're gonna be watching playouts and everything, walkouts and everything. Oh my gosh, my phone is. Oh my gosh, my phone is so slow. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Is this real? There's no way that this lag is real on my phone. Is that Ryan? Oh my gosh. No. Oh my gosh, my phone. Chat. Hold on, let's run a speed test right now. Let's see how much internet my phone has. Let's see. My phone's too slow to even run the speed test. The heck? Oh my god! Yo, Verizon, let me trade this in. Yo, this phone's like 50 years behind. Why does it take? This phone's like 7 years behind. Like, bro. Go. Do the test. Oh, chat. Oh my gosh. My phone. Oh my gosh. It has been loading for the past 5 minutes. Yo, might as well test out this thing that's 10 years behind. This phone that's 10 years behind, it might do better. Like what? Bro, it's literally, oh my gosh. This is legit so annoying, man. Let's test it out on this phone. This phone is like 5 years behind. If this one does good, it means that it's Samsung's cellular data interfering with the Wi-Fi. Alright, well, this one's just not even connecting. Yo, this phone gotta connect to the internet someday. Oh my gosh. Gosh, bro, this phone. Oh my gosh, it's actually annoying, bro. Alright, this one just decides not to connect to the. Alright, well, this is just crazy. This is literally crazy. My gosh, bro. Yo, are we actually like, bro? I literally can't start this without me being able to have my phone for chat. My phone won't load. Alright, so apparently my Wi-Fi is horrible because I just turned on only cellular data and it works now. Apparently my Wi-Fi is horrible. but I'm getting 76 megabytes per second on my, or whatever you call it, on my laptop. That's on Wi-Fi. I quit. Oh my gosh, Faxi stream just crashed for me. If it doesn't load, oh. No, oh my gosh, as soon as Wi-Fi turns off, it turns on, it starts lagging again. Oh my gosh. Gosh. This has got to be Rage Bait, man. I have the same Wi-Fi as before. Yo, he almost got clipped right there. If I had a 200 pump shotgun. Get on my lobby, kid. Don't deserve to be in this game. Oh, bro, that. Bro, it just doesn't turn. It's because I don't have the app open. Oh my gosh, my phone's lagging again. Who's ready for them? Alright, bro. My phone is actually annoying, bro. I need to trade in ASAP. Bro, I'm pretty sure we can trade it in for a free phone, bro. Like, we can get a free... We can get a free new phone, bro. I swear. Because of how long we've been on here. I've been on Verizon since 6 years ago. Bro, I swear I can get a trade-in. They literally... Verizon has been texting me, you know. Said free trade-in if you get to the store. Or $800 for a trade-in. And you know what $800 can get me in phones? Probably like a 16 or something, I don't know. But, chat, how much is an iPhone 16? iPhone 15 is getting good. Get out of my lobby. Yep, stop. Yep, you deserved it. Oh my gosh, bro, my phone. Yo, internet, bro. Bro, it's at 1080p because this internet is horrible for me. My gosh, there is no way that this is real. Oh my gosh, this is actually rage bait. What the heck? It's literally just my phone too. It's literally just It's literally just my phone, bro. What the heck, bro? Oh my god. Oh my gosh, this is rage bait. This has got to be rage bait. Oh my gosh. Let's get into this game. Hey. $496. Alright. 570, 570, 570, 570, 570, 570, 570, 570. 570, 570. A. I'm rich. Guys, what droid did I get? Bum 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 bum. Hey, why are you following me, boy? Oh, nah, you do not want to do this. Yeah. I don't even feel bad, man. You deserved it. I don't even feel bad. You're a horrible man. Trying to kill me. Who do you think you are, man? Oh, I'll take that. Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Bro. Lag again. What's wrong with the internet today? Major 1 Summit chat. Are we ready? Oh wow, they remapped this. Wow. Oh, this is kind of buns, not gonna lie. Yo! Owie. What am I spectating? Yo, why is Fortnite just bugging? I call team 6. How do we change our guns? A box fight? Ew. Is there any seats up here for me to watch the stage or something? Like, how do we do it to where we don't have to? Chat, typical gamer pickaxe is so crazy tough. Let's go! I'm crazy. How do I turn it off to where I don't gotta play? Edit? Yep. Come on. Why are you building? Yo, teammate, come on. Yo, you just got knocked out by a Bunsky, bro. Like, where is the storm? Bro, how do we play to where there's literally nothing? How do we play to where there's... where we just have to watch? Alright, so we're not allowed to watch. Alright. Let's see how this... We're not allowed to just watch. Bro, that's kind of crazy. My teammate's horrible, man. Doesn't know how to play Zone Wars. What are you doing? Go in your own box. Go in your own box. Like, bro. This guy. What? I just blinked him 5 times! What? Yo, give me a different teammate, bro. This guy doesn't know how to play. Give me a different person. You're not coming up my way. No. Go. What the heck? Yo, this game is not real. It's literally blanking heals. Bro, this is actually so dumb. No builds. March. So scuffed, bro. Legends Landing is scuffed. What? I have 0 damage taken out. He just 200 me. Like, bro. This is the worst game mode I've ever played. Like, this is the worst game. This is worse than before. This is worse than the original Legends Landing, because original Legends Landing you could actually watch. This would be good if you could decide to watch or play. Bro, but you can't do either of that. Bro, build up yourself, bro. Popping big. Like, bro, this game's so laggy. Once we win a full round. Is there even a full round? my gosh. Nope, stay in there. What the heck? Yo! What are we supposed to do? Chat! This game is horrible built. This game is horribly built, bro. What the heck? We literally can't do anything. What? This is crazy, bro. What? Bro, why don't you build your own box up, bro? Bro, what the heck? Like, bro. Oh my gosh! What am I supposed to do? This game is horrible. Like, I can't do anything. There's literally nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do. Like, yo, like, oh my gosh. You literally can't do anything. Like, bro. Like, chat. I'm on 24 ping, by the way. This is just built-in delay. Oh my gosh! I can't do anything! Like, what is happening? Like, what am I supposed to do if it can't hit a single shot because of the game? Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, this game is so poorly built, bro. They should have kept it original. Yeah, me and this kid, there's literally no way that we lose if this kid knows how to play. What's up, 2 a.m.? Jamal? Bro, hey, just so you know, a little warning, don't play Legends Landing. This game's horrible. They made it horrible. Yep, get on my lobby, bro. Don't ever dance in the pregame again. Dang. Oh my. This thing is lagging so bad. Oh my gosh. Bro, this is actually rage bait, man. Like, it's so annoying. Like, what am I supposed to do? It doesn't hit the shot. My gosh, bro. What the heck? Bro, my Wi-Fi is horrible right now. Like, my gosh. My game's still horrible. We're not queuing into that one single time. Today, chat. We are not queuing into that one single time. Chat, 15 minutes and they start walking out. Yeah, we're not playing this at all. This game's horrible. Hold on, chat. Let's leave a little note to the developer. Oh, Fortnite actually ruined its game, bro. Like what? Wait, was Fortnite going on side quests? Yo, Fortnite is going on side quests what they're developing. What the heck? Epic Labs, that's the worst editing I think I've ever seen. And this one. What's up, Proxitero Fachuro Churro from McDonald's? Ooh, I want a churro from Subway. I've never had it. I only had the. Actually, never mind. I did have the churro. The churro wasn't that good. Well, I don't know if that's what a churro is supposed to taste like. That was the first time I ever had a churro at Subway. Chat, are you ready? 10 minutes until Fortnite walkouts. Hold on. I search up P. How does this show up? How does this show up, bro? Like, bro. Yeah, all these have P's in it. Like, this one has more P's in it than this one. Why is this one at the top? Yeah, like, what? Hold on. On the road again. Chat. 7 minutes till. 7 minutes till, chat. This is about to be crazy. Oh my gosh, chat. 6 minutes. Oh! Chat, this is about to be crazy. Hold on, let me add. Width 1920 by 1080. Oh yes, sir. Oh my gosh! Grab the right thing. Alright, chat. This media. Oh no, we don't got a local file. How did I do this last time? How did I do this last time? I don't remember. I have no idea. Uh Chat, how do I Oh oh my gosh! The stream is starting. Chat, it's starting. Chat, how's this stream on? What the heck? Chat, your stream is less delayed than mine. Your stream is 3 seconds less delayed than mine. Alright, there we go, there we go. Oh my gosh, chat. Chat, this is crazy. This is crazy, chat. Chat, are we ready to watch the walkouts? Hey. Hey. Hey, hey. Let's go, chat. Oh crap, is this copyright? Better not be. We're gonna mute it until then. Oh my gosh, chat. It is almost time, bro. These walkouts are about to be crazy. Oh my gosh, chat. This is about to go down. Yep, it is. Oh my. Chat, if Levin gets on the mic, this is about to be crazy. Chat, we are perfectly synced up. Chat, Clicks is about to go live too, probably. Oh my! We're turning on audio. Oh my.
I mean, it's just a dream. We started playing it. What we're here for, it's like winning the World Cup.
This event's going to show who's going to be the best for the rest of the year.
NA is just the best region, and then EU, and then every other region is kind of free.
There's 150 people. They're all the best from the regions.
We still
and we
savage.
need to prove them wrong.
Major 1 Summit is the biggest tournament of the year
Peter
so far,
Bot.
and the top 15
Eco.
teams all qualified for the end of the year globals. It's a huge
Eco is
deal.
Mr. Crash
Because
Out.
everyone
Pigs.
wants to have a drop spot.
Oh
It was really
no.
important for us to be here. Had some problems with qualifying like at the first stage, but once we were past that, it was pretty easy for us.
I think this tournament is like a snowball effect for like the rest of the year.
Getting the top 15 to qualify to globals, it's going to be definitely really hard.
I think it's very competitive. There's players coming
Oh
from
my gosh,
all around
that
the
was
world.
Toyota.
Like nothing is predictable.
Ja, an alle Deutschen.
Oh.
Danke, dass ihr zuschaut, egal ob es online ist oder jetzt
Yeah, how did
im
he make
Stadion.
land, bro? How did he?
I'm always looking to win the LAN, of course. So I feel like it's finally time
Bro,
for me to do it.
can you stop with the Aiken, please?
It all starts here. 150 players will walk this tunnel to decide their fate on the stage. They may have all reached the summit, but only one team will make it to the top.
God.
Welcome to Düsseldorf!
Welcome to Düsseldorf. Let's go.
Boy, does it feel good to be back on this beautiful stage in front of all of you beautiful people watching here in the arena and at home. Our players are very excited to get out here and perform for you. Every qualifier, every final to get a chance on this stage, Frankie.
Levin, I'm so excited to have you here with me on stage. Doesn't he look great, Düsseldorf?
Oh my gosh.
Because you're here with me now, Levin, does that mean we're going to get an Are You Ready?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, if they
are they gonna get Are You Ready?
If they want it, maybe, but they're gonna have to work for it, Frankie. I think they're gonna have to work for it.
Should we do a little test now?
If you guys want an Are You Ready this weekend, you're gonna have to make some noise. So,
there's like nobody in the
make
scene.
some noise!
And the funny thing is, this is just day one, Düsseldorf, and you're already impressing us. Imagine, Levin, how the rest of the weekend is going to go.
It's gonna get crazy. It really
wild.
is. I mean, the teams that we have competing here today, some of your spawn battles, the different storylines, these amazing fans, it's gonna be a great weekend.
It's going to be such a great weekend. And with more reasons why, let's head over to Zeke and the desk.
Fortnite fam, it is so fantastic to see you. Welcome to the FNCS Summit. It's been a long journey getting here, but now it is time. 3 days, one set of active champions, and a brand new title. Summit champion,
is crazy.
all to play for, and so much
Guys, there's a
more.
big announcement
Joining me
after
here on
Game
the
6.
analyst desk, it's Vivid, it's Tokata. We can look. He's here. He's in person. It's crazy.
Oh, it is crazy, Zeke. Listen, I don't know who cooked up a mid-year LAN like this, but we are in person in May. It feels so good right now to be here. I mean, obviously, we have all of the players that are going to be joining us throughout the weekend. We have all of the creators who have made this week absolutely fly by with all of their ideas. And then, of course, we have the fans who are going to be bringing the energy.
Nothing matches the ambiance, the vibes of a LAN, and being here
Just
halfway
imagine they got
through
to
the
say
year
like
at the
cash it
summit.
out that he's on there. He's like,
do
oh my gosh,
Dusseldorf,
I'm
how
on the
we
screen.
feeling?
I'm on the big screen. Oh my gosh. Like, bro, imagine
That's
that.
right. That's right. We know y'all are excited because we are too. There is so much to discuss, so many things to talk about. What are we doing here? How do we make it? Well, let's talk about that format, right? We all know adding in that additional day, but today it's all about staying in the top 25 in the upper bracket.
Yeah, we've seen a format just like this before, but it's been some years, right? We've all kind of fallen out of familiarity with this, so I think this weekend is going to be absolutely crazy. Everything's going to be switching up. Today, we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket 50 duos who qualify through their regional FNCS.
And the top 25 will move on directly
Where
to
is
Sunday,
he gonna be
but
landing?
the bottom 25 will have to play again tomorrow on the lower bracket, and that's where some of the pressure is going to start being felt.
Absolutely. What are we playing here for, right? Like, let's take a look at that prize pool. $250,000 walks away in first place.
Listen, man, me and Sakata, we've talked about this prior to kind of jumping up on stage today. $250,000. We might have to run it back, jump back on in the server, right? Get us 125 big ones each. But Sakata, I think me and you could both agree on one thing, and it's not just about the money.
Not at all. There is a beautiful trophy, and look at this, Zeke. What are you doing up there? Are you trying to drop the trophy?
I don't know where we got this footage from, that no one was supposed
What
to see
is
this.
Zeke doing?
But yeah, shout out to our friends at Thomas Light. It's a beautiful trophy, and as you can see, you can actually take off that crown at the top and wear it. So maybe we'll see if players will wear it. But man, it's beautiful. It's so cool. Now, of course, let's take a look at the points format itself. So what's interesting here is we already know this format, right? It's very familiar,
we all
but
know this format.
I think contextually, Viv, pretty different.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, placement points going to be starting picking up around 25th right there. And like you already mentioned, very, very familiar. We've seen this before. Matches our FNCS vibes. Each elimination is going to be worth 4 points. But actually securing any of these points at an in-person LAN that you had to qualify for is going to be so much harder.
No, it's a completely different element. It's about 16 eliminations to be the equivalent of the points you get from a victory royale, but doing that in this lobby with the best of the best all around the world, it is going to be incredible.
Oh my god.
Dude, and let's jump in, right? Let's even take a look at some of the names. So remember, this is the upper bracket. Stacked is an understatement. Look at some of these names. I mean, guys, we are in prime Fortnite.
As you take a look at the lobby of this right here, right, you're going to be seeing a bunch of names that everybody is going to be familiar with. And that's because the qualification process for this made this absolutely stacked.
Where's Clicks? Where's Clicks? Clicks and Higgs, top right.
You had to get top 20, NAC.
You know Kurt?
You had to get top 13.
Brazil,
you had to get top 5.
Alex,
and then all other 4 regions,
Cooper?
you had to get top 3. So when you take a look at a lobby list like this, they all got to be feeling pretty confident because they just did well in their regional FNCS.
100%. I mean, there's over 25 different nationalities competing here today, but going from your home region to an international stage, we have the best of the best from all the regions competing in the same place. I mean, this is the upper bracket. This is where we're going to get a taste of the competition.
Look behind Zeke. That's where Toyota.
Light, right? A preview of what that could be like. But obviously, being here in person,
Toyota makes good money on that region.
Around the players, get their thoughts and insights.
Because like that region doesn't have that big of a prize pool, so he's got to get good money somehow, right?
Thank you so much. I feel like you are an icon of the Oceania Fortnite scene by now, Alex. I feel like to be back on LAN again.
I'm excited, honestly. I'm just keen to represent OC again and hopefully come home with a good placement.
You always lead in eliminations in your region, it feels like. Are you going to be that aggressive now you're in an international LAN?
Of course.
Really? Because I was speaking to Gerald, one of the other Australian players, and he was saying that he thinks you're going to play scared.
Why do I play scared? I've been here like so many times before. I got AFNCS wins. There's no reason to be scared, to be honest.
There is no reason to be scared. I like that very much. Reckless, this is your first LAN. How are you feeling?
There's no nerves. I'm playing with the best player in the world, so
Why did it take so long for you guys to play together?
you should ask him that. I've been asking him to play.
Okay, then Alex.
Honestly, we played a tournament ages ago. We won the tournament.
Oh my
I
gosh.
always knew Reckless was good. And just stuff didn't align until the start of this year. And I needed someone to play with. I was like, why not get the best IGL in the world? You know what I'm saying?
Is the stuff not aligned because you retired for 2 years?
And that, yeah.
What brought you back?
I just missed the feeling of winning.
Boom.
And now you've got the feeling of winning with Alex.
51
We are
minutes till
gonna-
game
at
one.
LAN, we're going to feel that at LAN, but you've got to achieve it first, boys. There's 3 days of competition to go before we can declare you the winner. So we're going to head back to the desk.
I love getting to be around these players, right? Get their thoughts, get their insights. Reckless.
We got so long.
Send in some shots Alex's way. It's all good though, all for the love of the game. But that was one of your recent champions out of Major #1. So what better place to start, especially when we kind of get together on a single battle bus, than kind of check with our champs, right?
Yeah, these, of course, are going to be all the duos that we're going to be keeping a spotlight on throughout the weekend. Namely, you know, because think about the meta right now. Our Major 1 was just simply a month ago. So
Toyota
all of these winners
of
of their regional championships, they got to be feeling pretty confident coming into this thing. And they got to be feeling pretty comfortable as well. Or are they going to be feeling comfortable, right? When you take a look at the duo like Alex
You know,
and
I
Reckless,
have a
they
feeling
won their
Toyota,
regional
he'll
FNCS
actually get the
from
best
Sandy
placement out of
Strip.
all
But they're
the smart
actually opting
regions.
to go ahead and switch that up, which I actually
He's gonna
do kind of
outplace
like,
Kanata.
because they're going for an uncontested split chop, which is just to the south of Sandy Strip. So they're still going to be landing in an area that they are familiar with. A little bit of a change there, but they've had a month to prepare. I'm sure they're feeling good.
Yeah, if we look at Alex's previous performances at international events of this caliber, we've got 49th, 45th, the best one being 24th. So Reckless was saying, what took you so long to pick me up? Well, maybe now's the time. They stopped going to the best POI on the map and being contested. Now, not as good as a POI, but uncontested. So will that be the difference they needed to get a top placement?
That's so interesting, right? Because like obviously when you're in your own region and you're kind of running that region or making big moves or considered a tier 1, you're thinking like, hey, if I claim something, that's mine. But now you're gonna go, hold on a minute, there's all these other regions that may want to contest that as well. Kind of makes things a little interesting.
Yeah, it definitely shakes things up, of course, which is why, you know, securing your drop spot at a, you know, a LAN like this is just so difficult because so many regions kind of come together and want those strong, powerful spots. But being uncontested, we've seen it before, we talk about it all the time, it is such a big advantage.
It definitely is. And speaking about uncontested, moving on to the Brazil region, Gone and Knight. I love this duo. Look, talk about chemistry. They've been playing together for over 3 years.
Wow.
In the 2024 Duo Global Championship, Gon actually had to play with a backup player, got 17th with Quanti, unable to secure a major finals win. 2 second places, 1 third, but now this year, this season, they got that championship title they were looking for, and now finally they'll be able to compete together on a global stage.
Don't you just love how different it is from duo to duo? I mean, we're just talking about Alex and Reckless, how they're kind of figuring things out. They're like, oh yeah, we're a new duo coming into this year, but then you have another duo like this who I really like the approach that they've been together for 3 years. So they're going to be feeling comfortable in terms of who's going to be in the server with them, but maybe a little bit less comfortable in the early game because, again, these smaller regions are all kind of going to be doing the same thing, moving away from their POIs that they won those FNCSs and opting for an uncontested split drop. Very similar situation to Alex and Reckless. Gone tonight, they're going to be leaving Battlewood. They're going to be going to a split drop that's on the southeast side of the map. We'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, look, I just know there's going to be a lot of surprises today.
Okay. Well, guess what? Frank is standing by with the duo right now. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, guys. Also, big thanks to Ricardo for translating for the boys from Brazil. First of all, Gon, what's it like to play Fortnite in Brazil right now?
Mano, jogar no Brasil pra mim é
What's it like to play Fortnite in Brazil at the moment? What's the meta?
o meta no Brasil ele é muito mais agressivo do que aqui fora. Aqui fora parece que todo mundo joga mais na cabeça, mais concentrado e a gente é mais agressivo, a gente gosta de ser mais agressivo.
So in Brazil, our meta is way more aggressive. Here, the players are more mental, like they play slower, they like to shot the calls. That's the main difference.
Does that mean that you need to slow down as well?
I don't think so. Oh, sorry. eu acho que não, porque isso pra mim é o meu estilo de jogo, ser mais agressivo. Eu sempre me dei bem fazendo isso, até mesmo na LAN em 2024, no Pro-Am em 2025, então acho que eu vou continuar fazendo a mesma coisa.
I don't think I need to slow down. I think I have a very good play style, and I think you can pull it off on this stage.
Obrigada. Knight, this is your first LAN. We unfortunately didn't get to see you play together back in 2024. So what's it like to finally
I haven't
be
learned
here
any of this in Duolingo yet.
É a sua primeira LAN. Como é que você está se sentindo estar aqui na Alemanha?
Eu tô me sentindo muito feliz e muito
Yeah, I
realizado.
haven't learned about any of this at
Pela
Summit.
primeira vez
I mean,
conseguindo
in
jogar aqui,
Duolingo
né?
yet.
Da última não conseguiu visa.
I took my
tô muito
Duolingo
feliz de estar
lesson
aqui com
today
o
at
principalmente.
12:30
E é
a.m.
isso.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy to be here with Gong. I got my visa this time, and I'm just looking forward.
Well, good luck, guys. Obrigada. Let's head back to the desk.
You know, Takata, I'm excited, right? In Brazil, they said to themselves, they like to get a little more active. They like to take the fight to other players, but this LAN setting might be a tiny bit different.
Look, the good news for Gon and Knight is above them, there's 6 duos contesting each other. Not the same spot, but basically from how close they are to each other, so they will definitely have the opportunity to play aggressive.
All right. Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry. I got excited. I jumped ahead. I was like, hold on. We also got to check in all these other regions. Middle East, Asia. FKS and Hero out of Middle East. Bringing it back here to a LAN stage.
Oh my gosh, I first heard
some
that as
pretty late
Ayula.
developments around this
Like
duo,
the
actually,
keyword
because
band.
I was taking a look at where they're
Allah.
going to be landed coming into the competition. And again, one of those smaller regions who are opting to kind of leave Frigid Fortress
each got
where
4
they won their
FNCS titles
FNCS from. And they were going
zero
northwest
div
of the map
cup
to a
wins.
split shot where they did have that uncontested. But again, some last minute changes actually have them going to a split shop that is just south of Frigid Fortress. So again, one of these smaller region duos who are getting a split shop that's not necessarily the main POI, but very, very close to where I feel like they got to be feeling comfortable, right? They're going to be familiar with the area. They're going to know how to play it out, and they're going to be uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, 8x
Oh!
FNCS champions. They
You
swap
see that,
spots
Aura?
with Dimish and
Oh
Darn.
my
It's a great drop
gosh.
spot, and they're uncontested. A lot of these regions being
Oh, so
uncontested
one
is
of them
kinda
has
new
5,
for an
FKS
international
has
event
like
of
5,
this caliber. So having
Hero
the
has
second most
3.
FNCS wins of any duo competing today, I'm excited to see what they do.
FKS
You know what else I'm
has
excited
Aura,
about?
Aura,
It's got to
man,
be
that move
Yuma.
was
It's
Aura.
got to be Koyoto. When I think back to this duo, kind of go to the same place. What kind of new tech might we see out of them? Obviously, there's would love to talk about that and their off-spawn situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that Z kind of points it out because I expect to learn something every single time that I watch this duo play. So I'll be looking forward to something crazy kind of happening this week where we're going to be like, wait, what? You can do that?
I love to see it. I mean, not only that, they're always breaking records, making history. In the 2025 Major 3, they won 8 out of 12 matches in trios. They even, look, we had some practice games yesterday, and they ended up winning the first match. Now, it was a practice game, but I think they're feeling quite on fire for today.
Yeah, but I feel like that's going to add so much to the
Yes, sir.
confidence as well. Again, kind of continuing this trend here with these smaller regions.
they got the whole
They're going to be
group.
leaving
Oh,
Dark
that
the
orange
minion and
haired one.
opting for his
That
split job.
orange
That's
haired guy, I
going to
don't know
be
his
just
name.
to the
I know
west of
Koyota's-
Walkie
I
Land.
don't know
So
his
it'll be
duos.
interesting
I
to kind of
don't
see
even know
how
Koyota.
that one plays out.
But the orange haired guy
Interesting stuff,
He
man. You guys getting me
is
excited.
contesting
I'm trying to contain
someone.
myself because I love being
One
in
of
this
the- one of the
environment
players, I
with this
forgot.
amazing crowd. We got to keep the conversation going, right? Let's bounce on over to EU, Sky and Scroll. The talk of EU, but what's interesting here is obviously their off-spawn situation. They're splitting with Venno, right? So what might that mean for this?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of crazy. I got to talk about Sky and Scroll for a minute here, and I'm going to use 2 words to kind of describe this duo. The first word that I want to use is dominant. Obviously, we all kind of watched that EU FNCS, and that's exactly what they were. They almost won by 100 points, which is pretty much unheard of in a very, very tough region like that. The second word that I want to use is influential, and the reason why I want to go ahead and use that word is because shout out to a player that we're unfortunately not going to be seeing this weekend, Wheezy. He went ahead and tweeted out a couple of weeks post Major 1 finals. He was like, wait a minute. All of a sudden, Higher Ground just kind of feels free in this divisional cup. Like what's going on? And then a well-known coach in the region, Raz, went ahead and
that room
replied
has to
and
get
was like,
really
well,
hot. There's no way.
yeah,
that
dude, everybody must have VOD reviewed Sky and Scroll and how dominant they were from the low ground. And now everybody's on the low ground. He was like, dude, try playing low ground right now. It's an absolute mess. So Sky and Scroll played so well in EU Major 1 that they pretty much changed the sentiment for how players are actually playing the game.
They literally changed the game. I mean, over 100 points from second place. They dominated EU, but if we focus back on that early game, I'm curious to how it's going to play out today. They have Curve and Venno directly south of them, and the thing is, what they excelled in the major finals on EU was You know, we have Net Surge now, and they just did not take damage. They were so good at not taking damage. They would build up by their drop spot. They would get significantly more damage than they received, and they were just so consistent. So can they keep it on an international stage?
Well, as much as we love talking about them, why don't we talk directly to them, because Frankie is standing by with them right now.
Why not indeed, Zeke? Scroll. Before this year, you've never placed inside the top 5 of a major, and now you're going into LAN as the favorites. How did you turn this around?
I think we just practiced while everyone was basically sleeping, and then we used it as,
My gosh, this is crazy.
How many times or how many hours do you practice a day?
I think around 12 hours can do it right now.
And yet you're also fitting in all your other obligations, family, school, life.
Yeah, exactly.
That's incredible. But you did place 28th
definitely not
at our
fitting
last
in
Globals
school.
in 2025. What do you
Bro,
think
it's
held you back
definitely
there?
is not fitting in school with that.
I mean, we were like new to the scene. We weren't that experienced, so going into it, we were pretty nervous and we were contested as well. So
this guy
I think
kinda
we just did our
mods, not
best
gonna
back then, and now we're way more experienced.
And one of the interesting thing about you guys, and one of the things I think makes you so strong, is that you've been playing together for years now. Was there ever a point you said, we're not getting the results we need, maybe we need to look elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of times where I dropped school for a short period, tried playing with some other people, but it just didn't better, and we decided to play again and just stick together and improve.
So I want to ask you about the fact that it seems like all the teams have been watching you and reviewing you, and now they want to go for the low ground as well. Does that mean you have to flex now and set a new meta?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just go high ground.
Game 1 in 40 minutes.
See, I don't know. Can I trust you? Are you thinking the high ground is now king again?
I don't know. We'll see.
We will see. Okay, one quick question, okay? You are going to be dropping at North Battlewood today. Everyone here, all the other players knows that's your domain. But Venno and Curve dropping below you, we know they like to make those sneaky lurk plays. Have you got a message for them?
We're ready for it.
Are you? Because Venno, I think you might have just heard that. You're standing by, right, at the Telestrator with 11-2K and Mini Miner?
That's right, from the north side of Battlewood all the way down to south, we are here with multi-regional FNCS champion Venno. There he is. He is here. Now, of course, you guys won from the north side of Battlewood. Now here this weekend, you're landing at the south. Why?
I didn't want to contest them. I'm playing with a controller player, so it's a little hard on LAN to be able to get the guns. And they have very good drops, to be fair.
Yeah, we saw that in EU, of course, didn't we? I mean, Battlewood Boulevard, a very good drop spot from Sky and Scroll. We've seen them play it in a very interesting way as well. The way that they actually end up playing this drop spot is really, really important, I think, in terms of the way they actually went and won that FNCS. They sort of based up on one of the hills just outside, as we'll have a look right here. One of these hills just up on here. We saw one of them going there, and then, of course, another one looting up in here. Then, of course, going back to that base up on top of that hill and waiting for the storm to come on in, playing a lot more of that storm. So do you think they can play that same way this weekend?
I think they're going to try to also mix up a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what their plan is, but can I mark?
Yeah, of course you can.
All right. So in the grands, they would play this position here. Obviously, one would play main and hide out. But I think one thing about it that I wasn't really a fan of was they played the same way for 3 months straight. Now, if you play the same way for 3 months straight, people are eventually going to find counter strats. And what I felt happened was people didn't counter strat it. The same people kept coming and you kept getting damaged. They kept getting damage along here, along here, along here, and I don't think they should have. If you play the same surge base for the 3 months, you really shouldn't be getting damaged. But they won the grands, so I guess what can I say?
I think that actually is really important as far as how you guys played the spot on NA, right? Because on NA, you know, you spent a lot of the Div Cup sort of running to center, but then when it came to grands, you decided, yeah, we're just gonna fight everybody around us. What was the sort of thought process there as far as the strategy?
I liked running deep. I think it works really well. But eventually what started happening was he would start counter-strat. So he was surge basing on the gas station in front of us. Rapid was surge basing. You couldn't see it was happening, but I felt that's what was going to happen. I kind of like predicted how Grand was going to play out because Rapid never surge based. He always ran deep.
You guys benefited a lot from a lot of the contested teams around your spot in NA finals, and maybe you could argue the quality of some of those, you know, players in the finals. Do you think you have that same advantage in this lobby?
To be honest, I think LAN is easier than the grand finals. because you have all these cross-region people come and they're just licks and they're nervous.
Big talk. Very big talk. Thank you so much, Benno, though. Best of luck this weekend. But for now, we're going to go back to the desk.
Yeah, that was actually big brain.
Yeah. Hey, Zeke, just found out land's easier. Land's easier. Only Benno.
Yeah.
Only Benno.
Well, when you're Venno, you can say that. I guess many people can't quite say that. Shout outs to Venno. Love, again, this kind of environment. We can talk directly to them. We obviously have our ideas and we can kind of put things together, but hearing from him directly, so awesome. Now, another region we wanted to talk about here, champions, Canada and Victory. Canada really said, all right, NAC, this has been a great time. I'm going to go play West and just see how it goes. Oops, I won.
I mean, obviously, his plane ride wasn't as far as Venno's in terms of switching regions here, but Canada, yeah, opting to go ahead and go towards NA West after finding, couldn't really find a duo here on NAC, but I gotta tip my hat to the duo because they talk the talk and they walk the walk. Hey, listen, we can win on NA West very, very easily.
They did it. No, they did it easily, too. They pushed the teams on NA West off of their drop spot at Sandy Strip. They said, that is ours now. Issue is, it's harder to do that on an international stage. They've got players like Chino and Pablo right beside them. This is a duo that won 2 of the practice games. The only duo to win more than one practice game.
The orange-haired one is
some of the best in EU.
Yes,
you also have Mini and Blue dropping close by. And even Golden Rapid
they're contesting each other.
This is going to be a lot more difficult than some might think.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the way it's kind of panning out, looks like Canada and Victor V.
0 finals, yeah, he's good.
West side of Sandy all to themselves.
Yeah, bro's actually
good,
cooked, bro. Why would you even try and contest Canada?
I think that's obviously like a big advantage because you can
why would you even try and contest
Canada while they're fighting if it ends up panning out.
But
Canada, man, we know this guy for the experience. 29 total FNCS finals appearances, has yet to miss one. He's just so good. He has the experience. So if there's going to be anybody on the map that knows how to take advantage of a couple of duos fighting in the surrounding area, it's got to be this guy.
Oh, man. And we've seen him get wins on LAN before, right? When that happens, we get the big reaction.
Brace.
He's loud. He's going to be
oh my God.
Someone's going to take a picture of him.
No way.
And it's going to be the greatest aura moment ever.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see it happen.
Yo.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway, you know what? I'm getting word. Frankie's standing by right now with Canada.
Not just Canada, Mini PO as well. And first
of
all, Canada.
They're contesting
you did
each other.
So well, top 5 at Globals last year.
Yo,
so
what is Peterbot doing?
I'm curious to know why you're landing now at Sandy Strip because potentially you're going to be triple contested here. Is this going to wreck your chances?
Yeah, did y'all see that?
I mean, I'm going to try my best landing here. The reason why I'm landing here is because I won like out of West landing Sandy. I feel the most confident landing here. And I know that like the entire area around Sandy. So it's like, even if I can't play with all the loot and like anything more than like just the left side, I'll still make it work. I'll still make it happen. And I'll still qualify to finals, no problem.
This is like the most focus I've ever heard Canada. So Mini PO, Canada is saying that he's landed at Sandy Strip before. He knows the area really, really well. He's really confident. But why are you wanting to land there when there are other strong players there?
カナダさんはこのランドマークよく分かってるし、すごく自信があるんですので、あそこに降下するんですが、じゃあどうして同じランドマークに降下してショートファイトしたいですか？
まあ今シーズンずっと降りてて、カナダの時も強いけど、俺らの方が強いですよってことを証明してみせます。
So yeah, we've been landing this same spot the whole season, and obviously like Canada is a very strong opponent. We understand that, but we're gonna still fight it, contest it, give our best, and probably win.
Do you have to change your approach now that you're on LAN?
Shiny.
今オフ大会に来たんですので、普通より戦略が違うことがあるんですか？
いやまあそうですね。まあ本番になってのお楽しみで。
Yeah, I'm just enjoying that we're actually right here on this final, the actual tournament.
Mini PO, we're excited to have you here. Canada, one last thought from you, because you know that Pablo and Chino are the other duo who are going to be landing Sandy Strip. Have you got any words for them?
Pablo and Chino, I mean, if they play their game right, they should easily top 5, I think. But if they're trying to grief us, we're gonna grief them right there.
All right, can I ask that the observers, can we just watch Sandy Strip at the start of the first game, please? Let's head back to the desk.
We might just have to, Frankie, and I agree with her. Canada, normally he comes out, he's big, he's loud, smiles all around. He's got a bit of focus going on right now.
It's a little odd, right? Even Frankie immediately called it out. Where's the energy, man? He's not jumping up and down, screaming. I'm sure we'll kind of see it throughout the weekend for sure. But yeah, cool, calm, and collected. Which I mean, hey, love it.
Absolutely, bro. You know what? And if you've been any kind of tapped in to Fortnite at all, you know the story leading into Summit has been Clicks versus Peterbot. It kind of started with Peterbot kind of being like, all right, Clicks, let me kind of mess around. Let me see what's going on over here. And then he's like, all right, I've had my fun. I'm going to go this way. Then Clicks was like, wait, wait, I'm contesting you now.
Zeke, Fortnite fan, please excuse me for the next 30 seconds. Gosh. I am taking my unbiased mask off, and I am putting on my biased one as I am from NA.
Oh,
what the heck are we doing, regionally speaking, man? Everybody just wants to go head-to-head. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, you're from NA. Why don't I just go ahead and land on another
why
NA
do you
player?
take a photo
but
like
obviously,
that
Clicks
without
versus
fixing his
Peterbot,
hair,
we've talked about it all throughout Major 1. Okay, Viv is back. Dude, we get to watch like 2 of the biggest names from a region go head-to-head immediately off spawn. As I'm currently saying that, I do apologize, Fortnite fan, because honestly, I don't think anybody here up on the desk knows what's actually going to happen off spawn. I mean, Clicks and Higgs, they were talking all of the talk. They were like, dude, we're going to land on you guys, yada, yada, yada. And then we got here and practice games were happening and conversations were happening. And now, Takata, it seems like Clicks and Higgs are going back to wonky.
I mean, that's the good news for you, Vivid. You said you didn't want to see it happen. I don't think it's very likely that it will happen. I mean, on the drop map, Peterbot and Clicks are marked as contesting each other. But based on the practice games, Clicks was winning basically all the off spawns in Wonky against Shark and Teeny. So we'll see if they decide to actually commit to the Squibbly, but I think more likely we're probably going to see them at Wonky.
We hope, right, Viv? We hope. That's all we hope for. All right, Frankie is standing by right now with a duo. Frankie, good luck.
Yeah, I think I need it because I've just seen some footage that these two were fighting in the back of my interview with Kanada and Mini Pio. Pete, can you explain yourself, please?
That was nuts. That could have been anyone, bro.
Really? I'm not so sure because there's only one Clicks.
You said both of us were fighting. Only one of us were fighting. It was me fighting him.
Well, why are you trying to knock him out the game before you've got into the lobby?
Well, he's actually landing on me.
Is he though? Because it sounds like you're trying to land on him, but no one believes that you're landing on him.
You know, media says a bunch of stuff, but the real truth is I'm 6-0 him today. I'm landing on him, and I'm eliminating him.
Oh, so are you landing at Wonky Land too?
No, he's landing on Squibbly apparently, but he's lying. There's no way he lands on Squibbly. He's a good boy. He's gonna go Wonky Land. I mean, yeah.
So, Pete, what would your reaction be if he did come to Squibbly Shores today?
Honestly, I just respect him more because of what I do to him all year. So, I mean, I can't even be mad, you know what I mean?
But haven't you beaten him off spawn before?
Yeah, I actually, he actually conned me at Wonky. I 2v1'd him, and then they left like a good boy that you are.
Am I talking to a bunch of good boys here?
Definitely not. He's the good boy. He's the reason. He's gonna get that last low key.
Okay. But you gotta understand, he actually looks up at me when I talk to him. As you can see, like, he has to look up to me. I'm 6'1". He's what, 5'4".
Okay, so just be a pair of good boys for me now. Sit, stay, let's head back to the desk.
Oh my gosh, what the heck?
What is happening? All right, anyway, yeah, we still don't know. Still have no idea, right? This is only going to be settled once the game actually starts. But, you know, Takata, if this is real, if this is a situation in which they actually are looking to contest each other, I feel like for me, I'm kind of looking at, like, expectation versus legacy.
Yeah, I was fully convinced Clicks was going to go Wonky, but after that, I'm not sure. Now, to answer your question, Zeke, we can look at Peterbot, and if you look just at the placements from Peterbot, they're really not bad at all, but people are like, is he starting his downfall? Like, what's going on? Because if you look at the prior 2 years, 2025, second, first in the majors. 2024, second, first in the majors as well in duos, and even winning the global championship with his duo, Poyo. Since then, it's really hard to live up to those expectations, but on the other side, you have Clicks.
Chat,
you have only 5
players
competing here today to have qualified both to the 2019 World Cup and here at the Major Summit LAN. So if they do go head-to-head, I mean, I'm excited for it.
Man, obviously you're kind of talking about the experience on one side, the expectations on the other. I'm a little bit worried about the mental side of things, right? I will say that they did look like they were in light spirits, right? It seemed like they were kind of being friendly, obviously, kind of bantering behind the Kanata interview when we did kind of check them out there. But for Clicks, man, it seemed like Major number 1 is locked in, right? Him and Higgs just seemed like they wanted one thing and one thing only, and that was to go ahead and win Major 1. But now it kind of seems like there's like some more jokes, right? Maybe that'll help them out. I don't really know, but it just seems like a little bit less locked in, which could really actually help them out if you think about it.
Okay, but in a world where this actually goes down, and again, we don't know. I feel like we've just been pulled back and forth. We come in going, yeah, they're being contested. Then we see these practice games like, wait, they're over there. That's not where you're supposed to be. And now we're getting these testimonials from them directly. If they actually contest each other, how does this go down?
I mean,
all right, chat, I'm gonna go get some food real quick because we still got 25 minutes until game.
Forever, right? They're just known
So
for
I'm just gonna go ahead and
they're favored.
I'm gonna eat it out.
Look, if that happens, I'm looking at Acorn Bolts, NA's Last Hope, maybe even Cold Rapid. They're gonna have to make something happen because with Pete and Clicks going head to head, I don't know how that's gonna end up.
Oh my gosh, that is so crazy. Obviously, again, I love hearing from the players. The vibes, the energy here, being on LAN has been incredible. There's so many things like getting to hang out with these players, hear from them. We have a bunch of co-streamer booths happening here as well. The crowd is here, guys. The vibes this weekend have just been incredible.
Definitely has it, you know, and I'm really, really happy that you kind of talked about the creators because all those like practice games that Takata has been talking about throughout, right? They were kind of the ones putting all of them on. We had a bunch of kind of 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s that were kind of happening throughout the weekend that kind of sparked up some regional, you know, conversation there. So just on the backs of those guys up there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the stuff going on in the practice lounge, turns out Virgo might be the best creative player in the world, just taking out every single region, all the Titans. I mean, there's just been so much action, so much excitement, and I'm excited to kick things off here for the upper bracket.
And I mean, for all of the, you know, the fans at home who maybe weren't able to make it out, like, what can you guys give them as, you know, like, you need to be here next time to see this thing? What has that been that thing for you?
Man, I don't know. It's just the environment, right? Like, I just really, really do love the environment that we get to experience. Like, we get to see, you know, Frank was kind of calling it out, Clicks and Peter Brock, quote unquote, fighting in the background. They get to just physically interact and kind of check out what's going on. And it kind of really does seem the dynamic when you're able to have a face-to-face conversation with somebody rather than just kind of like online or over text or anything like that.
And those moments like Clicks, who gifted a PC to Josh Riley 2 years ago, meeting him in person now. Like, it's those little moments when you get to see these connections from players, competitors, friends, even, you know, enemies in some cases that have been competing or playing together for so long. This is the only time you get to experience something like it.
And you know what's really interesting about that as well, from obviously maybe more of the player side, is, you know, NA, we've already actually taken our first L this weekend before the summit even began. Yep. Baxity did in fact lose the race.
Oh, we got donuts, chat.
So, you know, that has something to do with the summit, but, you know, shout outs to them, of course, Ozzy as well, all of our friends who have been here. The spirits are incredibly high. Obviously, we're getting ready to bring in all of the players any moment now. So why don't we go head on over, meet up with Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's check in with Dusseldorf. How are we feeling? Now, we are going to have 50 jurors take to the stage in just a moment, but this, as Zeke mentions, is the upper bracket.
Ooh,
that
bring
means
it
that
to
no one goes home
Dallas
after
again.
today's competition. The top 25 jurors will go through to Championship Sunday. They'll get an extra day to rest and also practice. And then the bottom 25 jurors will join the teams who qualified through the last chance qualifier. And let's face it, everyone wants to make it through to the grand finals today. So please, Dusseldorf, join me in welcoming your teams!
The journey to the summit was slow and steady, but now it's a sprint to the top with Vico and Malabuca looking to take it all.
Give it up for Fast Trophy and Repairs. With an FNCS Fairy Tale run, they're looking to make history.
Check out the Leviathan duo Leiva and Romero. Es la hora de ganar para Argentina. Let's get it.
Where did the Clicks walk out?
You can't mention visuals without
Praise the
praise.
visuals.
This long-standing duo is looking to add yet another achievement to that long list.
Underdogs, but not underrated. It's Cringe and Twy chasing their best result yet here in Germany.
Oh my gosh.
All right, for the kings of NA West, it's Ganada and Victor B.
Ganada.
These guys are looking to add another crown to their collection.
They're T1 players in EU for a reason. The Polish powerhouse, Darm and Dimish. shake it up.
It's Yepko and Panzer. Catching fire has never looked so easy for these guys as they look to burn through the competition.
Straight from Moshi, it's Resides and Tinka. A couple diamonds in the rough, but let's see if they can polish things up and come out on top.
Make some noise for Chap and Flixie. These guys had a rough time in FNCS, but this is a duo you can never count out.
Oh my
I have
gosh,
to talk to you guys, Vico and Malabuka. To me, it's crazy that you two aren't regarded as some of the favorites in this competition. So much success in Div Cups, 3 FNCS major wins between you. Why are people underestimating you right now, Malabuka?
It's fine. We don't mind that we're like on the radar. We'll just show ourselves in the finals.
Do you think people are going to give you space at Frigid Fortress today?
I mean, they can try to stop us. We'll just force it out.
And I think all the duos should be listening to this man. I'm just going to pop in between you. Vico, you tweeted today about being nervous. This is you. Do you need a tech talk?
Yeah, I mean,
this is
I woke
crazy.
up today not feeling my best, you know, but since I got my GOAT right here, my best teammate ever, you know, I'm feeling confident. I talked to my mental coach, Pappy. I talked to my friends, all that. I'm feeling hyped, I'm feeling confident, and I hope I can, you know, not disappoint Düsseldorf.
And you won't disappoint Düsseldorf, and you won't disappoint Austria either. Vico and Malabuka, good luck today. Let's head over to Levin.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with NA West's finest. We got Victor V and Canada in the building. Victor, I thought we see so many people bigging you up, especially your father. He's your biggest fan. Pops is always saying a lot. Shout out to Pops. But I want to see you big yourself up. What does everybody in this arena need to know about you today?
All you guys need to know is that me and Canada, we're just going to dominate today. You know, make it off spawn, dropping 20 bombs every game. You know, that's just how we're moving today.
Of course, Canada. The off-spawn situation, there's been a lot of question marks about it. It looks a bit confusing to people. What's going to happen today from your perspective?
What's going to happen is I personally think me and Pablo are going to qual up or to finals, and the Asia team is sadly not going to qual because they're conning our side. I'm not going to let that slide.
What's going to happen if anyone comes to your side?
Oh,
I mean, obviously, we're going to eliminate them.
Keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much. I was just chatting to the guys about what I was going to talk to them about. And of course, I've got to talk to you about playing in Germany. Flixie, what's it like to compete in front of a home crowd?
I mean, it's an unbelievable feeling playing in my home country. I'm really hyped and I'm happy to everyone be here.
Absolutely. And Chap, I know you're Swiss, but you speak perfect German. Can the German crowd claim you as one of their own this weekend?
I think so, yeah.
So the casters were saying that you didn't have the smoothest journey to getting to this stage. How hard have you been practicing since you qualified for LAN?
We practice a lot and I think we're confident.
And Flixie, you have got so much experience at a LAN like this. What's the key to success?
I mean, I think the biggest
Chat,
key
what
to
do you
success
think
is to
Peterbot?
just play like at home and like not be
What do we
nervous.
think
and,
Peterbot's,
just be confident.
Is it
Walkout
strange
is gonna
playing against your ex-teammates? Like Vico's just over there, Veno's somewhere over there too.
Nah, like I think we're all good vibes, like we like each other and I just hope the best for them.
Yeah, I hope the best for everyone here, including you two. Good luck, guys. Let's bring out the next duos.
Oh my gosh, if it's what I think it is. Who is it?
It's Thomas HD.
Focus and
This
Thomas.
duo is a lethal combination of experience and raw talent, and they're not going
Oh, they're
down
sponsored by
easy.
Samsung W.
Walking in now, it's Cringe and Volko. These guys
Cringe
are
and
in it to
Volko.
win it, so let's see their ambitions be made a reality.
Oh my god.
A new duo enters the scene, a man and Rickster.
I draw.
Looking to prove themselves on the big stage.
Coming in on a hot streak, it's LB Works and BOT. They rose to the top of
Yes,
Asia,
sir.
but now it's time to break through globally.
Yo, why is he covering up his teammate?
Hailing from the north, it's
I
a
drop.
there he is. They're here to showcase the massive potential
Yo,
of
I
their raw
drop.
skill.
Yo, why is he trying to bog?
Two top dogs of NAC, give it up for
Acorn.
And Bolts, be prepared, because these guys are out for conquering it all.
Why are they so far apart from each other?
Here comes Science and Scary. These guys managed to break in the top of EU, proving you cannot leave them unchecked.
That's all.
Returning to the international stage once again, it's Nudie and Gavdetta. What wonders do they have in store for us this time?
Dusseldorf, give it up for Kiddo Wig. Breaking into the top. These guys want to take it to the next level.
These guys
Your
want to
defending
take
global
it
champion
to
paired with a runner-up, Swizzy.
Swizzy!
And Quincy, ready to overcome any challenge sent their way.
All right then, Focus and Thomas. Thomas, it's amazing to have you back on LAN. Are you feeling any kind of LAN nerves? Are you feeling confident that you're going to win this one?
I think so. This could be the one.
It could be the one. I know Denmark's behind you. For you, Focus, what's it like knowing that you have such a mechanically skilled duo?
I mean, he's the best aim in the world. I think we're gonna do good, and I'm confident in him.
And Focus, what has Thomas taught you?
Experience. I've learned a lot from him. There's too much to tell.
There's so much to tell. I mean, he has so much experience. Have you learned anything from Focus, Thomas?
Yeah, he's new and uppercut talent. Like, he's so good right now, one of the best players in the world, so yeah.
Well, let's see how you do
Chat.
as we drop into the first game. Right now,
It's
though, we've got to head
time.
over to 11-2K with Acorn and Bolts.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Look, I'm here with potentially NA's last hope. Acorn, you're back on this stage. A lot of people had some criticism of your Globals performance last year. People thought you should have done better than you did. Are you feeling the pressure this weekend?
What are diamonds made of? Oh, shoot.
Oh, I know what you're doing there.
But no, in all seriousness, no, I'm not feeling the pressure. You know, it feels like I'm playing at home. I'm ready to win. I'm ready to go.
Of course, there's some rumors that you might be contested. Someone might land on you. Of course, you've been doing this IGL thing for a long time. Are you prepared for that?
Of course, bro. Always.
What's going to happen if they land on you?
Oh, you're going to see. 50.
Bolts, it feels like people keep doubting you guys. It feels like you guys fly under the radar. Why do you think that happens, even with how talented you are?
You know, I think they underestimate Acorn. He's really the best IGL in the world. I'm one of the best fighters in the world, and we always show up when it matters. Acorn, he's always IGLing the perfect rotates. Me, I'm always finding the best refreshes, and you know, we always get that win.
I'm looking forward to it, guys. No pressure. I got this. Frankie, who you got on your side of the stage?
I have got iDrop and I've got Marius.
iDrop.
And we had to talk to you guys, obviously. iDrop, first of all, you're being contested by Zalco and Minute over at Frigid Fortress today. Have you been practicing your off spawns?
Of course, we practice as much as we can, and we're just very confident going into it.
What's the strongest part of your game right now?
Oh my god, that's all for iDrop, by the way.
Fighting. Like, we're just crazy at fighting, both of us.
So in other words, you're quite up for an off spawn battle.
Yeah, of course. Always.
And I have to talk to you because, Marius, look at your fans. The Gentlemates have turned up. Have you got anything to say to them?
Yeah, I appreciate the love, and I love you too.
Now, it hasn't been the most difficult journey on the way here. Some inconsistent results in the Div Cups. Does LAN make a difference, though? Does it help you even stay consistent knowing you have fans who are supporting you?
Yeah, 100%. It's a big difference because online people, they have a better pickup.
Well, I can't wait to see what you guys do, so please get ready because we've got to get ready on stage for some more duos.
All right, more duos. My gosh, looking crazy, man.
Couple Polish favorites, Cammy
Cammy
and
and
Hottie. They've been flying under the radar in Europe, and
I was
now's
about to
the
call him
perfect
Cherry.
chance to take over.
Here comes Agers and Ritual with an impressive
Agers,
second
the
place
big
finish in
AJ
the
and the
NAFNCS.
Richie.
They want to take it a step further. They want to take it all.
Welcome, Yargu and
Brilliant
With
Yargu.
the last-minute clutch performance to get them to the stage, they're not
W.
here to be counted out.
Midori and Darkos in the house. They put in the work. They've earned their spot, and they're going to make every second count.
It's
Muzz and Sphinx, bro.
Main attraction at the top. So why
Oh
would this weekend
my
be any
God.
different?
Oh my gosh.
Vino!
Vino!
Team with 2 crowns and his right hand are here to take over
Not
the
Kirk,
competition.
you gotta loosen up Kirk.
The pride of UK, it's Nathan and Nebs. We know they're consistent, and now it's time to take some risk if they want to win it all.
Welcome brand new and GRX. They clawed their way to the top of the region, but now it's time to ascend the summit.
Come on now. Envy Tyler!
Chance, a young duo brimming with untapped potential here to carry the next generation.
No, you're not dreaming.
Clicks the
ding. It's Higgs with a disappointing finish.
Let's go.
They're not here to play around. They're here for redemption.
Let's go, Clicks and Heat. Oh my gosh, we're crazy like that.
Aegis and Ritual, you were one of the most consistent duos in NA Central. Do you think people are sleeping on you coming into this competition?
Maybe because we're contested, but I think that they know we'll pull through in the end and just get ready for a
Oh
show.
my
How are you
god.
able to stay so consistent even when you're contested?
I think we're really good at playing when we're shambles, and we're able to make it happen whenever.
Now, I know that you've got a bit of a friendly
I'm
rivalry
pretty sure
going
Adrian's
on
has
with
hype boosters
Rapid
on right
and
now.
Cold. Does that mean that you potentially might surprise meet up with them at some point during the day?
Nah, I don't think so.
See,
But do you want to see a North American duo come out at top this weekend?
Yeah, I want NA to win no matter what. Hopefully it's us.
Well, it might be you guys, or it might be an Australian NA duo because Levin is with Muzz and Sphinx.
Yes, I am. I'm here with 2 lovely gentlemen who are going to be doing their best today in a potentially uncomfortable situation. I just want to start off with you, Muzz. You're looking good, man.
Thank you.
What's been going on?
I did manage to lose 33 kilos since the last LAN event.
Shout out to Muzz, man. What a legend. Sphinx, there's a lot of teams landing at Humble Hills. What is the game plan for today?
I mean, bro, the game plan is just to show them who their daddy is. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna smoke all of them. I don't even care.
What the heck?
Nathan, I don't even know who you are. Never heard of you before this land. Falcons, Gerald. Just go back to OC, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
You came out with a bow and arrow. You pointing at them?
Yes, sir.
After the Osborne part of the game, you guys have been very consistent in NA. Are you worried about any of the potential teams in this lobby? What is the plan after that?
I don't think so. I think our mid games, like, they're sound. I don't think anyone can, like, mess with it, change it. I think we're good to go.
Muzz, it feels like no matter what you do in Fortnite, people still just seem to underrate you. They don't give you the credit you deserve. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's just because recently I've only been performing good in grand finals for like the last 12 months. So that's why, for sure.
My
We're going to find out today.
Hopefully.
Let's see it. Frankie, over to you.
I am with Cami and Hari. Cami, does this LAN feel any different to the LANs you've played before?
No, it feels really normal like every time. I think we're gonna do good like always.
And I think you might do good, given the experience you have and the duo you have in Hari. How do you feel like the chemistry is working between you two in game right now?
Yeah, I think it's really good chemistry. I think it's really good.
And you're uncontested at the moment. Is that playing into your game plan? Is that what you prefer, to be somewhere safe as opposed to being somewhere that maybe has the best loot?
I mean, it's always good to be uncontested, so yeah, we'll try to make the best out of it.
Yeah, and I can imagine you will. I think that we're going to let you guys get back into the lobby and get ready to go because, guys, we've got to bring out more duos.
Gold? Yes, sir, bro.
Shark and TD, the future of Fortnite, have arrived.
Shark and TD.
Rising duo, and they're looking to leave everyone in the past.
Shark trying to get that aura.
It's Cole and Madden. Their gameplay, it's nerves of steel, but can they keep it up here at Summit?
Coming out of OCE, it's Faison and Gerald. Let the David versus Goliath story begin. They'll have their work cut out for them for sure.
Ooh, with that tough hands in his pocket.
Say hello to Reed and Cooper. These guys are sure to put on a show, so let's see what you got.
Reed and Cooper, oh, bro, I feel bad. I feel fight.
It's OCE's top dog, Alex and Reckless, the undisputed best on OCE. But it's time to test their skills against the world.
regional championship, but now you gotta do it against the best.
Give it up for X-Pawn and Doxy, some of the best NA West has to offer, and they're here to show they can't be counted out.
Big ups for the Los Angeles. Coming from Brazil, they're here in Germany to raise the roof.
The Japan powerhouses Yuma and Toyota are back. They're looking to take on the international stage once more.
Dusseldorf, make some noise for your hometown heroes, Chien and Giannis. It's time to show what Dortmund Fortnite
First game
is all
soon.
about.
We have got a player here who is currently regarded as one of the best in the world, and he's also one of the youngest here. Shark, do you mind turning around for me so everyone can hear and see you answering this question? Because you actually reached out to Teeny last year to play with him, is that right?
Yeah,
And why was it Teeny you wanted to play with?
I wanted to play him for like so many years because I just like the playstyle that he's playing.
And you used to watch him before you went pro?
Yeah.
Oh, he's so nervous,
Teeny,
chat. He's
what
so
was your
nervous.
reaction when Shark, I guess an up-and-coming player at the time, reached out to you and said he wanted you as his duo?
I mean, I was looking for duo at that time, so yeah, it was great.
And did it surprise you how well it worked?
Not really.
Not really. So tell me about Wonky Land today. We think that Clicks might be landing on you. What are you going to do if he does?
Just eliminate him.
Just eliminate him. It's as simple as that, I think, Levin.
Sometimes it really is that simple, Frankie. Look, I'm here with Cooper and Reek and boys.
Oh my gosh.
It's not the best of situations to be in, right? You're fighting off spawn against, two of the best players in NA. What is the plan today, Reek, against those guys?
Honestly, it just depends how it goes. See what happens off spawn. Recently we've been splinted in some tournaments leading up to this, and I guess we'll just play it by ear. If we get some good loot, might run them down. If not, we'll see what happens.
If you do split it, but the games ain't going how you want them to go, is there a chance you just stop splitting it?
Oh yeah, if we're doing bad and they're doing good, there's zero chance we'll let them qualify. Come on.
I like the thought process. Cooper, you know what it means to win on a stage like this. You've done it before a couple years back. What's changed about you as a player? Where have you gotten better over the years that helps you today?
I mean, I've gained a lot more confidence since then, for sure. I've struggled with consistency. But, it's my first time being contested on LAN. I'm going in here with nothing to lose, so I'm gonna let everything out and I'm gonna do the best we can.
Reek sort of said it. You guys have been fighting them a lot. Like, you've had a lot of practice against them. What do you think their weakness is?
I think their weakness is, they're just trying to split it too much. Like, I feel like we're just gonna get our games griefed if we just keep splitting it, so I hope they bring the fight to us because we're ready for it.
I like the sound of that. Look, Frankie, I know you've got some great Danes on your stage. What do they have to say?
I do have great Danes. We've got Pablo and Chino. And boys, you are one of the favorites in this competition. You just exploded in Major 1. There were some questions at the start of the season, so how did you up your game?
Just work hard and just don't give up. Just try to fix all the mistakes.
And it looks like you've done that really well. However, it's going to be difficult today at Sandy Strip because you've got Kanada and Mini Pio's duos also landing near you. What's the plan?
I mean, there's not really a plan. I mean, we're just gonna do whatever comes to mind, and we're gonna dominate this.
Pablo, people are saying that Chino is the top 3 clutcher in the world. Would you agree?
Yeah,
And what about yourself?
I'm also up there.
You're also up there. Top 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. We know that these guys have got each other's backs. Let's bring out our final teams.
Chat. Either bot.
After dominating EU finals, Sky and Skrull are here to prove they're a global threat. The road to a trophy lift starts today.
South America's #1 duo, Dawn and Night. Having dominated Brazil, they're now here to play with no regrets.
Welcome aboard, Javi and Diminish. The competition is fierce, but their willpower is relentless. It's time to give it your all.
Cocoon and Mini Pio, a last game win at FNCS was the clutch they needed to make it to the summit. But can they do it again?
From Middle East, it's your FNCS champions, Pakistan Hero. A couple staples for international representation. here to show us why.
It's the terrors of the lobby, Peter Bond and Polio. One of Fortnite's
Oh
most
my
dominating
gosh,
duos
Peter Bond
are looking
and
to have a
Polio.
flashback performance today.
Give it up for Minute and Soko. Last second pairing with Dream for first. It's time to make this summit one to remember.
It's not hot in here, it's cold and rapid. They might have switched up drop spots, but the plan remains the same. Global
And
domination.
Rapid.
Watch out for Hamad and Controller. They may have been second in Middle East FNCS, but now they're here to showcase their strength.
Call to home field advantage up the open over.
Dude, on the
Reason
middle
here
line.
at Dusseldorf. Can they ride that momentum all the way to the top?
Hey, 1v1 build type Ari?
With me from the Middle East, our #1 representatives, we have FKS and we have Hero. And this is your 5th FNCS LAN FKS. I think that makes you the most successful Middle East player in Fortnite history. What's it like to be back?
I mean, I'm so excited to be here, and I hope that I can win the tournament.
Do you think that this is the best we're going to see a Middle Eastern team do today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you think this is the best we're going to see an ME team place this weekend in a LAN?
Of course, I mean, we're ready.
I think you are, and Hero.
Oh my gosh, I like
we
this guy.
know that the skill gap is now closing because normally you guys win by hundreds of points in your region. This time, though, you had some competition, but that's a good thing, right? Because it means you get to practice more.
Yeah, Middle East is improving, and we're ready to compete against the world and be in the top of the world.
I can't wait to see you try. Okay, now, Germany, I think Levin has got a treat for you.
We got the fan favorites. Everybody make some noise for Noah and Rita! Boy, oh boy, Noah. There are a lot of players on this stage who grew up watching you, trying to be like you. Does that influence you have? What does it prove? What does it show? What does it mean to you today?
I mean, it just makes me happy. I mean, we're both old, but we still got it. You know me?
Absolutely, absolutely. Reason, everybody's supporting you out here, man. I saw someone who had a sign of your face somewhere out there. We got people representing you all over the building. What does it mean to have the fans here in full support of you?
It honestly means everything. It was always a dream of mine, and I think every of the players here as well, so I thank you all.
Of course, you have a lot to do today in-game. How do you stay ready? How do you stay prepared to be at your very best?
I mean, first of all, we prepped a lot, but of course, I played the Reason 1v1 build fight map a lot. Best 1v1 map, make sure to check that out, and yeah, that's how we prepped.
Make sure you check that out. Noah, you're playing with someone who you played with a lot. Do you feel like that experience you guys are playing with each other over the years helped you in the lobby today?
Yeah, we got pretty good chemistry, so like we always just find each other in endgame and well.
Hey, I'm gonna hope you guys do incredibly well. I'm not gonna lie though, guys, it's the stage is getting a bit chilly up here. What's going on, Frankie?
Well, I'm standing next to Cold and Rapid. That's
Oh
what's
my
going
gosh,
on, Levin.
Cold and
Cold, I think you've got the best player photo of all the walkouts. Can you just replicate that for me, please? Oh, yeah, and that's how you're feeling right now, right? Super chill?
I feel amazing. I'm ready to, take down the competition, show you guys what I do.
Even though you're contested?
Of course, those guys are horrible. You guys are gonna see.
Okay, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on 4 fields. Rapid, sometimes people are saying that this man, he doesn't practice, but that's not true, right?
No, that's not true. He plays a lot.
So what have you been working on the most going into this LAN?
Wait, say that again?
What have you been working on the most going into this competition?
Definitely our end game and our chemistry.
And what was up with the end game?
Druids weren't staying together, but now we fixed it.
Okay, so there's not going to be any solo clutching. You're always going to be the 2 in the 2v1 situation, Cold.
Yes, sir.
And who is your biggest competition here on LAN before I let you go? Who have you got your eyes on?
Nobody.
Keep your eyes on these 2 desks.
I mean, Fortnite fam, how can you not be hyped seeing this? I mean, all these players come out. This is the upper bracket. This is so insane. I mean, you heard duos coming out, getting the reactions from the fans. It is electric here. I mean, man, I feel a little vivid as I kind of start to think back to the game, right? As I focus in on like having a good time, like, wait a minute, the game, it feels like there's one thing that's super important. It's having a game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like everybody up there on the stage has a game plan, because we kind of talked about the qualification process for this LAN. We talked about how everybody had to place well to get here. And I feel like it's kind of showing in all of those interviews. Like, it's just confidence after confidence after confidence. But speaking of game plans, man, yeah, it definitely does kind of change when you do change up the format, right? We have a 3-day format, but the lobby is never going to look the same in each and every single one of these days. So I feel like in terms of preparation, right, day one duos are going to be feeling so good, because they have to just straight up prepare for whatever lobby they have set forth in front of them, where we can't really see those, you know, day two duos kind of pop up, right? If we take a look at how Veno and Curve actually won their FNCS on the NAC region, dude, they were 10th going into day number 2, and then they ended up winning, right? But that's on the back foot of Veno just doing all of that preparation in between. But you don't have the opportunity to do something like that here.
It's interesting that you say that, though, because at the same time, you have duos already in the lower bracket just waiting to see who their 25 competitors are going to be. As a reminder, the top 25 do go to Sunday, but the bottom 25 play again tomorrow. There's already kind of drop maps getting formed, ideas of where duos might be dropping, but it all depends on how today plays out.
Absolutely, and of course, so many other duos that we're seeing. I mean, Janice is looking fantastic, and I mean, you guys heard him for a moment. Obviously, we're in Germany. Lev got to talk to him. Noah, Reason, you know, there is so much hype being in this environment. I can't wait.
It's definitely going to be cool, and you can take a quick little peek right there. The preparation definitely comes in. So all of the players kind of setting up their setups earlier on, making sure that they had their drop maps, you know, prepared for that. Obviously, it just kind of speaks to how important, how vital they feel like, you know, the all-spawn situations are, how they need to feel comfortable that they are going to land first and have a big advantage, because, you know, these players were kind of allotted one single piece of player each to kind of bring with them on stage, and almost every single one of them, it feels like they dedicated it to the other game.
Yeah, they have the drop map, they have it right in front of them. The thing I'm thinking is, you know, we had the practice matches, but you don't want to leak your strats in a practice match when the real deal is happening tomorrow. So now today, I'm curious to see how these kind of game plans unfold. Will we actually see Clix contest Peterbot? Will we see Sky and Scroll to the same strat? Only time will tell.
Well, time it is, because guess what, Fortnite fam? It is that time. Game number 1 is ready, so let's kick it on over to the casters. It's Jacob PR and the best taco.
We are here. This is the moment we've been waiting months for. The Major 1 Summit LAN from 75 teams from across the world are not only battling out for over $1 million in prize money, but the top 15 spots go to the Global Championship.
The way I see it, Jacob, today is basically bonus Fortnite Nation, and I am all for it, okay? Because we know we got game 1 ready to go.
Game 1, chat. Is he going wonky or squibbly? They're going wonky!
Just like that, Dusseldorf, our first opportunity to really gather what is actually going to pan out here across the minimap. Jacob, we've heard so many rumors, we've seen so many shakeups, and yet here today, it's time to figure it out.
We're going wonky.
For months, you've heard Clix and Higgs, Peterbot, Poyo, the rivalry for so long. They said, no, we're going over towards Scribbly Shores. Clix is claiming, hey, we've had enough of going against Peterbot and Poyo on their terms. Now it is our terms. It's now going to be under their own conditions. But we've also seen, we heard our analysts talk about it as well. In some of those practice games, Clix and Higgs actually went back to Wonky Land, and we're seeing it again. Clix and Higgs are going back to the drop spot. They know the best.
We're Sky, we're Scroll,
we're
Shark.
They're not looking to try and drop it. Squibbly Shores not here in game 1, but they're still gonna have to contend with some other opponents, because now you're on home turf.
They're high drop.
Check it out. Sharktini more than expectant of this shakeup, and that is why they've already been sure to prepare for it. Darman Devish as well, just off in the distance.
Oh my gosh.
Box Docs.
Oh my gosh.
Very rocky very soon for some of these teams, though.
Yeah, and you can already see Shark and Teeny, Clix and Higgs. For the most part, it seems
like
they're going to split it. But Clix and Higgs, they're fast right out of the gates. They're pushing on over to the north side of Wonky.
Oh my gosh.
And eventually will fall back, but there's contested fights all over here in game 1. Sandy Strip, another one in the feed. I did see Mini Prio go down. It wasn't Gino, wasn't Havoc here with Pablo Wingoose. You gotta imagine, where else did they drop? Because they're not in the mini-map.
No, come on, show them.
Be all that minding of it. They're more than content to just keep gathering
Oh
whatever
my
they can find
gosh.
here at Sandy Strip. They know that there's bound to be a bit of a clash eventually with Victor V.
Visuals,
and
Braid's
Granada,
dead.
But it's no real surprise to see that everywhere else it's not so sweet. Chap trying to escape over by New Sanctuary. Things have gone awry because Flixie, he's already been knocked.
Oh my
so now
gosh,
Chap has
chat.
to play for
This is
recovery.
it.
Yeah, they're already kind of searching where that actual elimination is. We want to know as well. It's actually going to be Flixie on top of the mountain. He did get it down onto Romero.
Chat, this
you
is
can see
it.
him battling in another 2v1 situation. He wins the fight. That wasn't just a knock. That was a full wipe.
Teeny and Shark.
Unfortunately, even if you win out with
What
the
is
first
going to
duel,
happen?
There's always going to be some third-party action taking place if the time to elimination isn't fast enough. And even then, you never really know what to expect because so
They
many
didn't
teams
contest him,
are
bro.
looking for that surprise factor. But Higgs, Clicks, drawing things back over to Wonky Land. They're waiting. They're trying to make the approach.
Shark on him.
Sniffed out.
Guys,
A little
lock
bit of
in.
a
Shark's on you.
opportunity here. Shark gonna make sure to try and close the distance. Wants to ensure that he can back up Teeny if necessary. Overdrive grenade just to get a little bit of the movement effects here, but they've still yet to really tango. And Shark trying to push Higgs back. Clicks a little bit separated, but he's still got the high ground leverage.
Yeah,
Don't
Shark
die.
and Higgs trading shots very, very quickly. You can even see
Don't die, don't
underneath
die.
Teeny trying to join the mix, but there's a little bit of a health advantage here for Clicks and Higgs, and right now it looks like they are trying to be the aggressors in this fight. We've talked almost all morning long.
Oh my gosh,
Will
don't
they
die, don't
split
die.
it? Where will Clicks and Higgs go? They're going back to Wonky Land, and they're
Don't die, don't
hoping to wipe out Shark and Teeny. And right now, down below,
Oh
Shark
my
and
gosh,
Teeny,
Chad, I'm actually nervous.
relatively healthy, but a couple of missing item slots and really, really low on materials.
And you just know that this is more than just a drop spot on the line here, Jacob. This is who's going to strike first and win
nervous,
with their
Cat.
pride. Clicks, Higgs.
I'm
they're
nervous.
not looking to fold under pressure. Shark,
nervous.
Teeny, they knew that this was going to likely be taking place here today, but both of these duos, all they realistically need, 1-2 solid lobbies out of our 6 games matchup.
Yeah, but the longer this one
Clicks
goes,
are getting looked
right
on.
now they're lucky they're fighting inside of the house, but Acorn and Bolts towards the north, Darman Demas, that contested fight of Minute, Sauco, I Drop Marius, they can all eventually look on over to try the third party, but Taco, the EUFNC
My
as
gosh.
champs, Sky and Scroll, you probably know them just a little bit more than
Oh
I
my
do, but I
gosh,
just
chat.
remember a few years ago, these guys just kind of showing up on the map, the top of the leaderboard, people didn't believe in them, but man, has every tune changed this weekend.
We'll get a chance to check back in with them shortly because right now it's all about what Cole's been cooking, and right now it's Mini Pio on the ropes. Cole going to immediately
200
take
Cole
over. Just
dead.
fully boxes him up and finds that first elimination here. Really trying to get some momentum building, and Cole, he said it himself in that pregame interview, Jacob. He's ready to show what he can do.
Come on, bro.
Was no fear at all, but wait a minute, we heard the talk. Are you gonna contest us? We figured out as the game's going on, no, but Peterbot and Poyo are slowly making their way up towards the north. We've seen this in divisional cups. They're looking for eliminations here, and they did get that mythic AR, so Peterbot is gonna be able to shred through these materials. They
Oh
already
my
got a knockout
God.
elimination onto Coyote as well, which is why you see Yuma by himself in this situation.
Yeah, and poor Yuma, he's just hoping that Darkness by Singers, but Peterbot's
Peterbot's down.
Peterbot is out of this conversation. Yuma
Peterbot is put down.
things out. He doesn't want to leave it up to
Oh
Boyle.
my gosh.
Boyle to make a decision now, bail out for the reboot, but he might be stuck in the middle because everybody in the vicinity saw that elimination light up in the feed, and now Yuma, he might have just bought himself so much more time because other parties, they're looking to intervene.
Polo,
Boyle
he's gonna have to
is back
1v2.
against the wall, trying to figure out where he can escape to.
Yeah, the only saving grace he has now is multiple teams look to third and fourth party in this situation. So the two solos, Yuma and Poyo, have a
gonna have to
little bit
1v2.
of an opportunity to try to escape. But what they're waiting for here is for the two duos to actually start to fight it out. Until that happens, Taco, they really have little control over their game.
Wait,
because if they try
one?
to move out too
That's three
early,
different teams.
either one of those duos
Polo's
will
one,
knock them out as a
Zeto's
solo
one,
and
I
try
mean
to
Yuma,
play
and
aggressive.
Cammy's one.
All I can think about is what
But
took
Chari
place
can pull up at any
Globals,
moment.
Jacob, when we saw Peterbot in that game 1, he made the aggressive effort against Victor V, got put down, and it definitely made a serious impact for the rest of those matches. Will that happen here today? Is he reliving the past moments? But only Pollo can really save him in this one.
Yeah, and you got a huge shout out to Asia Yuma. That is not an easy elimination there. That's not an easy player to take down, especially when you had already lost Toyota. You're by yourself back up against the wall. If Yuma went down, he's spending 20 or so minutes watching his screen trying to figure out what happened. But big boys make big boy plays, and Yuma is looking to stay alive.
I like this, though. Definitely a bit of a 180 from some of the action taking place a little bit northwest of where Acorn and Bolts are at. But Acorn, always regarded as such a strong IGL, and I'm very excited to see what exactly he's been stratting out, because every single one of these teams here today has just been anticipating some kind of bamboozlement. Nobody feels safe, nobody feels secure in their original strategies. You've got the counter strat for the counter strat for the counter strat, and now we get to see it all come to fruition.
Yep, now looking at Swizzy and Pixie.
No way they actually did.
Interesting moment coming into this. Pixie, knowing he has a global champion by his side in Swizzy. When it comes to Dark Dominion, Taco, you don't see too many, when it's uncontested, players leave Dark Dominion early. They build this surge base here. Swizzy's going to be responsible for a lot of their early game damage. Meanwhile, Pixie, he's farming up extra materials, extra heals, so that way if they have to overstay their welcome in the zone, it's not
oh my gosh, he's going to get the reboot.
Pollo, though, definitely a little bit more concerned currently. Trying to see if he can make a play for the reboot. Is anybody close enough to try and gauge some warning shots towards Peterbot? The moment that he begins to glide down, but kind of reflecting back, I think that's where Pete is really going to have to reconsider when to hit the brakes. I understand you get that isolation, you put Yuma into a position where it should realistically just be a clean wipeout, but that's just not going to be the case. Nothing
has
here
no
is
shield.
Guaranteed. All of these teams had to fight their way to this competition.
Oh, Vino just got
And
rebooted.
it seems like it's not only Peterbot faced with early game trouble. You see Veno gliding down. You see the gray pistol in his inventory. So he just got rebooted as well. So not only we have one of the greats all time, but we have the current NA FNC as champions with a few early game struggles. But at least, Taco, they got the reboots back. The only big question for them is what is it going to be when Storm Surge pops?
Only time will tell.
Let's see
But
the
no
leaderboard
rally and
again.
Reason, though. He said he's put in a lot of effort working on that Reason 1v1 map, getting in those creative sessions. Practice is everything. But now you need to put it into reality. And for right now, they don't actually have to enter an exchange with Pablo or Yepko and Panzer, but the tides could change very soon.
Yeah, as long as they have enough gold, they already have control over the vending machine towards Sandy Strip. So when it comes to the zone, it's not necessarily going to be a worry for the next two. Vico and Malibuca quick to rotate, though. We know they're landing over towards that Frigid Fortress, the actual main POI, so they're going to get majority of that loot. But instead of staying up there and getting early game surge on players like iDrop, Marius, Minute, Salco, the contested fight, even Noah Riley and Reason, they went ahead and rotated towards the south early. And you're seeing a few teams do that compared to online leading up to this. A lot of them would kind of stay in the zone, especially if they had those extra movement abilities.
Vico's got no reason to be nervous, though. He's just got to remember who he is, and it's crazy to think about that they've sort of slid under the radar as a team favorite. I think that there's just so many stars making appearances here at
Wait, so
this
Aegis
global
didn't
level
win?
competition, Jacob.
That's
That
why?
it can be easy to kind of have a handful fall out of that spotlight, but they're starting to build their way back in. Same mentality for Reet and Cooper, too. Side by side, Gorilli and Jargu getting a little bit more caught up than they would like to.
On the other side, big damage. Gorilli and Jargu, a little bit of the bait and switch.
Guys, there's people on clicks right now. Why are they not going towards them?
Get the wall and the elimination on the other. Mini Pio, I think, making the right decision. Why stay when you're weak, all ready to try to fight a disadvantage 2v2? He immediately tried to rotate on over, saying, hey, I know we're not going to be working together for now, but I'm going to come back for your reboot card later.
Love the fact that Focus and Thomas, though, have just fully infiltrated what I believe is the leftovers of Sky and Scroll's initial surge base. Comes as no real surprise, though, to see Teeny and Shark.
Shark and Teeny, it's Shark and Teeny!
In the action here with Clicks. They really want to try and see if they can get a clear elimination spree against this duo, but it's just not going to be easy because Shark, Teeny, they're the ones that are actually underneath on the surge threshold.
Good job popping that
They're
back
forced
hit.
to try and take this fight. Shark knows that he needs to be quick on his feet. feet. He's got to try and find some consistency here. Maybe he can chop out the floor. Maybe he can break into the box, but 1 versus 2 can always be dangerous.
Yeah, and Shark is somebody when he plays online. There's a little bit of ping differential here. He has a little bit more freedom, but they're not able to break through the boxes. I think Clicks and Higgs know exactly what's going on. They're above that damage threshold. They're just trying to keep them out. Wait for the timing for when Storm Surge actually activates.
Come on now.
When it does, Taco, every 7
Teeny's
seconds,
dead. Teeny's dead.
25 damage, but why
No.
wait for that? Teeny is down.
I just
Higgs
gotta
gets
add.
that first elimination. We thought maybe they could split it, but Clicks and Higgs don't want to, and now they realize Shark's by himself. 2v1 situation. They have options here, Taco. Do you disengage or do you go for the eliminations? And right now, it's looking like they want both of those.
Shark, you've been here before. You've done it so many times in the past occasion, but here in the environment, things are going to be moving very different. But Higgs has dropped down to his last handbits of HP. Fortunately for him, he still has Clicks to try and play a little bit of that supportive measure, but Shark, he's not finished. He's trying to make sure that he can get that full finish onto Higgs. He needs to break through, but he can't get the damage. Shark and Teeny are out of this first lobby, and Higgs Clicks have claimed one.
Let's go.
Get a little bit of a preview of what Higgs
Let's
thinks
go.
of that
Oh my
entire
gosh.
situation, and he was the man that got both of those eliminations, and this is the moment that
Oh my
started it all.
gosh,
It
let's
was
go.
a lurk play from underneath. He drops Teeny down, he gets the knock, and even gets his med kit canceled against Shark, but by then Taco, it's a 2v1. It's lights out.
That's exactly what Clicks and Higgs needed. You're trying to establish dominance off rip, and that's sending a very clear message. But for Tyler and
Let's
Chance,
see what Baxi
a
is
lot
thinking.
of trouble currently brewing here. Minority and Darkos are not willing to let this one slip away from them. They know that they have more than enough damage to kind of wait this one out, and if it's going to be a battle of attrition, that's one Minority and Darkos have no issues fighting out. They'll be able to claim 1 elimination in all that mess.
Yeah, you don't necessarily see where the other teams or players are at in terms of that Storm Surge leaderboard, but if you're a team like Minori and Darkos, you're above that damage threshold deep in the zone, and a team is just trying to bulldoze into your box, that is a huge red flag, and they played that one perfectly. As we rotate out of
Polo back there.
Dominion, you see players rotate through the top, but right here, Veno and Curve knowing the map perfectly, they go right underneath and they try to take those tunnels.
Tunnels can be dangerous, though. You have to remember, there's usually going to be at least a solo, possibly even a duo, trying to camp these out. It's an affair that Swizzy and Pixie are all too familiar with, and I'm sure Veno has definitely been strategizing, definitely been trying to factor in every single possibility, but as the zones close in, as some of these teams get more and more desperate, Furia's duo in a spot of trouble here. Night and Gone, they need damage. They're only 28 below. They're trying to see if they can apply some pressure to look like Chap and Flixie, but they're still sitting just underneath that threshold. A singular tag would do it, but will they be able to find it? Everybody is just refusing to budge, even the other duos that are in danger.
It almost makes you wonder how many players at this edge of the zone as it continues to push towards the north are below or on the line when it comes to that damage threshold. 1 second you see Night and Gone, they're 1 damage above, but in that split second they fall below. 25 damage. Flixie, Chap, they're in that same boat. They had an early game fight, and this is the struggles you deal with after. Whether you're above or below, there's not a bunch of confidence with single-digit numbers, and that's why Flixie and Chap, they also need loot. This is just one tough situation to get out of. Flixie's gonna get dropped. The onslaught just continues as Chap falls as well.
Cringe is just on a rampage of his own demise here. He's got Twy coming in behind him, but now Sky looks to be a solo overhead. He's got Night and Gone, but Matt and Cole, they got to deal with Peterbot.
Oh my gosh, Peterbot.
The reboot.
Peterbot's almost full dead.
Up until this stage, Jacob. Now Pete from 6 zone onwards has to try and fare as a solo. And with so many other teams already looking at him, will he even get a chance to touch down? Just barely, but even then, only 2 overdrive grenades, a sliver of materials. He's running through his build so rapidly, he doesn't have a chance to breathe.
Yeah, basically needs a full elimination.
Bro, you don't have enough builds.
Worth of damage, no extra heals, and you can see his material count so low. But oh my god, he takes down Scroll.
200!
Second chance at life that does not last long. Peterbot and Pollo Chino go down outside
Oh
of
my gosh,
placement.
Peter Bot's
That
full
was
dead.
exactly what
Dino
Venno
takes
and
him out.
Curve were waiting on. Venno loves to make that approach a little bit after the fact,
Toyota in
especially
first right
since
now.
they had that tunnel position control and now getting to excellently take out some of those teams
Toyota's
that were a
in
little
first
bit more
with 12
scuffed
with
in
12
that
points.
backside of zone, and they're still looking to
gosh.
see what else they can get
That's
away
crazy,
with
man.
here. Gonna pick up that leftover Chug Jug, decent amount of builds to work with too, but Reason O'Reilly looking to try and get a little bit more of that high ground basing, slight cliff base. Malabuka and Vico also in a rather isolated position. It's all about who's going to expose themselves first, though. Yeah, and I think this is going to be a tough zone for a lot of the teams, especially those that might not have the materials. It's not a drastic elevation change, but you're seeing regarding to go up the side of Frigid Fortress. And you see Gino, Pablo,
my
50
gosh.
below. They land some shots, but they're still
This
8
is actually
below
gonna be a
the
crazy
damage
day.
threshold. But these guys are experts. They know these single-digit numbers is not a reason to get desperate. You can find damage all along the way, and that is their plan from point A to point B. They're trying to elevate themselves on top. They fall below the damage threshold once more, but Pablo and Chino are doing their best to get high ground. It's insane, though, just how quickly that surge threshold can turn against you. And Pablo, Chino, they're still sitting
got a
at
body.
just 75 below, but when they base all the way up towards the high ground, they'll have a better opportunity to try. Scope things out,
800
but
above.
Clicks Higgs, they're looking to make the chop. They're looking to go up. They want to see if
Oh,
they
with
can
the
do it to
chop!
take over, and they'll at least
They're going
force
for
Chino and
height!
Pablo back
They're
for a
going for
moment, but
height!
It is just topsy-turvy, upside down, because Cammy and Hottie
Oh no!
just looking to take everybody out, but Clicks, he's still got the ball rolling here. Chino has fallen. Higgs credited with the elimination, but Pablo as a solo, what can he do from here? Yeah,
They have storm
some people
sickness.
say 7th zone, 8th zone might be up too early to take that high ground, but Clicks and Higgs, that's something that's been their game.
Let's go,
playing
Clicks,
60
come
NA
on.
Central FNCS. But
Yes, good
Ari,
rotate.
Cammy, they did all that damage. They disrupted everything, but it's them on top of the castle.
Build.
They already have 2 elims, and when you look at their loadout, from the slap pizza to the medkits, they have 2 different win conditions. They've got all sorts of tools
They need a
at
refresh.
their disposal, but whether or not teams are going to look to challenge here, Clicks and Higgs, they'll opt for frontside low
They need
ground.
a refresh
Instead,
now.
They know that they have to forfeit the high ground temporarily, but Cammy, Hottie, they got to reestablish. Malabuka and lost Vico along the way, though, and just underneath them, Ritual Agers, they won't get a chance to take shots. Malabuka boxing up, but only hard match left, and they are going to be spent at a cost here. Cold and Rapid seemingly pinpointed this solo operation. Oh, and Malabuka's daring. He tries to go ahead and get aggressive on the Cold and Rapid. Saw that one coming, immediately answered defensively, and now they're peeking over the top. Do we have high ground? Is it worth it to invest? I think it is yes, or at least for now.
No, bro!
Agers, Ritual, they're in the rings waiting to try to, for a moment like that, to strike onto high ground. Clicks and Higgs, they lost it because of the builds. They had no more. They
bro.
were forced down below, and look at the spot they're in now. They just spent so much material when they were challenging Chino and Pablo, not realizing the kind of disaster that Cammy and Hottie were actually
No,
causing
bro.
against them. And Higgs, Clicks, they've now been eliminated from the lobby. Hottie, Cammy, though, can they make this shift in elevation? They're forced to continue
Bro.
dropping, but there's already teams at the bottom of the hill, and Pablo is going to be the next to fall. That's another solo player.
Cooper and Ree are going crazy.
Points going in. Agers is knocked. Ritual realized that can't be the hero. He's just trying to stay in the zone long enough to try to get the materials, but I don't think he had the chance.
Oh
Fox
my
is gonna
gosh,
get that
W
elimination.
refresh.
Noah Riley trying to do the same thing. The last of the heals, though, as the Chug Jug runs out, but they're still running outside of zone. That elimination onto Ritual that he just got is going to give him the siphon so he can make his way back into the
Bro,
zone. with
Ree and Cooper are absolutely
But Cooper
crazy right now.
and Reed, they've got a little bit of advantage here now. They know that this is only Noah Riley. They're going to take him out, no problem. Cooper with 3. Reed has 2 as well.
Oh, that
Rapid and
refresh
Cold,
is
though, still in
crazy.
full control of the high ground. And with the way
Cold
that
and
the
Rapid
zone
on
is
height.
cooled, Jacob,
NA
only shifting
Central for the win.
elevation, it has posed
NA
so many
Central
issues
for the win,
these
chat.
teams. Down below, Cold and Rapid also continuing to apply so
NA
much
Central for
steady
the win.
pressure. They've got the flow grenades if they need them. And Acorn, unfortunately, he's got to do it all his own. Yeah, and at this stage of the game, top 8, you got 5 players running around as solos.
NA Central for the win.
So this is the stage in the game where you really become a difference maker. As Garm picks up that elimination on a Minori. Pixie using the last of his heals. He's just trying to scrape together any extra placements. Maybe a free shot from the backside of the box. Hero, he tries to get it, but Pixie gets sent right back to the lobby. He truly might be the hero. And Hero feeling good after that one. 7 eliminations in total is a solid start here in game 1. But Reed, Cooper, they want more than that. They want to
see if they can win this one outright. Front side, fully in their control.
Hold kill Dom.
Reed's gone down. Cooper was targeting
Oh
ahead,
my god.
and Reed
This
wasn't
is
able
going to
to
be an
withstand
NA
pressure.
central. I'm
Yapko,
Mr. Mungus.
Panzer,
So
they're
Mr.
gonna be
Moderate.
the ones
He's
taking
right now.
over.
They hopped
Come
in
on.
the box and took them
Cold and
down
Rapid
with
for
ease.
the
We go
win.
Cold and Rapid all around High Ground. Yapko, Panzer, they're on below. Hero is still in the backside of the zone. He's disrupting everything until he eventually falls. Yapko and Panzer,
Let's
they do
go.
get the elimination and make a desperate attempt to go outside of the zone.
It is Central for the win.
They see how weak they are. They're dropping down from above. They're trying to keep the win condition intact, but he gets sent flying up. Rapid blocks it with a ram. Cold gets the down. 2v1 situation here. Panzer, Cold, they trade shots, but Cold will not go down without a fight. They win game one with ease.
Cold and Rapid just had the ultimate cutoff there.
Faye!
They knew exactly what needed to be done, and they took every single step possible to take over.
Guys, that was an absolute masterclass in the high ground. Stand up so Dusseldorf can see you. Cold, how did you know
Got free iPhone
that the
SEs for
time
free.
was right
Well,
to
if they're
take
free iPhone
heights?
SEs, I'd guess.
I mean, that's all Rapid. You know, this is what he does. You know, he's the best IGL in the world, and he showed it right there.
So all you needed to do was listen. So Rapid, how did you make that call?
Makla, Descent High. That might have been the easiest lobby ever.
Do you think that people just were not wanting to challenge on height anymore?
Yeah,
Because
that
you had
looked
it
kind of
for,
easy.
like 3 zones, unchallenged.
I mean, yeah, nothing they could do.
Nothing they could do. You make the drop down, you're up against Yapko and Panzer in that 2v2 situation. Who's making the call to go upwards and try and get that shot? Because you were flying Cold.
Hello in the background.
It was kind of both of our call, you know, like we knew that we needed the kill points, and that's exactly what we did.
You got so many eliminations in that game. So from here onwards, 5 more games to make it out of the upper bracket. You're not going to play it safe, are you?
No, we're not.
I can't wait to see even more eliminations from you guys. Do you own the high ground now? Do you own it?
Of course, I own every kind of ground.
Well, these guys, they found that victory royale a little bit too easy. So let's see if any of the duos can make it tricky after the break.
Oh my gosh. Chat. Chat. Oh my gosh. What a game. Clicks and Higgs. Take out Shark and Teeny. Alright, bye. Yes, this is a comp stream. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. Oh my gosh. Alright, guys. I'll be back in a second. Oh my gosh. champion. Oh my gosh. 5 seconds.
Woo! That's crazy. The weather change here in Germany. Suddenly a cold front's coming in. That's right. It happened. I cannot believe this just happened. Game number 1. Cold and Rapid come out swinging.
Come out swinging, man. A big change in strategy, too. We'll look up. It's like, what the heck? Cold and Rapid are up on the high ground. For anybody that doesn't typically watch NA, man, usually you can find these guys mid-ground, low-ground, kind of feeling comfortable down there. But you heard them after that game. They were like, yeah, man, kind of just sent it.
Yeah, and he said it was free too, which is the most interesting part. I mean, if we looked before that, there were so many height retakes. They just took it at that perfect moment, and I mean, it was just playing it by the book after that. But not only
is Clicks
did
and
they
Higgs
secure
winning
a
off spawn this game?
Win. Look at the amount of eliminations that Cold is just picking up back to back to back. These AR shots do not miss.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be all about the refreshes. You can see them continually picking up all of those eliminations. And when we were kind of jumping around from POV to POV, when we were watching Height kind of get crazy, right? When we saw like 4 different teams kind of find themselves up on the high ground over the course of, what was that, like 60 seconds? The material counts for all of those teams were just so shambles that they had no chance to actually hold it for the rest of the game. So when you tune into a team like Cold and Rapid, and they are picking up those eliminations, they are picking up those refreshes, they're picking up those extra materials, they are in a healthy enough spot to actually go for the high ground and hold it, and that is exactly what they did.
Absolutely crazy stuff out of Cold and Rapid. Remember, we just need to be in the top 25 to secure ourselves a spot in on Sunday for finals. And after this game, I feel like we are looking really, really good. I can't wait to see the standings as well, because remember, all of these teams are thinking the same thing. We just need that good game. We need to make sure we're keeping up in the top 25.
They're in 16th. All right, they're good. They're good.
Cold and Rapid.
They're outplaced by
an
Oceania team right now.
What are they doing on high ground? What's crazy too is even looking in for a moment there, Clicks and Higgs decide, hey, we're gonna go for this height, and everyone in the lobby was like, hey, don't let that happen up there.
They're outplaced by an Oceania team right now.
No, Clicks and Higgs actually had a very good approach to that high ground. Ritter was like, oh my gosh, they're getting a free chop. They get the chop. The high ground team's kind of falling down. They had no mats. They were just like that close from actually stealing away the high ground. But unfortunately, yeah, the lobby was like, well, no, we're not going to let that happen.
Not today. Well, look, guys, after that last win, guess what? We've got a listen in from that moment. Take a look.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you in a sec. You're not really connected by much. I should have probably connected to you nice.
Look side, that's like a high team. If you see a map on, make sure you comment.
W Cold and Rapid.
We just got to make sure we're like, we're up here. I can miss this. We can jump down to the side of the hill and get a little bit closer to them. Think we should.
This is what
yeah, do it.
I want this team to get second. I want this team to get first.
You don't have. You can stay up if you want. You can stay up.
I like that.
51. Yeah, I'm watching. Nice.
Hey,
let's fucking go, baby. Come on, let's go.
And you know what I'm thinking?
Calm, cold, collected is how this duo was feeling. And I mean,
this team gets first.
Look,
Clicks and
they were
excited,
but it looked like it was just another day in the battle bus. I mean, it just looked like a normal day for this duo. The confidence is there. We heard it in the pre-game interview, and now closing it out. Look, there is one thing I do want to bring up here. It's not my EU bias, I promise. Okay? Not my EU bias, but all the top 3 teams that were in that final zone land at the northeast side of the map. We had a northeast zone.
Put that out there. All right, let's take a look at the standings real fast. We got to take a look at how everything else is shaping up for the rest of the lobby already. Look at the points, aren't crazy, but want to highlight here for you, second place, Yapko and Panzer. Showing up in this 2v2 NA versus you. I'm sorry, being unbiased. This was crazy, right? We even saw some shots out of Yapko and Panzer taking down Rate and Cooper, just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the 3 duos here, right? You had Cold and Rapid, obviously, full chilling up on the high ground. And then you had Yapko and Panzer, one of the only 3 duos left. And the other duo that was kind of alive in the mix once we got into the top 10 was Rate and Cooper. But as soon as Yapko and Panzer kind of had an opportunity to take it to Rate and Cooper on the low ground, I'm not gonna lie, it happened so fast. Panzer and Yapko just hit some clean shots. Watch this kind of phase in right here. Clean shots for both of them to go ahead and secure the second place. And in the mix, we also see Hero off in the distance. Hold up.
Because they should have a massive ego.
Hold up, Hero. 8x FNCS champs as a duo. But yeah, Yapko Panzer, they were out of match. They made the aggressive play, and it worked. I was getting a little nervous for Cold there when the initial shot from Panzer came through, but in the end, Cold Rapid did take the win. But hey, second place, kicking things off as a reminder, it is top 25 to move on to Sunday. So all of these teams we just saw are looking incredibly strong.
That's right, man. Every single interaction is going to matter, right? We only have 6 games to end in the top 25. And as you kind of called out, we saw Hero from Middle East in that moment, top 3 as a solo, mind you. In the chaoticness that is this crazily stacked lobby, Hero shows up big and clutches.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be feeling good after a game like that for all of these teams that are picking up just so many points. Be curious to do some math over the course of the day to kind of get some expectations for what top 25 will actually look like. But yeah, game 1 right here, coming out of the gate swinging.
A Middle Eastern team in third place.
Teams really need to actually pick up enough points.
Yeah, a lot of the pressure is lifted
Middle East
after
is
that
in third
for
place, chat. That is
God,
crazy.
Not only top 3, even top 5. I know FKS Hero, they're happy they switched to South London landing for
I wasn't paying
this
attention.
day. The question is, I mean, FKS Hero aren't contested, but for example, Cold Rapid are. So now they have kind of that freedom, that lifted pressure to play a bit more aggressive now.
I will say, though, Cold and Rapid were kind of expected, like you said, to be contested. I don't think they were that game. They did actually take advantage of some of the contestation that's kind of going on towards Sandy. That's where they picked up some of their early elims, picked up some of that early surge that they could kind of snowball into the ending. So keep an eye on the early game towards that way.
Is a Saudi
And I do
Arabian
just have to wonder,
Fortnite
obviously,
esports
this being the
currently
first game
representing
in this environment for many of these teams, maybe it's their first time. There's a lot of jitters, right? When you kind of get put in this situation, you're not at
Middle
home
East.
and
Yo,
the
they're actually
comfort of your
crazy.
home, the comfort of your setup. You know, you don't have your shoes kicked off. You don't have your desk a certain way, right? Your monitors. This is a
Hero and his teammate are actually crazy.
So, you know, this being game number 1, I'm just gonna chalk this up to like, hey, just let's get game number 1 out of the way. Now,
bro, put in all down the rumors that
right?
Look, a big team that I'm looking
small
at
regions can't do good, bro. They're in
the
third place
pressure,
right
the
now.
Nerves, perhaps. It's Shark and Teeny. They were contested at Wonky Land by Clicks and Higgs, and this is a team that they have what it takes. They've proven that they have what it takes, but I'm sensing a bit of that pressure. I'm sensing a bit of those LAN nerves. Now, the good news for Shark and Teeny is that they have all, you know, upper bracket to play out, get top 25, and then if they make it through, they have a whole other 8 matches on Sunday to truly show what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big talking points over towards Wonky Lane was confidence levels. I mean, Clicks and Higgs, for whatever reason, played this long game, kind of talking about, hey, we're not even going to be landing Wonky. And then, boom, surprise, they're here. And now Shark and Teeny might be kind of caught off guard because we could see in that early game how much respect they actually gave towards the way of Clicks and Higgs. Like, at one point, we were kind of looking around and it was like, wait, whoa. Are Shark and Teeny even land in Wonky? They did eventually land, but they took, like, such little loot that Clicks and Higgs were kind of given almost the entire POI for free.
It's crazy too how long I felt like that fight went on.
That's the aura right there.
You know, when we saw these practice games. Don't want to, like, you know, dig too much into those, but we saw this go a certain way, and to see like this super long way in the zone, and even in that situation where Shark was by himself, it's like, oh man, you know, like it's, you know, let's close it up. Shark's like, oh hey Higgs, go down to 3 HP. Hold on a minute. I was like, wait, hold on. Is he about to come back? Is he about to clap back?
It's funny, when we were watching that, I remember Zeke was telling me, he's like, so God, I think they're taking a little too long. Like this fight has staggered out too long. I'm like, it's staggered out too long 10 minutes ago, right? Like they've been here way too long. This is not finishing. So the pressure, you know, it might be on both ends, but Clicks Higgs are definitely looking more confident for now.
Obviously, one of the big talking points coming into this weekend was the NA on NA action. One of those instances, of course, was Cooper and Reet versus Aders and Ritual. They did not fight in the early game, but we actually see both of those teams find themselves in the top 10, right? Cooper and Reet in 4th place right there. Aders and Ritual in 7th place.
We got 5 NA Central teams.
Honestly, I feel
half
like
of them are
both
NA
teams
Central. More NA Central teams. Then we have EU
that
teams.
Split shop up towards the north side of the map. I know Reet and Cooper were kind of talking about it. Hey, you know, if the day is going bad for either one of us, I'm expecting the fight to be taken by maybe somebody, but I don't really expect it to happen, right?
I mean, I don't know. Time will tell. What I'm seeing is a lot of NA teams on that top 10, top 5 on the leaderboard, so I'm curious to see if that trend's going to continue, or we might see things mix up a little bit as the day goes on.
Absolutely, and I wanted to focus here on Cammy and Hari, right? We saw them for a little bit, right? Back on high. Tokata, you were saying, wait a minute, is this a blast of the past or what?
Look, if I was couple years ago, and I'm, you know, sitting down, and I hear you come and tell me, hey, you know, 2026, we're at an international event. It's Cami Hari. They win the first game on high ground. I mean, there's a duo. You know, Cami has already been ahead of the meta, but it was more a low ground team you would expect. But now recently in 2026, especially going to duos, we have seen them play a bit more high ground. We have seen them play a bit more aggressive. If you think back to Cami and Seti, they haven't been the strongest fighters. And now I am seeing a lot more confidence with this duo.
And you're talking about kind of controlling the high ground, but any single time we see one of our duos kind of take high ground around 8th zone, anytime we kind of tune into POV, immediately turn your eyes to their material account, which is exactly what I did right here when it was the case of Cami and Hari, because yeah, they had high ground. They had 30 builds to work with. Like, you're in 8th zone, you got so much more Fortnite to play after that. There's no way you can kind of continue throughout the rest of the end game with that material count. You're going to have to make something happen, which is why I'm always a big fan of judging any of those type of plays where the early high ground takes kind of happen.
Yeah, I mean, when you take height with that low map, it's kind of an all or nothing. You got to get a refresh then and there, because you're not going to be able to keep building out. You're not going to get forward height. Like, you are all or nothing in those moments, and the amount of teams that tried taking height after that, not only Clicks Higgs, it was just back to back until eventually Cold and Rapid at the perfect moment took it, and they had a good amount of materials. So it was a pretty, you know, by the book cleanup.
Yeah, what's interesting too is, remember, like, obviously when we launch these things, there is an overarching meta, right? But then the moment we not even just summit, right? It doesn't matter what stage of the competition is, there's always a meta within that meta that develops. And so it's interesting that, like, even in this game one, that high ground, really, no one was willing to just let it go. How many times have we seen just like, oh, hey, a team just showed up and on high ground, and they've just been up there. We keep saying the same thing. Hey guys, let's look up. But hit the summit, everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just gonna peek up. Someone's up there. Let me just help that out.
Yeah, I mean, the end games obviously are going to play out extremely differently from game to game. I do want to kind of turn our conversation over to the early game. Obviously, we did talk a little bit about wonky lane, right? We got Clicks and Higgs versus Sharkatini. Obviously, because Clicks and Higgs are landed over there at wonky lane, guess who's going to be uncontested? Peterbot and Polio over at Squibbly. With that being said, right, they want to be uncontested. They don't want to take that early fight off spawn, that is. Early fights are kind of their bread and butter. You can see they're kind of pushing around the map, but I feel like they kind of got humbled a little bit that game.
Look, I'm going to shout out my man, Levin2K here, because we were talking to Pete yesterday, and there's this thing that, you know, happens every now and then. Pete gets really confident. He goes in quickly to try and get a quick finish, but either he takes a big loss of shield and HP, and then he has to heal up. Pollo makes it there, they take the fight again, and they win it. You know, that's pretty standard. They get a bunch of eliminations over time, but you're in an international event. I mean, if you go down, you can see it kind of just sets you up for a staggered situation. Zone pulled, you know, east from them after that. I think you got to kind of just, you know, focus up, take the competition a bit more seriously.
Interesting stuff. I'm actually curious. You guys kind of talked about this early game and, you know, Clicks and Higgs versus Sharkatini. We actually have elicited from the beginning of the game. Let's take a look.
It's a keyboard player. We're double scroll wheel.
Yeah.
They have to side kick us so they guarantee lose.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, bro. Why are they doing this?
Bro, because they want to have a good game one.
I don't think they landed here, bro.
I didn't see them, bro. God, I didn't.
I saw one short, but it could have been for jungle.
I'm going to throw a fake shock.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, go.
Stay crouched.
40 cracked. No, not cracked, not cracked. Not making noise. Did it! Nice, coming. Teeny. King Shark.
Just so crazy. I love, again, this is like what's the best part of the lane, is immediately getting to hear directly from the players. Even in that moment, right? Like, what a crazy play. Hey, I'm setting up a fake shot. And you even saw there, Shark's like, oh, I heard it. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait.
And you got to think, right, for Sharkatini, over the course of the rest of the weekend, they're going to be thinking about that moment. Any single time they hear one of those overdrives go, they're like, wait a minute, I don't know if they're actually...
not buying it.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's also pretty cool that we kind of listened in at a pretty pivotal part of that early game, in the sense that Clicks and Higgs were kind of confused as well. They were like, wait a minute, like, did they land here? Like, where were they? He was like, oh, I think one landed short. I think one was like over there. So they actually didn't even kind of know what was going on. I mentioned that. I was like, wait a minute, are they even going to land there on them? So Clicks and Higgs were kind of feeling the same sentiment.
I was just as confused because Sharktini had a very similar drop to Demish and Darm, who are, I mean, they're close to Wonky Land, but it's a completely different drop. And they were like on the same height. And I'm like, what's going on here? Like, where are they? It was the same confusion that Clicks and Higgs were having, but then the fight ended up staggering a lot. But as we saw, that overdrive play, I mean, that worked incredibly well. It got them a pick. They were put in a 2v1, and Higgs did get dropped to maybe like 5-10 HP, but in the end, they won the fight, and that's truly what matters.
Absolutely. So, guys, what do you think? Again, we're just trying to be the top 25. We're trying to be the upper half of the lobby after these 6 games, 5 more.
This is just crazy.
What do we need to change for game number 2?
I mean, for a lot of these teams, it's got to be the early game. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the teams who kind of found success during that game, but I feel like when we jumped into the game and watched for like a minute, there was like 90 players alive super fast, which means that basically 5 teams instantly went down, which is kind of to be expected because we know that there is a lot of teams that are kind of contesting each other around the map. The approach to the early game is going to be the difference for a lot of these teams.
Well, it's time to see if they can make those adaptations again. This is game number 2. Nobody freak out. I'll do it for you. Casters, over to you.
Hey, game 1 did not disappoint. That is for sure,
Game 1,
Jacob.
I
mean, I know that we were definitely expecting to see a little bit of those drawn-out fights, the original starting points getting a little shaky, but it's going to be an uphill battle for some of these teams already.
Yeah, you kind of look at the Clicks and Shark fight over at
We got
Wonky
Clicks
Land.
too. I'm watching
Clicks
Clicks
didn't have the most phenomenal performance. They outplayed Shark and Teeny. Can that repeat? Game 2 is here, so let's jump right in.
Come on. Come on, Click. Don't die out. Come on.
As each game passes, you kind of have to look at your spot on that leaderboard. We know it's top 25 that get that qualification to Championship Sunday, and the bottom 25 have to do it again tomorrow. So you don't need to win every single game. You just need to do good enough.
Come on.
And for Muzz Sphinx, all they really want to win right now is the
Shark versus
off-spawn
Lim.
contention. Nebs, Nathan, though, a little bit faster to the punch, but not going to be able to connect the shots. No lineup. Muzz skirting off into the building. We'll be able to gather some resources, so these two are going to have to meet head-on at a later point.
Yep. For now, it's just kind of load up, give ourselves a little bit of a fair fight. Chap,
Come on, bro.
Flixie, Romero and his duo. This is something that we caught very early on. I believe it was Chap that was able to get both of those eliminations, and then we saw him down later because of the third parties. And now it goes, they both grab their respective floor loadout, and it's Flixie that gets the best of Romero first.
Some tough breaking point right now for the Argentinians. Lewa going to be left to try and pick up the pieces here, but for Chap, he's now going to look to just prioritize keeping a little bit of a lockdown position here. They don't want to let Lewa escape. They would obviously love to have some more elimination points if possible. And not only that, but you got to keep your head on a swivel in these lobbies. You can never stop anticipating a third party intervening.
Yeah, just all these contested fights all over the map. I saw some action going down in the feed as well for Latte. That's not too far away from here. But Yapko, Panzer, Jonas, Fellows, they're the ones across from each other. And another one of those contested fights where, yes, they can go ahead and play aggressive towards one another, but in the early portions of this, they will at least want to give themselves a loadout so they're not playing mostly on luck.
But I'd argue that this is a much worse position currently for Jonas and Falos, because you have to remember, Yapko, Panzer, they've already had one solid lobby, and in a 6-game format for top 25, most of the heavy lifting has been completed. So now, Falos and Jonas, they're going to be stuck having to try and escape, stay out of Panzer and Yapko's line of sight. But Sharktini, they're looking to get more aggressive right from the start. They have gotten their revenge here in this second lobby.
I wish Zeke would have asked them what they need to do different, because it feels like they did exactly that. In game 1, we saw them fly high. They didn't go to the closest drop marker down below, and that made it late to take over Wonky Land. This time around, it looks like they got aggressive. They went ahead and pushed the fight over to Clicks and Higgs. The first down is there. there. Clicks in a 2v1. You can see him trying to make a play, but Taco, by then, it's too little, too late. Shark and Teeny get their get back.
Look, I understand that Teeny is definitely very strong when it comes to those lurk play opportunities, but sometimes you just gotta let Shark's natural instincts take over. That upfront and aggressive close combat sort of style is definitely going to work out in their favor, because Clicks and Higgs, we even heard it in their call out briefly before this matchup started. They were expecting them to play it much more passive. They know that all you need is 1-2 good lobbies and you're through the top 25, and you don't want to be watching if you're Clicks and Higgs currently, because Shark Teeny, how many times have you seen them contested at Walkie Land? It's been happening all season long, Jacob, and sure, that was just in the EU department, but even at a global level, preventing Shark and Teeny from converting an off spawn into a top 5 finish, I would be a little worried about that.
Yeah, and you can kind of see right here, Vico Malbuka, Frigid Fortress. Wondering maybe, where did Vico get that elimination while uncontested? Well, Taco, let me tell you, he actually took down Agers from Frigid Fortress, really playing a role in that fight. Noah Riley's gonna go down. Razan's gonna be by himself, 1v2 situation. Well, let's see how good his practice map actually is.
Reason is doing what he can to try and get away, but Veloz looking to chase this one out. They need some kind of recovery point, but Reason, he might be running straight into the heart of where Yapko is currently based up, but Veloz might be forced to give up the chase. Don't want to expend too many resources too early on, especially when you know that Painted Palms currently belongs to Panzer and Yapko. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze, so Reason will manage to escape, but it might only be a temporary relief, because Yapko and Panzer, they might have a good idea of where exactly the solo's at.
Yeah, and you just got to be very cognizant of where the zone is actually pulling, because right now, you can kind of see the edge of it, so it seems like it might be pulling away from the northeastern part of the map. Only time will tell. Asayas, Scary, going for a lurk play. They already win their off-spawn fight, but that's not going to be enough. Quinjan Twy, it looks like they're trying to sneak up onto them that already have their base secured, so it might not be the best idea. So I do like this out of Asayas and Scary. Instead of trying to push in a fight that you might not need, they go ahead and disengage and continue their game.
BLT, unfortunately, a victim of Thomas HD and Focus. At one elimination, going to try and propel them forward as they're looking to get the secondary component. LB Works just barely managing to get away, but it's only going to be a short-lived instance. Focus and Thomas get a little bit of a run back here to see how exactly that all broke down for BLT, and unfortunately, yeah, Thomas just too quick with it, waiting on that opposite angle.
Yeah, almost makes you wonder, is that a part of their strategy after kind of realizing in game one, we might need to get a little bit more aggressive for Surge, whether it's close range or long range. But Thomas, Focus from Riptides to that elimination, they're already on the move. Sky and Scroll as well from the north side of Battlewood. They did exactly what Veno said they should have done. Switched up their game plan, because what they were doing should not have worked. And now Sky and Scroll, instead of overstaying their welcome at Battlewood Boulevard, they instantly rotate the Dark Dominion.
Already recognized the fact that this lobby is moving at a different pace entirely, and they don't want to be left behind. Staying one step ahead of the pack is always going to be difficult, though, especially with the way that some of these other teams are playing. Hobby and Aminish, after that first game performance, they found themselves just inside of the top 10, and they're looking to hold on to that position.
Fights don't stop. Chap and Flixie from one to the next. They win their off-spawn fight, and sure, essentially, that new Sanctuary would be uncontested to themselves, but after that, you see them rotating out through the tunnel. They put themselves in a 2v1 situation. Nutty's gonna be the only one down below, and there's really no options. They closed off each end, and they're really trying to make their numbers advantage work, pressuring in zone after zone. Nutty's just trying to go ahead and run away now, and this might be his only chance at survival.
Well, Flixie sent a little bit further back than what had originally been intended there, but Chap's still willing to get Chase cut off yet again by the top of that tunnel, and that might have been just enough delay for Nutty to slip away. But even still, Jacob, relatively low on materials, doesn't have any metal, needs to get a reboot off for Gabzetta, and there are other teams still looking to try and enter new Sanctuary, and whether or not to try and refarm some of those elements, it's not going to be very easy for Nutty to find this reboot anytime soon.
Yeah, for Chap and Flixie, though, I like that lack of desperation for that elimination. They say, hey, he's going in new Sanctuary. He's going to have to come out eventually, and they're just going to wait instead of waiting and moving in and possibly getting lurked, just like you see Janice and Cheatin doing here to Controller. Haman, I'm not sure if he's there anywhere nearby, but he desperately needs to get some sort of a signal because they are gearing up right now to break through the wood. Land a good shot on a Controller, but he got the signal just a little too late. He's in the box. They're not trying to let him out, and they do not let it happen. That first knock, that one's going to be easy. Haman is almost nowhere in sight. So for Cheat and Janice, that was a free elimination.
They definitely need to start establishing some territory pretty soon here. Haman, though, stuck inside of their surge base. But if he's that high up, Jacob, you have to wonder how exactly were Cheatin and Giannis able to slip by the watchtower? And now Haman forced to try and figure out, do I stick around? Am I going to be able to disengage? Or will I just be lit up the moment that I try to escape my position?
I will say the saving grace, though, for him is the zone is pulling away from that spot. So eventually, everybody will have to go, and he'll get at least a chance at that reboot card. But you can kind of see in Cheatin's inventory, literally seconds before, he had bandages in there. So you can see they're lacking a ton of loot, and that elimination's got to help them tenfold. Let's jump on our winners of game one, 101 points, Cold and Rapid. They said, hey, this one for them was a little easy. They got high ground. I don't think anybody had a chance to look up.
They were playing that first lobby as if it was an opens, Jacob. It did not seem like it was a Summit Major LAN appearance because they just had so much control.
Toyota
and they
also
never once hesitated with any of their decisions. So the composure very clearly matching their mentality right now. But Yuma, Toyota, scenes over by Frigid Fortress. Could be heating up pretty soon here. Toyota doing what he can to try and stay out of the line of sight there from Vico and Malibuca. You know, they're likely to be lurking. Rapid Coldo, they might have just caught Kuku completely off guard, completely sandwiching this duo. They're both so low on HP, and Rapid, he knows there's only one good bump shot left to make this elimination happen.
Yeah, Cold, Rapid. It almost feels like they chased these guys down in game one. That's how they're able to get their early surge and eliminations, and they're trying to stick to the game plan. Zone is moving over towards the northwestern part of the map, so as soon as they can find this elimination here and clear a path.
Oh, that's probably ruining some people car.
Reed and Cooper, we're at Latte Landing. They know they have their long launch pad then, so they're not in a rush either. And this has kind of been the meta this season with the shockwaves, with the gauntlets. You can go ahead and travel a long distance in a short time. So you're seeing with the surge changes coming in, more and more teams staying inside of the zone early on.
But the bigger issue that was building there was where Cooper was actually based at. He had the full cutoff point there for Mini Pio. He's forcing them to rotate through Painted Palms, and eventually they're going to run straight into where Apco and Panzer were at just to try and evade two
watching
other
FNCS, bro.
duos.
This would be so fun.
It's not like they have a clear-cut path in front of them. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, they're also taking a little bit more of a scenic tour. They definitely want to start trying to build a little bit more cushion zone in the points department because 8 is not where we would anticipate to see this duo after that first lobby.
Yeah, and underneath, Venno Curve just rotating on by. I thought for a second maybe they're just lurking around, but nope, you just can't freely pass Peterbot and Pollo when they're that high in the sky. They got a huge vision advantage over everybody else. But Venno and Curve,
all right, guys, we're watching.
Making sure they don't take a single shot of damage up top. Peterbot and Pollo, they're gonna use the fizz, the shockwave. That's how they're going to make it to zone. Alex and Reckless, they moved in from the far eastern side of the map over towards Sandy Strip. And typically for teams that do land on the outskirts, they do rotate into POIs just like Sandy Strip to go ahead and replenish what they're missing from their drop spot.
One above, one below. Reckless on the rooftop. Alex now starting to rotate back through his duo's building as Reed, Cooper checking back in on them. And what's been brewing here at Latte Landing, recognizing the fact that they haven't been taking that immediate engage with Agers and Ritual. These two teams from NAC kind of just recognizing the fact that maybe we play to our own strengths before we look to try and take out the other.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots I've been talking about, Latte Landing. There's a launch pad back here that takes you higher and further than most of the other launch pads on the map. And then you mix it with the Flowberry Fizz like you see Reed and Cooper doing there. You almost fly so high, you're out of render distance. But Peterbot and Pollo, they didn't get that same chance. It didn't work out in the same manner. They end up in a scuffle underneath, but it's not just them. It's not just Curve and Venno who are also nearby. There are 3 teams teams directly here with 2 more on the outskirts.
But this isn't the first time that we've seen Pete and Pollo essentially getting cut off by Benno and Curve. I don't know what Benno's been getting up to, but it really feels like he's got a lot of cutoff points set up specifically to engage with Pete and Pollo. Could be pre-firing that we are only in game 2 after all, Jacob, but Benno, Curve, they got their damage and now they're getting out.
Go into the tunnel where they have that secret porta potty. Go ahead and teleport themselves through as Peterbot Pollo continuing to try to move towards the west. But that's Hari and Cammy there on the other side. And they were honestly disruptors of that last game, probably being a huge focal point of why Peterbot and Pollo got down. I'm not sure if this is an act of revenge or just maybe early damage for Storm Surge. Either way, Peterbot looks to not slow down here.
Pete Pollo definitely been very aggressive, and that's exactly why. 143 below on Surge damage, and if they keep taking these odd shots over at Cammy and Hadi, they're bound to get a little bit of bite back here. Hadi nearly getting the finish there onto Peterbot, but
bro, we can't have Peterbot dead too, bro. No.
Going to mean that Pete has to
Hey,
back.
hey, don't contest Peterbot, Pollo.
Pollo eats another decent front tag there from Hadi. Cammy doing a great job at just keeping everything closed off.
Yeah, and you see they got what they wanted. They won the exchange for the most part, but they get caught lacking. Peterbot not missing a shot, getting that first down on the Hari. But you see, Taco, they're still 27 below the damage threshold. They needed more than just
Let's go, Peter.
elimination worth of damage, so they have to
If Clicks is dead, then we want Peter to go.
Right now, it looks like they're looking for Cammy as a solo, but you see there's plenty of opportunities right in front of them.
That went from being the dream scenario for Cammy and Hadi to an absolute nightmare. And now Cammy trying to see if he can enact his own revenge here, but Pete quick with the cutoff. Pete here to remind everybody exactly who he is in this moment, but he'll be forced to just keep things moving forward. He got the damage he was after. He doesn't want to spend any more time here on Cammy, and he's left Cammy in the dust, stuck dealing with Surge and everything else in between.
It's a 5-tick zone. There's no more heals. He has to make it in now. The timing has never been perfect. He gets into the zone. The elimination to Cammy. The siphon comes in, and now they have a fizz. They are above the damage threshold, Taco, but when you look at their loadout, they're in desperate need of loot.
They might be able to clash with a handful more teams. It all depends on whether or not they actually want to try and make some sort of a dead side approach. You also have to remember that there are going to be other duos looking to try and scale up this mountain face. The zones over by Wonky can be very brutal to actually retain any sort of materials, and when you are a duo that's already clinging on for just those last little bits of scraps, Chino, Pablo, kind of a similar position here. They might have a little bit of damage to be just above for the moment, but will that stay true?
Yeah, in the next zone, that's going to get flipped upside down more than certainly. See Minute down on the side of that mountain. You said it yourself. Making up and scaling the summit here is going to be near impossible. Only the best will survive. Scroll, Sky, they see them down.
Let's go, Pete. Let's go, Pollo.
Sky needs below the damage threshold. 132, essentially needing an elimination, and he needs it now. Storm Surge will activate, and he will take that 25 damage every 7 seconds.
Probably happy to just be leeching off of Size, just Flowberry Mist Grenade, but first, can he break out away from Size? Looking back, sees there is a solo behind me. He might be able to be the cutoff point, but instead, recognizing I've just got to keep things moving forward. He's such a low material count here, though, Jacob. If he can find that solo, if he can get that elimination, the refresh would buy him so much time instead of having to play for the backside of zone.
Yeah, and if climbing the mountain wasn't hard enough, Peterbot and Pollo go down before they reach the top of that mountain. The zone pulling all the way across, so we're gonna go through varying different elevation changes, and if you don't have the materials, Taco, good luck to you, but Sky somehow finds a way to get above the damage threshold. 50 teams still alive, so even so, Storm Surge deactivates here. It will not officially turn off in this game until there's 40 or less players standing.
Sky is so trapped right now. Vico and Malabuka.
This is so bad, bro. This is so bad. Holy moly, bro. This is actually kind of bad.
And make their way towards the next high ground point, and Sky still as a solo from behind takes down Science, takes out Repairs. The siphon kicking in. The lifeline has been extended, but can he actually make it up the mountain face? Another siphon to bail him out momentarily, but for Strokey, he might just be the one to shut Sky's fate down to a limit here. And Sky can continue working his way up. He's out of this one, but at least got 3 eliminations.
Yeah, even though those eliminations were good, he just got no mobility from it, and that's what eventually caused his downfall. But you can see they're not going down without a fight.
God,
Our top
just, like,
25
absolutely
teams
crashed
left
on
in this game. That means placement points are starting to play a role, and with every team that
Acorn and
falls,
Bolts on
they'll
high ground. That's
cascade further
NA.
and further
That's
until
NA
you
for
get
another.
that victory royale, and obviously eliminations make the difference throughout the test of time in FNCS. We've seen it play a role multiple times.
Guess who's on the high ground currently? It's Acorn and Bolt, and this is practically their backyard. Starting off over by Storm Station, they haven't really had to move too far away from home, and almost 1,300 damage above. They are completely smothering this lobby and not allowing anybody to even remotely consider trying to challenge them on height. All they've got to do is keep spraying out that secondary height layer, and even the duos that are trying to see if they can overdrive their way forward, they're just getting cut off entirely. Bolt and Acorn, along with the rest of the lobby, the catastrophe is taking place. No one can survive.
Yeah, as we see, they're going off the side of the mountain again, going down. Maybe a little bit of hills in the way for Pablo. Chino, you see they have very little materials, no extra heals. Even though Storm Surge is no longer a worry in this game, it's about where they're going to get the elimination. And Kiruo from the flank is able to get one. He gets back to back by himself to make miracles happen.
Hey, better than a last-minute fill, and what else could you possibly ask for than getting those points delivered at your front door, man? But Vico, Malabuka, now looking to see if they can have possible challenge here on height. Malabuka still looking. They're going to drop, but it's momentary. They see Tyler, Matt and Cole, too many duos. A little bit too close for comfort here. Malabuka without any material. He's waiting to see if Vico can actually play catch-up, but Vico left behind. He's just got to find his own elimination here. A refresh is everything currently, and there's no one in front of him.
Oh, we found old builds. This is absolutely perfect. No material left, even with them both still alive.
If Shark and Tini are still alive, then I'm gonna actually. You're still alive, bro.
Where they need elimination. The zone is gonna push some players
Oh my
over, not
gosh,
necessarily in the
bro.
round, but give them a chance, just like that. A much-needed Elim was found by Malabuka.
Yapko and Panzer are still doing their thing, though. 5 eliminations already for Yapko, 6 in total for this duo, but they know there's still a team hanging out all the way in the high ground. Will they get the chance to chop? First, we're going to bring down Giannis. Next, they're going to look towards Victor B. They're seeing if they can chop out his floor, but they just barely managing to escape in the moment. Acorn and Bolts, though, just look at what they are doing to the rest of this lobby. They are forcing all of these teams underneath them to just burrow underground.
Look how many builds they have, Taco, because it's going over their mountain. Yes, I said it. Acorn and Bolts, they've claimed this mountain. It pulls up towards this drop spot, and they are not letting up off the gas. This is their perfect opportunity, not only climb up that leaderboard, but potentially take first. But there's still so many waiting in the wings. You see Shark, Teeny still alive, Vico fighting for every inch in this game. He gets the down on a darn. The siphon is needed by Vico, but the onslaught won't stop. Demus is there, trying to get revenge, but he falls as well. Vico stands tall.
Vico's right at home, finding that fragger opportunity, and now playing catch-up to the rest of the lobby. But Shark, he's been taken out. Yapko and Panzer are going to be the first to catch up to him. Bolt's Acorn still causing so much of a delay, though, in terms of where Yapko goes next. He's forced to drop, trying to just stay out of their line of sight, trying to see if he can huddle underneath some of these leftover builds. But Bolt's, Acorn, they're taking their sweet time. They know that there's a handful of solos underneath them, so why rush it as Vico's clearing out the lobby all by himself?
Still trying to find more eliminations here. Top 3, most of the placement points, but essentially 2 solos against the duo of Acorn and Bolt. And now the zone pulling down the mountain again. A perfect scenario for Vico to stay alive. Just a
Way to ruin it. Way to ruin the viewing experience, man.
Situation, but now what do? You're going against Acorn and Bolt. They have 6 eliminations. They have tons of materials. They have 2 different win conditions, because if they want to wait until the last zone, they can shockwave out and win by heal off.
Look, I am all for everything that Vico has been able to accomplish in this lobby so far, Jacob. The fact that he has converted this into a second place opportunity for him in Malabuka is incredible scenery. But now, with the pullback, Vico is left trying to just stay in alert position. Bolts is off on the hunt, but he's still staying right next to Acorn's side. They just have so much white heal ammunition. They don't need to rush it. Vico only has so many more options.
No,
before
bro.
he completely runs out of space to work with as Acorn Bolts, they continue to to spray away at the builds. Nico doing everything in his power to try and stay alive. But I
Acorn
fear we
bolts
are
with the
only
win.
watching the inevitable unfold here, Jacob. Nico might be able to try and shift things up, but he's going to need to pull out all the stops here, and it doesn't look like it'll be enough as bolts finally going in for the closing shot. The elimination's good to go, and we've got a victory royale.
From the backside of the mountain to the top of the summit, Acorn and Bolts have just won a game, and that's back-to-back with NA on top, and they have to be feeling out.
No, they're just outside, bro. They're just outside of qualifying.
Was saying you must be feeling out of this world with that victory royale.
Yeah, very ecstatic. We pulled every zone, you know, very lucky. But of course, Acorn was IGLing very well. Nice height tarps, and you know, we're one of the best duos in the world, so nothing's gonna stop us.
You're looking like it. Acorn, sometimes the commentators say that you take a little bit of time to warm up on day one. You don't have day one here. You've only got 6 games to do it, but it looks like you're feeling yourself right now.
I mean, yeah, I seen Cold Rapid win a game. You know, we have to follow them. And they on top, baby, let's go.
Have you guys all had a conversation in North America back in the player
This
lounge and
guy's
say,
actually
you know what,
running
let's
the
do this. Let's...
experience. All right. Acorn Bolt second. Dom Demas, that, bang. Well, bro, don't actually be 26th. 27th. One more game, then there's a break, chat. Yo. Why are y'all all sitting next to me, bro? Just get out of my way. Like, holy, bro. Like, why can't you make the game private? Literally, why can't you? Literally. Alright, chat. Let's go with this game. Why are there people not on watching? Alright, so let me tell you who people that don't like comp are.
Fortnite fam, welcome back
So,
to the FNCS
Quote isn't real,
Summit.
Quote's not
We
actually
got
interested in
Mini
comp.
Miner, we got
Who
Lemon
that?
2K, and for a
He's
moment,
not.
I'm gonna put my
Gunner
NA
isn't.
bias
Console
mask on.
Adrian. Why is he doing 1v1 speed real 6? Like what? Like what? Like what?
All right, sorry about that. I'm gonna take my NA bias mask off. Crazy stuff.
Yep,
Big
no one knows ball on my
W
friends list.
here.
Need to unfriend everybody that's not
Big W
on it
here
right now.
for.
Look, I'm happy for my boys because it's a great win.
Yep.
It's great, and they needed that, especially with all the question marks around them being NA's last hope. It's a good sign of what's to come, I think, for those two.
Yeah, really nicely played from these guys as well. I think they identified, of course, that the zone was going up on this absolutely gigantic hill. They took height really early, and I think if we've watched a lot, if you guys at home have watched a lot of Fortnite at the higher level, we've seen that if you take height early, Levin, it doesn't usually go too well. But because these guys still had so many of those builds, and more importantly, all the teams down below spent so many builds trying to get up that hill, they could just ride out for success here and did really well.
Yeah, and ultimately a comfortable game for these two, right? It's a very favorable zone. They didn't have to spend much of the game sort of running about all over the map, and it sort of gives them that sort of momentum as they get into the end game to play for height. We know it's something that Acorn can do, even if it isn't what his go-to strategy is. And you know, Bolt said it in my interview with him. He believes Acorn is the best IGL in the world. That confidence to follow him and then deliver with the fragging, it's a great combination.
Dude, so sick to see this, right? Like, again, and what's tough, right, is there are so many incredible, like any duo in this lobby could win, and I'd be just amped, right? Because this is kind of like a sneak peek at what like a globals could look like. So to see them come out on top, massive stuff. Take a look at these beautiful standings. Yapko and Pans are currently sitting in that #1 spot. What's interesting as well, the teams just in front and just behind them fall early on, right? This is a huge window for them to make a move. And man, with duos like this, Mini, the moment you give them that opportunity, they will strike.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, they're making the most of those games, those early 2 games right there. 17 eliminations for them as well, Evan. This is a duo we've seen on EU performing very well here as well.
I think Zeke might have pulled the trigger on the whole NA on top thing a bit too soon, because that was an EU team on top, broski. What's going on?
No, my NA bias mask is currently off.
Okay,
That's right.
It's fallen off quite quickly, actually. What happened
Hey,
there?
let me come back to EU. It's all good. I'll come back over. Yeah, anyway, seeing them all go crazy as well. And even in those last final moments, right? Seeing Vico super down low as a solo. Again, all of these singular interactions, these little decisions that every single player makes will make a difference, right? 'Cause remember, we're just trying to stay in that top half of the leaderboard right now. And clutches like this are what we need.
Well, it makes a difference. I mean, we remember at the beginning of the day, we were saying, Vico, you posted on socials, you were nervous at the beginning of the day,
I
right?
see hidden.
We're not seeing too many of those nerves right here. And a really, really important game for these
The
guys. You saw on
bread,
the leaderboard right
let's
there. They
invite
jumped
this
up
one.
10 places by getting the 2nd place right here.
Wrong
And it
person.
wasn't easy for them, Levin, on the side of this hill.
Who's
I
this
just
one?
mentioned
Who's this
it.
one?
All those teams down below, these guys are one of them. Low on the materials, had to rely on their aim,
Bro,
which
actually
Vico is
joined.
very good at. And ultimately, a very, very good game for them, making advantage of that zone.
Yeah, and I'm
He
glad
actually
we get
joined.
to see Vico strut his stuff a bit, because really and truly, there are not many
Why is
players
he
on this
hidden?
stage that are better fraggers.
Nah, I'm actually confused. Why is he hidden?
The elitist in the world.
Fred, I was just looking at the I was looking at my friends list and there's people hidden and I just invited one of them and one of them was you, but you're also on my normal friends list, so I was confused.
He did. In those, in that
I just
circumstance,
accidentally
man, you
invited
look
you.
up,
It's
you're
all
like,
good.
yeah, this is a little bit cooked. Old man.
Alright, so do I have? Can I leave then? Or
Yeah, you can leave. I didn't even mean to invite you. It just did.
Alright,
And
bye.
that will be okay,
See ya.
right?
Alright, see ya.
So, I'm excited to see them. I appreciate
That was a little
Vico,
weird,
of
guys.
course.
Never back down, never what?
Never give up.
Fred didn't
Never
even do
back
nothing.
down. Never what? Never give up. Let's go. Let's go.
Excited to see more from them. But man, again, it's just like with so many names in this lobby, dude. It's just like, it's like a feast, right? It's awesome.
I was glad to see them make it a bit deeper, because that first game, Mini, it scared me.
Yeah.
We obviously watch EU, right, together.
A lot.
We're not used to seeing Sky and Storm not deep into an endgame, and so I thought, I hope the occasion hasn't gotten to them. Clearly not, because this is exactly what Sky was doing when they won an FNCS on the EU. Clutching up in these endgames, in big moments, in uncomfortable situations, hitting shots like this. And again, we want to see more of it today.
And this is one of the things we were talking about all season long. Both of them are so good individually that no matter what one of them goes down, the other one still has all of the firepower necessary to clutch up. And that's what Sky just did right there. Yes, of course, it wasn't an amazing game for them. Yes, of course, they're not moving their way up in the leaderboard absolutely massively. But what is important for them is just keeping them in the tournament, keeping them inside, of course, that contention for the top 25. Because realistically, I mean, we expect these guys to qualify through. So when they make it to endgame as a duo, when the zone is on a massive hill, expect to see these guys on top.
And earlier with Tokata and of course Vivid, we kind of talked about the meta within the meta. What are you guys seeing now with about a minute out? Obviously, kind of what you called out, Sky and Skrull, dude, we're seeing them win games, we're seeing them go crazy, but suddenly we're finding ourselves in a solo clutch situation. It's got to be the quality of this lobby, right?
It's difficult. It's also very difficult to sort of predict what's going to happen in these lobbies. You play EU, you play the scrims, you know the teams around, you know how your drop spot's going to work, how they play Surge, and that's a key element of their strategy. But when you come up in this lobby against all these other regions playing their own styles, their own strategies, ultimately it's tough for them to predict what's going on.
I think as far as meta within meta goes, right? One thing we saw in Game 1 and here in Game 2 is teams who maybe we don't traditionally consider height teams, being opportunistic, being aggressive towards height when getting favorable zones, right? Cold and Rapid, again, it was a zone where they had a bit more to work with than the rest of the lobby. They thought, let's take height. Same thing with Acorn and Bolts there. If you are a team who maybe you don't usually play height, if you had a favorable zone,
why does everyone want to be with me, bro?
Yeah,
do I have that motion?
With the top 25, you know, we just need those few games. I'm almost wondering, like, is there still a bit of those nerves? I know we're only 2 games in, but we're almost halfway through, right? We need that pop-off game.
Well, that's the thing. You have to throw the nerves out the window now.
The last game, bro. Can we lock in?
If you need a win, you need a big game. Height ultimately still is a very, very good way of going about that. Even if a lot of the other teams aren't playing it, it almost gives you that green light. But of course, if you're one of those teams that are outside of that top 25, so many other teams will be thinking to do the same. And that's when it becomes really messy, especially with these overdrive grenades. Anything can happen. So it's a bit tame right now, but of course, we'll see how things develop.
I'll be honest. I'm looking at these guys on our screen here. Deemish, Dom.
Yeah.
I think I saw, shout out to my guy Spudson, I think I saw him talking about them where he was talking about all the different EU teams that people have been bigging up going into the competition, right? People are looking at Vico Malabuka, Shark and Teeny, Sky and Skrull. Why are we not talking more about Dom and Deemish? I think they've had, I guess by their standards, maybe a slightly more quiet year compared to the quality you'd expect for them. But you can never count these guys out because every time people did over the course of last year, they overcame expectations. And I think there's a good chance we see them do that today.
Yeah, and I was speaking to their coach Sven, and he was saying, of course, they've had a few issues. Of course, the drop spot situation this season has been really difficult. They've had to switch around. They haven't found that home. And even this weekend, they've had to switch drops as well. Of course, they're now going towards that west side of the map. And I think the key word that I use to describe these guys, particularly this season, is just adaptability. Every single time they try and change something up, they try something new. They're just such a great team together. Of course, Sven's going to be helping with that so much as well. It just seems to work for them, and that's such a valuable asset to have in this lobby in particular, because again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't know what things are going to happen, you don't know who's going to be rotating where, so if you can have that adaptability, it's going to pay dividends.
I have decided to be the designated vibe assessor and vibe monitor at the LAN. You know, watching every player's vibe, figuring out who's comfortable, who's maybe a bit nervous. Every time I've seen Deemish and Dom, they just look comfy. They don't look like a young team who has only ever played at one big LAN and maybe are still feeling a bit nervous. They just seem like ready for this occasion, and that, you know, goes a long way in these types of cups.
That's interesting, Lovett, because even at the beginning of the show, when you guys had that opportunity to kind of talk with different players, there was several that were kind of like, hey, this kind of feels like home. This kind of feels like I've been here before, or I have been here this many times. Like, that is such an advantage, right? For some of these players seeing their first LAN, they're thinking, this crowd is really loud. This desk isn't my desk. I have this comfort level at home that isn't here.
Yeah, I think the beauty of us being, you know, another year into VF and CS is earlier on, right? We used to be at these events and we used to go, half the lobbies never played at a LAN, right? And it's like now you sort of look at people and you're like, no, these guys have been here, right? And you do feel that comfortability. You're right. I think it goes a long way. You don't have to think about, oh, am I going to be all right? Am I going to be nervous? Like, you just know what you need to do on the stage.
Look at this leaderboard. I just looked down. I took a little look. Benno, Curb, up 9 places in 9th place right now. It's crazy, you know, when you start to look at the disparity of the points, crazy. You're like, oh, yeah, Panzer 172. What the heck? 10th place, 76. Even Darkos and Minori there. You know, these games will go any which way. But you know, we just love Venno. We're Venno stands here.
I don't love Venno anymore.
Oh, sorry about that.
He's coming for my job. All that I was shaking. When I saw him reach that, I am finished.
Yeah, he was like, can I draw it? I was like, oh, he wants to kick out. He's trying to be out.
He's a great mind in the game,
Oh,
right?
I just hit that high note.
Absolutely crucial in terms of curve development. We've seen him rising to the occasion time after time, and being with someone like Venno, it's going to pay dividends for him as well.
Fantastic stuff, guys. I'm getting word. The next game is ready to go. So, casters, take it away.
with EU on top of the leaderboard, NA winning back-to-back games. I had to invite a little friend on over to let us know what he's thinking about the action.
Listen, man, I was feeling too energized after watching those first 2 games that I had to go ahead. I had to jump on with my pals right here and get into the mix and see what's going to be happening live.
And this guy sees NAC succeeding. All of a sudden, he wants to keep the yap going. Vivid, how many teams
Chat, I'm trying
are
to
you
do my
going to
pitch
pick up
control.
here? But we're going to find out in game 3. Ready to go.
That was good pitch control right there. That's a lot of control right there. I kept it right on the green right before the yellow.
I'm going to be hyping all of the teams while I'm up here, taking the opportunity to call out all of the boys. But we know kind of where
Yes,
the
sir.
focus has been
I got
in
the banana
early
people.
game. I feel like Wonky Land, we got to go ahead and mention that. We got to go ahead and take
Is
a
Sir
little
Rich
peek that
relaxing
way, because
watching
if we
the
take a look at
thing?
the
They're not
score
doing those random
overall, it's
emotes.
gotta be 1-1. But a quick moment before
Oh
we
my
jump
gosh.
over there.
Clicks
Chat
versus
and
Shark.
Flixie on the
Guys,
other
we gotta
side
get
of the
our
map.
team to this one.
Yep,
Get ready.
2-0 off spawn at the new Sanctuary. There was a couple of scares in game 1 where after that was eliminations, Chap did go down, but Flixie picked him right back on up. He said, no, I'm not ready to have you go down just yet, but they get beat. They get beat by a long shot by
Higgs is dead.
Romero and Lewa.
Lewa and Romero have been waiting for the opportunity to strike back. They've really got to get some points building on the board, and they need it to start now before we're done with the halfway point. But trouble is still striking everywhere else. Agers and Ritual, they are chasing down Cooper, Reed, Higgs, Clicks, being absolutely ran down by Teeny and Shark. There is no escape. Vivid, you might have picked the wrong opportunity to jump on here.
Trouble in paradise. If you take a look over how good Clicks and Higgs have been doing off spawn over the past couple of days, the confidence is probably what led them to actually make the final decision to land at Wonky Land. But I can't lie, when the stakes matter, when everything matters here on the upper bracket, man, falling short.
Yeah, let's see how this off-spawn fight actually went. I did see some third-party shots coming into the mix, but Higgs gets beat off-spawn for the floor loot. Teeny takes him down. He's trying to run away, but eventually it gets all cut short. An interesting decision, though. We did not see them try to chase down Clicks as a solo, so we can see the return of Higgs.
They know that there's just too many other opportunities here, but Agers first, he's going to look to bring down Reed. Cooper somewhere left stranded now. What was originally just, pleasant vibes between the two NA teams has immediately turned into a clash here as Ritual and Agers feel like they're on the hunt right now for Cooper.
I mean, they should be, right? Maybe they're a little bit jealous. Hey, listen, this duo has landed at our same drop spot. They're a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. Nah, we got to take the fight to them. So Latte landed up there. We can kind of see how that one is painted out. Cooper obviously going to be wanting to run away, but it looks like Jacob Ritual and Agers are kind of on the hunt. They might have a little bit of information as to where he is currently at.
Yeah, they just realized they just want to make sure he's pushed far enough away so he can't sneak in and loot the north side of Latte Landing. So they're going to go ahead and work their way from the north all the way down to the south. And because they already have the early sense of the zone pulling towards the north, they're not in a hurry either. And this is one of the biggest changes to Latte Landing. With the golden fishing spots, it's almost a guaranteed chance that they're able to get some sort of gold loadout.
Other teams are still looking to try and seal their own fates with these early off-spawn battles. Golden Knight looking to disengage. Tinka resigns. They don't want to draw any third-party intervention here, and they're already looking to just try and create a little bit of space here. Gonna start cranking up, but there's only so much material left for them to work with here at New Sanctuary. They're gonna have to eventually look for either a fight and a refresh or just a full retreat here, but it's going to be tough because Chap Flixie, they look like they have primary control in New Sanctuary.
Kind of channeling that aggressiveness that we were talking about earlier on, right? Brazil, they love to play that aggressive game. We've heard it in interviews. It feels like the region itself just plays so fast, so aggressive. And then when you show up here on land, everything kind of slows down. So there's going to be a big adjustment here for duos like Gone and Night. As you can see, they did try to go ahead and push Rezons and Tinka, but quickly being held off. And once they kind of reassess, are like, wait a minute, we do not have those materials to continue to play the way that we want to. Full reset, and they do got to be careful because these type of fights, they make a lot of noise for all of the other surrounding duos.
Yeah, and this is just one of those sides of the map where it can get messy. From the new sanctuary inside of that bowl to the surrounding land, it's almost hard to get out as you jump on board Peterbot and Pollo, making a quick rotation south towards Humble Hills. They're trying to go ahead and interact with some of these contested fights that we know Muzz and Sphinx, Nebs and Nathan are doing at Humble Hills. They've seen them go north, but they've been followed by Hari and Cammy. So it's interesting decisions how we're going to see them play this one out because 16 points. I don't think anybody would have guessed them this low on the leaderboard coming into game 3.
Now, things have definitely dissipated a little bit there too. 4P and Pollo, you can tell they weren't able to find anything in Humble. They're just going to default back on over to Squibbly Shores, but Pablo, Chino, here at Sandy Strip, they have plenty of company nearby, probably more neighbors than they're actually looking for, at least for the early starting measures. But Sandy Strip, we knew it was going to be triple contested since the start of this day, Jacob, and I really can't help but wonder whether or not some of these duos are going to choose to stick around.
Well, I do know for sure that Mini Pio and Fukun, they've already kind of left Sandy Strip. We do see them there now, rotating with the zone, but I was talking to Kanata in between one of those games. He said, yeah, we made them leave. We only have to deal with one team now. It's Chino and Pablo, so I mean, I wouldn't be too excited because there are huge threats to this lobby, but at least one less team that they have to worry about.
Vico and Malibuca here towards Frigid Fortress. I feel like those first two zones were pretty favorable. Whenever we took a look at the leaderboard, pretty much every single team that landed on the northeast side of the map, I saw a little arrow upwards next to their name, obviously picking up big points, but you're going to have to go a little bit higher than that. Yapko and Panzer right now sitting pretty first place, 180 points, and I can't lie, the biggest difference, it's all in the eliminations.
And that's also a very worrying factor for so many of these other teams because we know top 25 can be forgiving, but at the same time, what if you're a duo that's trying to contest the team looking to claim their drop spot outright for finals? And that's where Cooper finds himself in a bit of a hole here currently, forced out of Latte landing by Agers and Ritual, but he had nowhere left to run to. Latte is just so far north of the map, the only places that he could look to retreat towards were straight into the hands of other duos.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that the zone is still floating around the north side of the map, because if we had a far southern zone or even towards the northwest, but most of those teams would be out of here already. Maybe a few sprinkled around, but it'd be definitely easier than this. Getting pushed by Jargu, sliver of HP. Carillion from the other side, they pick up that elimination. And there's one thing about Carillion and Jargu. It's a team you can almost never count out. They got in through that last opportunity, switching teammates. They get into the FNCS finals at the bottom of that bubble.
And you can see their kind of slow approach to that fight as we take a look towards another fight that has seemingly reached a bit of a stalemate. We're going to be looking at a Minish and Javi. They hear that overdrive grenade go off. They're going to be taking a look. They're not going to fall short to a little bit of a fooled plan, similar to how Shark and Teeny did earlier on. They can actually see the players disappear off in the distance, so they know they actually did use that grenade to go ahead and rotate out.
I like the idea there, though, from Bakusin here. They don't need to stick around. They've actually had a lot of success already on the starting point today. I believe they were in that 8th place position on the leaderboard entering this halfway point of today's competition. So the only things really left to do is wait and see what are Chino and Pablo going to do with this legendary POI.
Oh my gosh, what are Pablo and Chino going to do with it? What is the rest of the lobby going to do with it as well? Take a look at the map. I can't even count that high, Jacob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams. I think there's like a solo in there somewhere as well. The zone seemingly is going a little bit further south of Sandy Strip, but every single team is looking to claim some early real estate towards this POI.
I think they heard you, because as you said 7, another team floated. Wait for us. We want to join the party as well. And there's so many others in the outskirts. So for Chino and Pablo, they kind of have a little bit of advantage here. They were the first to set their flag at this POI. So every team that rotates in thereafter will not know exactly where they're at, what builds are theirs. So you got to be very, very cognizant of getting caught off guard.
Size and Scary, they are one duo that is yet to throw their name into the hat for contention over by Sandy Strip. They're still hanging out near Builders Barracks, and Size, Scary, the Spaniards hoping to try and represent, but at the same time, Jacob, coming from that EU nation, they've had a lot of experience with dealing with aggressive fighting styles, and yet still Here today, sitting at only 20 points.
Yeah, I'm not too worried just yet. This is game 3. Time this one goes, and that's really looking more the point thresholds controlled your destiny. But coming into this one, I was thinking, okay, you need 3 decent performances maybe to get top 25, 2 pop-off games, or in some cases, if you're Yapko, Panzer, Cold Raptor, Acorn, and Bolts, you might just need 1.
Peterbot and Pollo back and forth between POIs, right? They continue to try to find some sort of successful aggression. As you can see right there, 1 elimination on Peterbot right now. I did see off screen that's actually going to come off of the back of a reboot, so they were fully aware of the opportunity with that. And I did have sort of like a drive-by conversation with Faxity. I was like, dude, we got to be feeling good, right? Back-to-back NA wins. He was like, dude, I want Peterbot and Pollo to get in the mix, though.
Yeah, this is just so tough, though, because they are looking to get involved, but sadly, Minutes, Alco, the last thing that they ever wanted to see is Peterbot and Pollo barreling down on their position. Cammy and Huddy still hanging out by the lighthouse, though, tells me that they're just going to be looking to trail P and Pollo. They're not going to allow them to freely rotate, and that's going to potentially be a thorn in the side there for P and Pollo later on.
Yeah, huge annoyance because they're a team that you kind of said it yourself when you were talking to Fax. They like to get aggressive. We want to see them get aggressive. But this isn't just an NAFNCS. This is the best of the entire world when it comes to Fortnite. You're not going to get the same opportunities. Those windows will be smaller. And I think they're learning that with each and every game goes by. And that's why you think you see a huge drastic change out of the game plan in Game 3 for Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, and keep a close eye on all of these teams like Noah and Reason, who actually went ahead. They left Sandy a little bit earlier on, right? We did see them kind of base up on one of those tall buildings. As you can see on the north side of the zone as it currently stands, what do we have? 4 duos kind of posted up here, ready to catch all of those rotates from all of those Sandy teams that we just kind of talked about. Because the zone pulls a little bit further south, all of those teams are eventually going to have to leave Sandy, which provides a great opportunity for anybody that left early to kind of base up and get all of the damage that they might need.
Reason just being proactive, shooting out trees, preventing other duos from having the opportunity to hide behind that natural terrain coverage. Curve and Venno, though, entirely different strategy. They're still hanging out in Battlewood Boulevard. They're hoping to see if they can pick up some additional points here off the eliminations, and they might just find exactly what they're after. Ahmed trying to escape. Predicts there's nowhere left to run as Venno just easily clears those 2 out with Curve.
Yeah, that's one thing I've learned on NA when Venno won his inter-regional championship from EU and NA is you don't mess with the guy in his drop spot. Multiple times in that major final, teams were trying to steal away his loot. He just chased them down and send them packing back to the lobby, which kind of helped his game plan because of Surge. But not everybody has that luxury being uncontested. Muzz and Sphinx know that to be a fact. Nebs and Nathan are contesting them off drop. It does seem like in this game they're splitting it, but what does that do to their loadout and their confidence?
Chat, Clicks has storm signals.
Little check in here with Pablo and Chino. We know that they land Sandy Strip, 280 damage above right now. They're going for some troll. They're going for a little bit of a sneaky play onto some players, but everybody in the surrounding area is taking full advantage. They've done big damage on the Pablo and Chino. They're going to be forced to refresh right now. When we tune into them, they were 260 above, but as soon as they went ahead and took that fight, seemingly took about 100 damage, and their net surge dropped by just that.
Ager's Ritual, they might have been one of those duos involved. Possibly even Pukun and Minifield. Shots were definitely exchanged. I don't even think it was Darman Demish. They just immediately coned themselves off, prevented those tags from coming through, but Pixie won't be able to weather the storm. Can Swizzy fare any better here? Still getting lit up by these surge tags. He has to find a full elimination, 192 below. He knows that there are players fighting nearby, but will he actually have a chance to strike?
Yeah, and he's officially on a clock. He has about 130 of HP to heal in this situation, which is not much. We're in the 5th zone. Now he's taken behind. It's going to go 2 to a 5 tick and active surge. All that damage is going to start to add up, and he is still below the damage threshold. 346. That's almost essentially 2 eliminations here that Swizzy needs to get by himself with his back pushed up against the wall. Even further now is Doxy, maybe X-Fun as well, are trying to get elimination of their own.
Yes, Mary, no opportunity to go ahead and let Swizzy get any damage here as they're going to be using the overdrive grenades to go ahead and disengage. That is worst case scenario for Swizzy. For somebody that needs to do 300 damage, you want to be close, you want to be personal, because the shotgun is going to be your best friend. But as you can see right now, the chase is on. Not only does he need to go ahead and pick up both of these eliminations seemingly right now, but he needs to get in the zone. Finally, a tag comes in, 12 HP to work with, 2 ticks left. Swizzy's going to be going down.
There were only so many places left for Swizzy to actually venture through, and Noxy X1, they just played that one excellently. They knew that he was trapped. He had nowhere left to run to, and just like that, we're right back here at Sandy Strip, and the cube is going to be the worst nightmare right now for Mini Theo. It sent everyone flying, but Cheeto, what kind of aim course is he running over here?
I need his routine right now. That was one of the most insane things I've seen in quite a while. Not only getting the knock mid-air, but cleaning up the eliminations, and that is exactly why they land at Sandy Strip. They know teams will float around and try to use that as a mode of rotation. We've seen multiple teams, not just then, get caught out because of it.
Super hard to make those rotations when there are just so many teams around. Speaking of hard rotations, Peterbot and Pollo landed all the way on the west side of the map, had to make their way all the way over here to Sanctuary. That being said, I feel like they found themselves in a very favorable position. 500 damage above, as I say that, drop that down to 300. But they have pretty much the higher ground secured as it currently stands. We know they love to play higher ground taco. Can they actually hold on to this throughout the rest of the game?
This is definitely the best sort of position that we have seen Peterbot and Pollo all 3 games so far today. Sky Scroll, on the other hand, though, way off in the distance, separated from the rest of the lobby, trying to see if they can just break in the edge of zone, hoping that they get a chance to try and take out any duos that might be looking to try and cut them off, but instead will find a secure position to start tarping out, securing space, and now they can take the chance to look back.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where you have to stay alive. You've been in it for 7 zones. There's 26 teams. One more falls, and you start to get those placement points, so you don't want to have to look back and say, we wasted a lot of opportunities here throughout the tournament. Placement points are now starting to come in. 25 teams still up, but you see 49 players. That means someone in this lobby is running around as a solo.
Malabuka and Vico, right? They almost found the opportunity right there on Yuma and Koyoto. As you can see right now, the zone is actually pulling north. And when a pull like this happens, any team that's already based up here is going to have the opportunity to pick up the higher ground. And that's going to be Yuma and Koyoto as it currently stands. Tuning in with Sky and Scroll. We just looked at these guys 45 seconds ago. They had 21 materials to their name. Elims are going to be helping out with that.
And that's exactly where Sky was able to get the party started here with Chance and Tyler. The moment that they claim that front side low ground position, they are right back in the most comfortable driving seat. That's exactly where they had so much success in the EU Major 1 Finals, and it looks like they finally managed to replicate it here in Game 3. But Deemish, Darm, talk about a duo that has been on the upswing all 3 games so far today. They've just been establishing their own territory. But Vico Malabuka, big knock opportunity here, taking out Veno.
Yeah, they don't even necessarily need this fight. 3 players go down, no more Storm Surge. 1100 for them. Some shots coming in, so they're going to fall down just a little bit, but they're holding their ground. They know they have extra materials, so they're not afraid to overbuild and spend those mats.
Taking a look bottom right, I see Sky and Scroll already kind of establishing that low ground that they are known for. Cold and rapid throughout the day. They've been known for coming out swinging, right? Winning game number 1. But I would imagine now that all the other teams are kind of feeling comfortable towards the higher ground, maybe they go ahead and go back to what they're used to.
But even with this elevation not really being a huge turning point, because we are in that south section of the map, Teeny Shark, they're still on the high ground. They're still looking to take players out along the way. Shark able to help bring down Yapko, and they are still looking for more, Jake, as they continue tarping overhead, but you are never safe. You are not high enough to avoid the rest of the lobby just yet.
Yeah, especially in a meta where you got Shockwave and you got that Fizz Grenade, so you gotta expect things to happen at a moment's notice. Even Hari came, he tried to go ahead and Shockwave forward, but they stayed on both separate ends for Sky and Scroll. They're making sure nobody can get a free flank. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, they're in the thick of it down below. They're trying to get as much damage, maybe even elimination. As of now, they're good on their loadout. They're good on loot, but they know eventually they're going to need an elimination.
So easy for this duo to quickly kind of change targets. Why nobody is pretty much safe when you are anywhere near them. They're going to be needing an elimination. And just as I say that, Rezon finds himself on the opposite side of things. Peterbot's going to be dropping down. The mats come in, but now they go ahead and need to make the rotation necessary that they need. And I'm sure we're going to be finding another elim that they're going to need, of course.
Well, we saw a big solo clutch for placement points out of Vico in the last lobby. Can Malabuka do the same here in game 3? Overdrive grenade with a little bit of a stimmy effect on the movement, but look at Cold and Rapid. Isolated in the mid-ground, trying to take out players as they look back. Sky and Scroll, though, just left to their own devices here, completely trying to shut down what Cringe and Twy have going on, but instead, they'll find themselves looking to stay moving forward. They still want to control front side. They still want to make sure that nobody else is going to be able to take over.
Yeah, sometimes for Sky and Scroll, you need to stumble before you wake up and start to play to your full potential. And this game is a real example of that. Same thing for Rapid and Cold. They won game 1, and then they had a huge hurdle in their path for game 2, and this is a chance to make up for it. Meanwhile, Vico, Malabuka, one of the most consistent teams we have still alive in this lobby, even as a solo, as Peterbot tries to run down one, but he's the one that ends up falling. Poyo now alive, but shots coming in from all directions. You see him scrambling around, trying to build and protect himself until he officially runs out of mats.
Wow, to see what Poyo can do right here, trying to find some sort of calm in the chaos right now as he takes one quick breath right here. Malabuka, no opportunity for him to kind of slow down right now. He's kind of feeling the pressure from duos all around him. He's going to be taking the opportunity to go ahead and jump into the storm.
We're cheering for any NA Central team.
Look how comfortable these guys must
Cheering
feel.
for any
they
NA
have
Central
claimed
team.
the low ground.
Thomas and Focus had the right idea. They wanted that front side level. Poyo still doing it. Resigns, taken out. Malabuka now as a solo won't be able to keep the ball rolling here. Sky finds that elimination, but now back on height. It's Rapid and Cold already looking to try and drop a little bit further. He wants the refreshes, he wants the eliminations. He knows that he can trust Rapid to just hold things down on height, but Poyo trying to take out Teeny. It's an even exchange here, but Poyo coming out on top because Twy is no longer in existence.
Yeah, gets that elimination. Almost stolen by Cold and Rapid up above, but now they drop down. They said, hey, we're not going to steal that one, but they're going to take you out. Cold and Rapid on top, on high ground right now. Winners of game 1. Sky and Scroll are EU FNCS champions, and then you have Cringe. He can play the Thorn in this entire mix.
But take a look at Rapid. He's looking for opportunities to go ahead and help secure this 2v2. He's trying to pick up all the materials that he possibly can, trying to look for some angles. The overdrive grenade comes up. Sky and Scroll want to take the fight to Cold and Rapid. Scroll does that, finds the Elan, finds the knock on the Cold. They're going to be looking for the opposing player as well. Rapid, though, somehow, amongst all the chaos, ends up on height.
And
EU
Scroll,
versus
just
EU.
like that, realizes his duo's in
Bang.
trouble, but Scroll,
Wait,
he's
that's
gonna
right.
take over. Rapid has been eliminated. Now the 1 versus 1. This is everything right now for Sky and Scroll to finally get their chance to strike back. Cringe from overhead. He gets the leverage. Scroll with
I
only
actually hate
2
this one.
builds remaining.
Makes
Can
me
he
sick.
find the closing shot? Just needs to get
Makes
that
me
max
hate
hit off the
doing
chaos
horrible,
reloader, but sure enough, Scroll can't do it. Cringe has won it out, and that's going to be game 3 for Cringe and Twy.
We had Cold and Rapid. We had
I need to give a pep
Sky
talk
and
to Click.
Scroll. We had Cringe and the Shadows. And like thieves in the night, these guys have just stolen away game 3 at the Major 1 Summit LAN. You got to imagine at this point in time, when you're playing that long as a solo, to come out on top and actually win the game, they have to be feeling great.
Cringe and Twy, can you believe you just took down Sky and Scroll?
Sky and Scroll.
It was Sky and Scroll. It was that 2v2 situation. Talk me through it.
I mean, like,
Oh my gosh, bro. Bro, this is actually sad. Bro, I don't know if they're gonna qual. This is actually like... I actually don't know if they're gonna qual.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Cringe and Twy get themselves a victory royale in a 1v1 situation.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I want to put my UK bias hat on.
Oh.
And I want to say UK on top, Cringe and Twy doing it for the boys.
I forgot my hat.
I got one for you.
You got another one.
I got one for anyone that wants to join the bandwagon.
UK fans out there, represent.
Oh man, you guys can't kill me like this, all right? You gotta give me some time. Man, congrats to them, seeing them get a victory out in that situation. I can't believe it as well against Sky and Scroll, man. For like just a moment, I really believe Sky and Scroll, this is it, their moment. Game 3, they're gonna strike. And then Creep said, sorry about that. I've made my way here based on my skill, my merit, my prowess. Scroll, you're gonna have to sit down this time.
What a performance from Cringe here at the end. I mean, to take down Sky like that, to 1v2 the best duo in EU coming into today. I mean, what a performance from him individually. This is a duo that we've seen rising up throughout the course of EU, a team that we have expectations of because of their talent level, a team that's developing and coming through. And yes, we're going to be biased because they're UK. Yes, I'm sure Resub at home is watching. I think he's actually in the arena. Very happy. He'll be very happy, of course, because Cringe is Scottish. But this is a team that are actually genuinely improving. They're getting better, you know, bias hat off. They're looking good.
Yeah, great fundamentals, great mechanics. I think we know that. You saw that at the end, right? Cringe wins because he has the really nice right hand, and Scroll in a situation where you just couldn't even see it, right, to hit the shot back. I think the big thing with obviously Cringe as well is in solo situations like that, he sort of burst onto the scene last year as a solo player, right? And because of his results in solo, so you know he's comfortable in those moments where he is alone. And obviously that arrogance, that cockiness sort of helps him as well, right? I'm glad Twy sort of brought him back down to earth. Like, no, mate, it was hard, but you did it, you know?
Yeah, he's like keeping him humble.
Yeah,
You know, that's a mark of a really good friend, right? Like just dial it back a little bit. On the other side, obviously, Sky and Scroll, You know, what started as a really tough start to Summit upper bracket. Now, you know, suddenly we're starting to pick up the pace, taking it all the way to a second place with a ton of eliminations. I feel like this is a Sky and Scroll we're kind of used to seeing.
I'd have to say, yeah, right? I think we've seen games like this from them in the EU Major Finals where they are just together. They are able to sort of get through on this low ground. I think Vivid called it out really well where you could see what they were trying to do very early on into that end game as far as establishing low ground.
I'm actually
and
worried
even
for
though there are
Clicks.
more teams trying to do it right after seeing their success, they are still just the best in the world when it comes to claiming that layer.
Yeah, I think it was around 10th zone. They took that front side low, and I was thinking, yeah, really, really nice zone. Front side of a low take from these guys. And ultimately, because they played it so much, they were able to bat away any of the competition. I think Thomas HD was down there at one point as well, trying to take it. Unfortunately, of course, couldn't close out the game successfully, but what's that, 10 eliminations for these guys? You mentioned it, Zeke. Not the greatest start for them, but a huge comeback, and that's what individual games can do in this one.
Yeah, and that might be enough to just suddenly shoot them up the standings, right? I mean, especially like, look, Fly and Cringe 7th place, just below them, Sky and Scroll. It only takes one really good game like that, Mitty. So I love seeing that out of both of these duos. It just looks so good, right? Even all the way at the top, Yapko Panzer still firing on all cylinders, Vinny.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, we've all known that Panzer has been a very, very exciting talent ever since he sort of burst onto the scene in trios with Mr. Savage and Mongrel. A lot of people were saying he carried them to the success in Major 1 of trios. Then he just keeping on developing, keeping on improving throughout that entire time. And now in duos, finding that teammate in Yapko that's really complementing his game style and gameplay is really paying dividends for him right now.
Bro, get away from me. No, Noah.
They've been rather inconsistent in EU, right? If you've been following EU, they have weeks where they look like, okay, this is the real deal. These guys are going to be one of the big teams in EU. And then they have a lot of weeks where it's pretty anonymous. And I think a lot of us were wondering which version of Yapko and Panzer we're going to see on the stage today. We got the best version possible, and I'm happy about it.
Dude, they've got to be happy about that too, right? Like, hey, we're looking good. We're on top right now. Let's just make sure we bring that energy back for finals, right? Wanted to also highlight Peterbot and Pollo. Finally, we get a game out of them where they are together. We do see this often, right? It's either Pollo or Peterbot as a solo, but finally kind of recognizing, okay, look, this is a high caliber lobby. If we're going to find that success, we need to stick together.
Yeah, we haven't seen that scariness, I guess you could say, for these guys for a little while now. Of course, last Globals not performing to their level that you'd expect from them. Of course, Major 1 still, of course, qualified here, but still not quite performing as we would expect. And even here today, it's been a bit sort of reminiscent of that, Levin. They've had their moments, they've had their ability to fight. We've seen them getting a few eliminations, but it's that togetherness, it's that over-eagerness maybe to try and go for these plays.
Yeah, not to be a nostalgia merchant, right?
Okay.
But when you look at the last time we saw them as a duo on a stage like this, when they won Globals, they were playing a very different game to the rest of the lobby, right? That was always the big talking point. They had all these different advantages that meant that the game they were playing was different. Here in this lobby, they're having to figure out how everybody else is having to play the game, right? And that has been one of the themes of them this season is, you know, when they aren't in situations where they have some huge advantage, can they play really good, fundamental, solid Fortnite? And I think they're starting to get there. They're starting to figure things out. It's a rough start, like you said, Zeke, but still plenty more games. And I think for these two especially, it's just about making sure they're playing on Sunday. No hiccups that send them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really good point, too, because you got to think back in NA, they kind of conditioned the lobby, right? Everyone's kind of like, Peterbot, Pollo, they're kind of close by, but dude, you're looking at 6 other regions that don't care. They're like, I don't care who you are. You could be Peterbot and Pollo. I'm still going to take the fight because I'm still trying to be top 25. In second place, though, we did see Cold and Rapid, though, still holding strong. I mean, they're looking good, guys. I can't lie. It's crazy, too, because we see this all the time, Levin. People just, like, continue to look at Cold and say, like, he doesn't play the game.
Bro.
He's not good at the game. He's not doing this. But here we are at Summit. I feel like he shut some of those people up.
He did. Yeah. And to the people who've been saying that, 2 days ago, he was the player in the practice room who I saw playing the most of anyone, right? And so I think, you know, people like to hit Cold with that narrative of not playing, but ultimately, Cold is one of the best players to ever touch this game. Not just in this lobby right now, period, in Fortnite. And so I think Cold, in this moment, he's starting to feel it. I think Rapid is feeling confident as far as the game plan goes. We know they're looking to take these, you know, do these late height takes, which have been somewhat successful throughout the day. I'm feeling really good about these two.
Yeah, really impressed actually with their calmness in a lot of these endgame moments. You had a really nice listen in earlier on, and we were expecting maybe a little bit of excitement. Of course, they're on height, they're winning the first game, they're looking really good, but just the way that they communicate, the way that they're navigating these games, it is almost just a walk in the park for them when they're in those positions, and that just speaks volumes about their confidence going into this weekend as well. I think they understand it's not necessarily about having the best day of your life today, it's about qualifying through, and if they can continue to play as they are today, taking those height takes at a really nice time, they should be just okay.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Well, hey, look, right now we're at the halfway point of the competition. The players, we've given them a bit of a break, a bit of a moment to kind of collect themselves, prepare for the second half. But Kokata setting by right now with some information on the zone.
Thank you, Zeke. Look, I want to break down two pivotal aspects of Fortnite competitive. So one is Storm Surge and two is zones. If we look back at Storm Surge previously, it was the minimum damage threshold needed depending on the zone to not start losing HP and shield. Now it's net surge. So it's not only how much damage you do, it's also how much damage
oh my
you
gosh,
receive.
bro, my mic's taking up everything,
see
bro.
how it's impacted the players, the rotations, and specifically the zones. Game one ended right here, a little south of Frigid Fortress. And if we look at the teams, the top 4 teams of that first match, we had Cold Rapid, we had Reed Cooper, FKS Hero, and Yapko Panzer. Now, I'm not sure if you're seeing the trend I'm seeing, but all of these duos are incredibly close to where this zone ended. Now, you could say, okay, maybe it was a fluke, you know? We know zones have been important in Fortnite competitive. This is the first event of this caliber where net surge has actually been in play. So if we take a look at game number 2, the zone ended north, right up here. Guess who won the match? It was Acorn and Bolts, and they land right inside of that zone. Second place, Vico Malabuca. They land Frigid Fortress. I don't even have to draw arrows because you can see how close these duos actually were to that final zone. And you can say, okay, I'm seeing the trend, but what about game 3? What happened there? Look, I'm not even gonna break down all the teams. It ended right here. Our winners, Cringe and Volko, I know Levin was getting hyped about that, land right here east of Dark Dominion. And as you can see, there is not much distance that you have to travel to get to the zone. Now, we've only seen 3 games been played out today. We have a lot more competition to look for, but if you think about it, you as the fans watching, keep an eye out for where that zone pulls in these next matches and which duos are looking the strongest, because I think we have a lot to learn. But let's head back to the desk to continue breaking things down.
Yeah, I like that Sulcata guy.
He's cool.
I like that.
Have you met him before?
He's pretty cool.
I need to go meet that Sulcata guy. He's real cool. Interesting information there, though, from the zones, right? Like, again, it's so, I love this moment, right? Because, you know, we come to a summit, we kind of bring all of these teams from different walks of life and places on Earth into a single battle bus. And we kind of just get to break down that data. What do things look like? How do the zones impact? How do we affect the other regions, the other players in the game? It's so cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, when getting into the nitty-gritty of what Takar was sort of trying to highlight there, I think the big thing with net damage is obviously it means you have to be more conscious of the damage you take.
Yeah.
And we saw Cringe and Twy, they said it. They were like, yeah, Frankie, the game's easy. We just sort of run deep and sit in storm. If you're one of those teams where you pull a favorable zone, it means earlier in the game, you're able to just set up, sit in a position where you don't have to take damage. You don't have to put yourself at risk of taking damage. You have everybody else rotating in towards you, and you can sort of little T3 peeks out the base, take a couple shots, sit back down. You ain't even got to use any shields, right? And I think that is why we're seeing that trend here today.
Tifu peaks in 2026. I love it. But
man,
if you're one of those, I love it. I love it. But if you're one of those teams that are rotating and you've got a far pull, it does become a lot easier to actually take a lot of that damage. So that's why those teams aren't doing so well.
Crazy stuff. Well, guess what, guys? As we are at the halfway point of the competition, we're going to check in with some of our players right now. It's Yapko and Panzer. We're standing by with Frankie.
Thank you so much. Panzer, you might not have got a victory royale yet, but you've managed to make 3 endgames incredibly convincingly. Why do you think you've managed to have so much consistent success?
I mean, I don't know. I just played my game, so...
But you're calling your game. How would you describe your game at the moment?
I mean, just scout around, rotate early, and get search.
Does it help that you're able to take on another duo off spawn and often win?
Does it help? I don't think it changes anything. It's pretty quick off spawn. Sometimes if we split, it's probably even worse, but we make it work.
What do you prefer to do? Do you prefer to get that early surge?
I don't even know. I don't mind. I think being con or uncon. The search doesn't even matter because we just like kill them insta right now. But if we fight more, it's worse, obviously.
But I feel like you're not a team that's going to play it safely for placement. You're always going to be looking out for those elimination points too. So how do you judge the risk in each situation, Panda? How do you make the judgment call as to whether to fight or leave it?
I mean, if you have loot like a spawn, we're just gonna kill them, obviously. Like, I got fights, I'm insta-running them, like, so.
And what's held you back in the endgame so far from actually taking a victory royale?
It's probably the last moving. Like, we just need one more refresh, well, maybe like one more zone pull. Just a little bit more luck, and we can probably win next games.
Well, you might as well give it a shot, guys, because you've already qualified for Championship Sunday, so congratulations. Let's head back to the deck.
You know, it's interesting. I feel like there's just like a thought in the back of my mind is like, are we seeing the very best out of our players? Or are they kind of thinking, hold on, let's just save a little sum for Championship Sunday?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. This is not the strats that they were really preparing for Championship Sunday. Particularly if you're a team that expect to qualify through, I think you have to keep some of those strats under wraps. You have to adapt to the lobby that you're in, of course, but there's definitely going to be some things that we can look to see what they do, I suppose, on Sunday.
The key word for today: conditioning. Right? If you secure a spot, you qualify early. How can you condition the teams around you? Make them perceive you to play a certain way. Make them expect things that are going to throw them off when you decide to change things up on the Sunday. It's all about conditioning.
I like that, the kind of preamble to the game that is finals. Ooh. Now, guys, I'm getting word. We actually have a very special interview lined up. Ooh. Typical gamer. Where is that you? What's up? Oh, you're dressed up as your icon.
Yeah, this is me. Now I'm still got some pins in me, but I think for the special meet and greet I'm having tonight, I'm gonna be looking like my skin, which is really cool.
Dude, first off, of course, congratulations. You've got yourself that icon. How does it feel? I love the video you can put out, like, I've been waiting, and then it's happening. You're celebrating. How did you feel, though?
Oh, it feels incredible. Finally having an icon outfit in Fortnite after all these years. I mean, oh man, there was a lot of emotion, especially during my launch stream. I didn't expect to get hit by a wave of emotion like that, but it was all great. Seeing everybody come out and support, what an incredible moment.
That's awesome, bro. And I love, too, many people may not know, but the fact that you kind of got a little, kind of like a nod to your wife, right? I remember commentating her all the way back in, like, fall skirmish, bro. Talk to me a little
Typical
about that.
gamer.
Oh yeah, well, she outplaced me in the first pro-am that happened. So Samira's been playing Fortnite for a very long time, and it was so
Typical
great to be able to get
gamer.
her. She used the Ruby skin a lot, and I was able to call it Red Wave Ruby, which is of course her last name. So also the backbling that we have in there, it's just like a personalized version of what she uses too. So, and I have my wedding ring, which is awesome.
Dude, I love that. Of course, how's it feel, you know, knowing, I don't know, you might have one of the coolest pickaxes we've ever seen.
I have it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy to see people.
Look, guys, I got
rock
it right
in the
now.
Tournament, and I think we'll see a lot more people rocking some typical gamer stuff on Sunday. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, just not, no big deal, just a slight little feeling. Well, I mean, interesting, don't you have your own thing happening right now?
Yeah, so it's a meet and greet in person. It's going to be a live stream as well in Seattle. So if anybody's in the area, come through, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to meet everybody.
So sick. Well, TG, thank you so much for hanging out with us for this little interview. I want to give you the floor, though. One, make sure to let fans know where they can find you, and then anything you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can find me on @TypicalGamer on everything. My icon outfit's in the item shop right now. Go pick it up. Code TypicalGamer, #EpicPartner. And I'm excited to see everybody at the live event in person tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, TG. Congrats again, man.
Thank you so much, Z. Have a great day.
You too, bro. Man, TG, dude, it's sick, bro. It's sick.
TG is such a legend. I actually have a story about TG. For the people who don't know, way back in the day, there used to be a bundle in the game, and it was called 11 2K, like a Taco Time bundle. And I remember there was a clip of TG. This was back when everybody wanted to see, you know, him get in the game. And he's reacting to the bundle in the store. And he goes, who's this 11-2K guy? They just give anybody bundles now. And I was like, oh, you know, I used to watch you growing up, man. Like, you're my guy. But, you know, yeah, no, I confronted him about it, you know, when I saw him in person for the first time. And he did apologize to me and said he does love me. So I respect him. I'm glad he finally got in the game himself because he deserves it more than, you know, anyone, man. That guy's an absolute legend. Shout out to TG.
We can say it back to him now. Who's this TG guy?
They just let anybody get an icon skin now, you know?
He deserves it. He's been waiting a long time, and he's even a good competitive player as well. I remember playing with Noah W Plays. It was a few seasons ago. They made like Heat semi-finals, like that sort of stage of competition. Pretty good competitive Fortnite player as well. So definitely holding a few skills in that locker as well as his new icon out.
Yeah, man, it's so awesome. Congrats again, TG. Love that you have the icon. If you guys want that, go check it out. It's in the item shop. Once again, congratulations to him. Also, he called out if you're in Seattle, hey, come hang out. You might be able to meet and greet, say what's up, TG, give a big high five, say I'm gonna use your pickaxe forever. All right, guys, let's get ready though and focus back into the competition. What are we excited to see, right? We're now halfway. 3 games
the next 3
left
games
to go. I feel like if I'm outside of that top 25 bubble, I'm starting to think, okay, I need to kind of put together something, right? Like, we need to pull out some kind of strategy. And again, look at Sky and Scroll in 8th place, right? Up 30 placements off of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know who's outside of that top 25. I'm really curious if there's any big surprises. I think initially the first name that's jumping out to me, Aegis and Ritual. Yep. We saw them have a good start, right? I was really surprised by how good they had done after game 1, but they fell out. And that is not where you want to see them right now.
I'm looking at Pixie and Swizzy as well. Of course, a team that a lot of people were looking at going into this weekend. They're a team that have sort of been improving throughout the season. They had a bit of a rough start, came into the major finals absolutely, I suppose you could say, done it day 1. They was way down on the leaderboard. And then day 2, they came out flying. So they're a team that knows how to perform in the latter half of competitions. Can they do it now?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Clicks and Higgs, 35th. That is not where they want to be. The past 2 games, Shark and Teeny have given them that work of Spawn. Yeah. And it's not necessarily what we were expecting, especially after how impressive they've done in some of the practice games yesterday. But Shark and Teeny reminding Clicks and Higgs, we are top dogs in the server, off Spawn, wherever you want to fight us.
And if you think about it, you could almost say going into this weekend, they had 2 plans. It was either land on people or it was to land on Shark and Teeny. If they now think, oh, let's go to plan B, it's now landing on Peter, right? That's not a very nice plan B to have. So do they have plan C? Do they have plan D? We'll have to wait and see about that. But I think this is the point of the tournament, Zeke, where you have to sort of categorize yourself as a team. It's like, right, are we a team that's trying to break into that top 25? If so, how do we go about doing that? If you're a team that's already in the top 25, how do we hold on to that position? Do we take as many risks? And if you're a team that's in that top 25 comfortably for Sunday, how do we then condition the rest of the lobby?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at this 41st to 50th. And there's too many, you know, Brazil teams, Middle Eastern teams. I want to see some of these smaller regions really sort of push their way in. One of the most exciting parts of Summit for me was, you know, the 15 qualification spots. This was the best chance, or this still is the best chance we have had in a long time to see a lot more of the teams from those regions take up some of the global championship slots. And I think it would be a shame to see them fall short here.
Yeah, man, it's got to be weighing on the back of your mind, right? There is so much pressure. And you could kind of say, like,
can you please
get off my screen? Maybe we take it to lower bracket, but again, if you make the same mistakes, you just have that one chance, right?
World Cup. Guys, I just realized I'm on 50 ping.
Spots, so, you know, but yeah, as we remember, we can't forget Yappo and Panzer, rather, at the top of the leaderboard, currently leading in eliminations as well. So it's very, very difficult. Take a look. Yappo, well, actually, just kidding, tied with Vico. Ooh, Vico.
Big Vico. Get it right. Mr. Big Vico. I think
my bad.
The thing we said about Vico earlier, right, is this guy is one of the best fraggers in the world. Showcasing it here on the stage. I think the great thing about all of these guys here is we know how great they are as fraggers. In the case of Dom and Sky, it's interesting you have 2 players who actually are the IGLs or the leaders of their team, and they're still leading the way when it comes to the fragging. Again, it just shows how talented some of these boys are. A lot of EU, I might add as well.
A lot of
at you on there. Yeah, what's that about, Zeke? Was your hat gone missing?
Was this an EU only list? Is there like another list of the top fraggers that
I don't know what you're talking
us?
about. I'm completely unbiased, Zeke, right now, okay?
You have to
Calm
be.
down. I'm sure you guys can kind of hear it as well. You can see it on camera. Players are starting to return back, start to take their places up on that battle bus to continue the competition. And you know, as I'm looking at some of these faces, man, I'm seeing some of them excited, happy. Others, I can tell, they've taken this time. They've really utilized this time to try and say, hey, we have a plan. We need these 3 games now.
Yeah, we saw it in the background of those interviews. They were actually VODing. They were looking at some of their VODs. They can't do it up on the stage. I think some people maybe at home don't know that. You can't sit and watch the VODs after you go out of the game. So that's going to be some vital time to not only do that, maybe
Bro, if
talk
he
to
doesn't
some of
call,
their
we're going to
mental
lower.
coaches, some of
Guys,
their
if he doesn't
in-game
call
coaches, or
finals,
even some
I'm
parents, just
gonna
people
shake
to
my head.
help you
If he
calm
doesn't
down a
call
little bit,
finals, I'll
particularly
shake
if
my
you're on a
head.
team that's lower down on that leaderboard. This section of the tournament is really where the experienced players, the players that have played on this sort of stage before, will now come good because they're able to utilize that time really effectively.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, you know, especially once further down, a lot of it's going to come down to looking for opportunities within the lobby in their area, right? Is there any loot we can cut off? Is there any way we can just get an advantage on some of these teams that have been getting the upper hand on us around where we land? And yeah, you just have to pull out. All you need is one really good game for some of those teams who are just on the outside, right? And so you just
Why
got
do
to
they
make
have the
it
lowest
happen.
quality cameras of all the time, like for their players? Like it's actually kind of weird.
Early seeing first place, you're thinking to yourself, all right, well, I'm good. I've qualified. Maybe I could even look to maybe contest some of these other teams, push them down to the lower bracket. You know, that's where this situation starts to get really complex, right? That's where the mind games start to come into play.
I'm getting
Well,
nervous.
I know Mini and Lev, they kind of go here. I'm doing okay. Maybe I go show up there, slow them down a little bit, right?
It can make a difference. I mean, that's something that you were talking about earlier, Levin, that conditioning. Easier said than done, though, of course. I think you have to identify whether you are a team that's actually guaranteed to be qualifying through before trying anything too
Chat, I'm gonna
crazy
give
like
y'all
that.
a
But you're right, it's
demonstration
something that
of
those
the best
teams,
music
Yakko
of all
fans will
time.
be looking
Hold on,
at. How do
let
we
me
now
turn it on to
condition
where I
the
can
rest
hear
of
it.
the lobby so that we have a potentially
I want to
easier
hear the
run on
best
Sunday?
music of all time. All right,
We've seen
I'm gonna hear the
a couple
best music
teams
of all
say
time right now.
Before the tournament even started, there were a couple players who said, I think I saw it in the case of like Shark and Teeny, right? Shark was saying to Clicks, if we are in a
Did y'all hear
qualifier
that?
and
Did
you're
y'all hear
not,
the music?
we don't care about the rest of the games. We're just making sure you don't qualify. And that becomes a very scary prospect if you are a team in a similar situation, which there are a couple teams in that spot right now.
Use that example, though, right? Clicks and Higgs are thinking, okay, so game 1, we got it. It took a long
All right, chat, that
time,
was
but
the
we
music.
wiped them, and
Did
now
y'all like it?
game
I
2,
liked
come
it.
Back, they clap back instantly, like, what the heck? We have 3 games to try and put something together. And again,
Yep, gold.
think about that.
Gold,
Think
Rapid,
about that lower bracket.
Vico,
Even if we use the
Marabuka,
same
Darm
example,
Demas,
example, Clicks and Higgs,
Acorn
they're
Bolts.
currently in that upper bracket, right? They suddenly drop down in the lower bracket. Well, their plans have changed. Maybe someone else is looking to come to Wonky. Maybe someone in the lower bracket says, hey, wait a minute. If they come down into the lower bracket, maybe we would be willing to contest Wonky, right? And that's
Swing
just
Smuzz.
one duo, Lev.
Rizan Quad, Zeta Coyota Quad, Jargo Gradient Quad, Aegis Ritual Quad.
I think there are a few.
Yeah.
I think based off what we've seen, let's go back to our example of Shark and Teeny. I don't think anybody in the lower bracket is looking at these guys as we might want to land on them, right? Especially after what we've seen so far. So I think it just goes to show what you do here, even if you are in a secure spot, still does matter. Like you said, for those teams of, you know, you ward them away and say, okay, if we do qualify out of lower bracket tomorrow, stay clear of Yapko and Panzer. They are not the ones you want to fight. They are going to hurt you. That's what you want to do in this lobby right now.
And remember, the players that do end up dropping down to lower bracket, it's extra scary for them. It's not just who they're contesting, who's going to be at their drop spot. It's also, you genuinely don't know what the rest of that lobby is looking like. Yeah, you know you have 25 teams that are already in that lobby, but there'll be some teams, of course, 25 of them on this stage that will also be in that lobby as well. So you just cannot plan for anything in advance for that lower bracket lobby. So you just want to make it through here. If you miss this opportunity, it's going to be such a loss.
Yeah, no, for a lot of these guys.
Chat, I'm worried. I'm worried, chat. I'm worried.
Shark and Teeny.
Oh, boo! Shark, boo! Boo!
Everybody was curious as to whether or not he
L Shark, bro,
stumbled.
boo!
Pressure on him. I've tried my best to speak to him a bunch throughout, you know, the days we've been here, and he's just adamant. Every time I speak to him, he's adamant. Levin, I'm fine. Like, it's like everyone keeps making this a big deal. Like, oh, am I gonna be nervous? I'm okay. Like, I'm gonna be fine. And we know Teeny has done this many times before. I'm happy that they didn't let that first game rattle them completely. They were able to reset, switch up the tempo, and start winning.
Yeah, that's kind of like the cool part about the upper bracket, right? Is like it isn't a situation where like, hey, well, day one, you're gonna have day one. Collectively, you know, see how they go.
Clicks and he's on top. Boom. Clicks, Higgs, the goats. Not y'all. Clicks and Higgs. About to wipe y'all. Bro, Clicks and Higgs are about to wipe these kids, bro. We're about to wipe them right off the map. Get ourselves our 140 points. And we're gonna grief Shark and Teeny.
You don't want to go there, right? And it's the same thing with lower bracket. You don't want to go there where these guys are waiting. They're hungry for an opportunity. Those were the guys who did well in the second chance. They took that chance incredibly well, and they will take it tomorrow if you aren't careful and if you slip up. And so
I'm ready for this.
Here in these next 3 games.
Yeah, you're right. All those teams have performed when their backs are against the walls, and that's exactly what's going to be happening now tomorrow. You just don't want to be going there. You can't see it as, oh, if we don't do well today, we've always got tomorrow, because you cannot rest on that whatsoever. So
Pizza box, pizza.
I'm really excited to see what Clicks and Higgs do now. I genuinely don't know what the solution is for them, particularly now that Shark and Teeny have started to come into it. They're looking really good. How are they going to affect their gameplay? Do they switch up their entire drop spot? Do they end up landing on Pizza Bot? We haven't seen those guys having an amazing performance so far today.
Pizza Bot!
Are they going to do contested? Is it worth wasting a game to try and contest them? It's going to be tough to say, but it's been a fantastic day of competition so far. This is when things really start to heat up.
And what's interesting too,
Pizza Bot!
This is so complex.
W Peter Bot, W Rapid, W Code, W Polo, W Clicks, W Hicks, W Hers, W Ritual, W Golden, W there's second chance. W Acorn, W Bolts, W Krillian, W Jargu,
myself mentally trying to play and show that I can
W
be the
Re,
top
W
25 day one.
Cooper.
Oh, I missed it. Now I'm going into day 2 and everyone's looking at you going, hey, I just
Freeze
watched your
on.
entire day yesterday.
Yeah.
Those things that you might have tried.
I'm ready for this to show us how we
Is it more
can
valuable to
win.
get the experience on the stage, to play day one, to look back at where things are going wrong, or is it more valuable to watch what happened in day one and look back at those VODs?
I'm very happy to see this duo looking strong, looking good. Again, close to that threshold, but no reason. If you've been watching
We're gonna
the
win.
AU of late
No doubt.
over the
We're
past
winning.
sort of
No
couple
doubt.
months, even the past couple of years, it feels like they always just sort of teeter around that line, mini, where they're almost there, and in the last couple games they make a final big push and qualify. And I think there's a good chance we see that happen today.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we're looking, at Reason as one of the really consistent LAN performers. He's been slowly but surely improving.
Come on, bro, we
each
actually
one
got a
of these
call.
LANs that he's qualified.
Yeah.
So it's actually nice to see him in this position and hopefully doing the same on Sunday, because his trajectory has just only been going up.
It's just straight improvement.
Yeah.
He's been at every single FNCS LAN since Invitational, and at every single one, his placement has improved and improved and improved.
Clicks, let me give you some encouraging stuff.
Never back down, never what? Never give up. Never back down, never what? Never give up. Let's go! Let's go!
Sort of characters he wants to win. I think that's going to only make him sort of take the chains off a little bit in terms of the 1v1 map. It'll hopefully help improve as well. But no, he's gonna be really confident this weekend, especially since he's just been performing so well on that.
Yeah, and you got to think too, in front of a crowd like this, home turf, like there's even that little bit of added extra pressure, right? Again, that's these situations are so complex. I know sometimes you can kind of look at a situation like this, well, yeah, top 25 easy or whatever, upper bracket, lower bracket finals, okay, cool. But the more you just start to dissect and really dive into these little tiny details, it just very quickly gets out of control. Now, of course, like we said, this is the halfway point. 3 games left to go. Boys, if you had to give advice to these duos outside of that bubble, what's the advice?
I think stick to what you know for this next game. You don't want to try anything too crazy. But if it does come down to those final 2 games, even the final game, go for hype. The meta allows for it. Although it is messy, you could be that team that takes height and wins the game. We saw it with Sky and Scroll, jumping up 30 places. For the teams that are just outside here, probably not worth it, but just try.
World Cup, World Cup, World Cup. World Cup, it's time to play football. World Cup, World Cup, World Cup.
It's time to find out which
World
plan
Cup,
because the next game is ready for us. So
World
Cappers, for you.
Cup. World
right there with you,
Cup.
Levin. I think you gotta tear the original game plan to pieces at this stage, Vivid, because they don't have much time left to work with. It's only 3 lobbies,
Time to
and
play
the margins are very slim for Air right now.
I'm sticking with Mini Miner. I've said it multiple times before. I like sticking to what you know.
What if it doesn't work, though? What if you're in that Game 5, Game 6 situation? I agree with Levin that you might have to just kind of throw it all to the wall. Leave no stone unturned and really leave no regrets behind.
Oh my gosh, Alson, get ready.
The second half of the day in Game 4.
Come on, this is really important. This is really important. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Probably one of the names that sticks out most, though, from during that halftime segment, Clicks and Higgs. Sitting in that 35th position currently, just outside of the top 25. Granted, Sky and Scroll have already proven one good match, one strong elimination counter can change course entirely and catapult you to that threshold you need to just go straight to finals.
Yep, now we got another team joining back into the mix. They may have left at least
Come
one
on.
game before, but Mini Pio and Fukun are
Yo,
back
why-
at
oh my
Sandy
gosh,
Strip.
bro.
So we're back
Why
on
does it
over
just
to
lag
our
every time I
triple
try and watch it?
contested fight. Interesting enough, it really hasn't affected Kanata and Victor V on that other side.
Yeah, taking their quadrants there. Quick little peek over here towards Wonky Land. Clicks and Higgs, they got
Oh
me
my
feeling
gosh,
the
why is
pressure
that thing
during
still-
halftime. I got the opportunity to talk to Clicks. He was like, yeah, we're fully aware of the situation. It feels like Shark and Teeny are already qualified. They can pretty much do whatever they want to us right now because they got to be feeling comfortable.
And that's exactly where Shark and Teeny are headed. It is setting up home base here in Wonkyland to try and prevent Higgs and Clicks from having those comeback
No AR.
measures.
Come on.
Still,
We need an AR.
job's not finished. You have to remember that because of the lower bracket's existence, nothing is necessarily solidified just yet. You still have tomorrow, worst case scenario.
Yeah, and while you have nothing to lose, you don't want to give up on those opportunities. Both go in Fringe, just outside of the bubble as well. Contested fight against Visual and Braids. Both these teams performed phenomenally on their respective regions, but when you're in a contested fight like this that honestly made some changes before the Summit LAN, and they weren't necessarily the best for a contested fight, so you really got to go ahead and get all of the loot to yourselves.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
going to be a hawk when we're
Oh
taking
my
a look at all
gosh,
these
bro.
POVs as we do. Take a look towards the elimination feed. Cole does go down, but on the screen, we've got Vocal, we've got Cringe, both picking up their respective eliminations, and that's going to be a clean wipe for them. An 8-point swing is going to put them on 50 points. And when we were taking a look
Bro,
at the
bro
leaderboard,
cannot
right,
die again,
that
please.
25th place threshold was right around there. So that's going to be helping them out tremendously.
Well, it looks like a decent amount of teams that weren't necessarily faring the best here have already decided to try and switch things up. But Clicks, Higgs, still entangled here with Shark and Teeny.
Come on, bro,
Who decided
please.
to take the fight straight to them. They want to be direct. They've had so much success in these past
Come
two
on, bro,
lobbies.
please.
The moment that they've instantly tried to collapse, but now it's Shark. 100 pump. That's going to be all of his shield. He has to fall back. He's waiting for Teeny to take the reins here, but Teeny, into alert strategy, trying to see if he can find a separate angle, trying to see if he can get that closing shot onto Clicks or Higgs. But for right now, the leverage sits.
Oh my gosh, why did my stream?
Yep, even though Shark and Teeny almost all but qualified here to Sunday.
Bro,
You
why
can
is every
see
time,
why
like,
they're just
every
trying to
3
shut
seconds
down
I try and watch this
Clicks
guy's
and
stream,
not
bro?
Let them feel comfortable. Get them out
always
of
lag.
the game early so that way they have a much harder chance making it through the lower bracket and eventually possibly
my gosh.
contesting them. So it's really going to come down to how much Shark and Teeny want to continue to put this pressure down. On the flip side, though, for Clicks and Higgs, I was talking to a couple of the co-streamers myself, from Boop to Faxity and Ozzy, to where
Fat.
it's like, what does Clicks and Higgs need to do? And right now, we kind of all were agreeing. You either need to fight Shark and Teeny,
Clicks too.
or you just need to run away. And right now, it looks like they're going to fight Shark and Teeny.
Absolutely. They do have the position as they currently kind of get out from the boxes that they have been sitting in for so long. They now officially have the higher ground. Batini's looking to take the fight to Clicks. He gets one shot in, gets a shot on the Higgs as well. He's done so much damage, and they've got the advantage, but Clicks does get a little bit of a return shot. That's going to be 58 damage towards his way. Shark's going to have the advantage right now. He's going to be coming up with a spray. Clicks is looking a little bit lost. He has no materials to work with. He's going to be playing zero build as he does get knocked.
The problem there is that Clicks is looking one way, but Shark and Teeny, they've got him straight in the middle, and Higgs only so many options remain here currently because Shark, he's immediately trying to get on the oppressor one more time. 100 pump, and that's going to do it. Pigs trying everything in his power to escape, but it's Clicks who gets pickaxed in those final moments. Clicks and Pigs have left the lobby so early in game 4.
Salt on the wounds. The
Bro. God, bro, this is so dumb. The stream keeps lagging for me, bro. It's so annoying. This is so bad, bro. This is so bad. Yo, oh my gosh, bro, is Twitch lag? Twitch is like... Bro, like... Bro, we gotta call globals, man. Bro, they're gonna be VOD reviewing so much because they're definitely not calling out. Like, bro. Like, bro, what am I supposed to do? I'm getting third party by everyone. Oh my gosh, bro. No way. Bro. Yeah, the way that guy actually tried that, like, the way he thought that he was actually going to kill me. Oh my gosh. Can you be any more annoying? Alright. I have a target. TikTok OBS. Alright. Get him on lobby, kid. Like bro. Like bro. Like bro. You're not me. You're not me. You can't do that. You're not me, man. Like. Fix and Hicks can qualify one really good game. Yep. Everybody just runs, man. Bro, it's actually so sad that Clicks isn't qualifying, bro. Oh my gosh! Man. Now I'm down on my knees again. Thank you for the happiest year of my life. Oh, something happened to bro. I hope you get okay. Yeah. Third year. 100. Yep. Don't ever think that you can do that to me. Like, literally, don't ever think that you can do that, bro. Yeah, bud. Yeah, bud. Come contest me. Come contest me. Come contest me. I dare you. I dare you. Yeah, are you sure you want to do this, bud? Yeah, bud. Hundred. Refresh. Refresh. That's how you play Fortnite. Bang! 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 It's all connected now? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! 200. $200. $200. $200. Oh my gosh, you just got absolutely crazy. Simple it, by the way. Simple it, by the way. Get on my lobby. Get on my lobby. You don't deserve to be in it. Full box. Oh my gosh! Chat, let's pray. Come on, clicks. Come on, clicks. chat. Do I pull up click to the stream to watch? All right, chat. Oh my gosh. All right, chat. We're pulling up clicks to the stream.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Man, we just had a crazy game. Tokata, they did it! Scary and Cyan.
Bias, but what's
All
not
right, guys.
Scary winning, okay?
We're pulling it.
Can
We're
you
pulling
tell
that
he's
up
excited?
in a second.
No, I couldn't
Oh,
tell.
yeah, not really. Really nice guys, though, of course. Another great.
We're pulling this up in a second, chat. Three minutes until. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my god. Chat, it's kind of sad.
Make it to the grand finals, that's when they're going to turn it on. And if we're looking
Chat,
at today,
are yo
these last two
ready?
games, one of the best teams are doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, Swiss is the only one left of his global championship.
Ready?
His low second
Hold on, how do I
place.
go full
Now, you know, it's upper bracket. We're not playing for the prize money yet.
There we
But
go.
seeing them in 26, I don't know, maybe it's the jet lag. I don't even
Alright,
know
guys,
what
we're
it
on full
is, but
screen.
I want to see a bit of a spark from this duo here in these last two matches.
Yeah, of course.
Chat, we're watching
it's
clicks.
no secret, right? Swizzy having some delays before arriving here. Don't want to get too crazy up into it, but he's here now.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that matters, right? Now we are in a situation where we have to try and make these last two games count. And you know, friends, it's not even just them, right? Think about all these other duos that are currently outside of
Bro,
that top
Sky and
25. I
Scroll,
talked about it a
whoever's on the
little bit
right there,
before last
Mogs,
game,
Cold
but
Mogs.
you gotta think those 25 duos in the lower bracket, they're waiting, they are
Something's wrong with.
hungry. They
I
say,
think
yes,
there's something
yes,
wrong with
drop
Rapid's
back
mic.
down into the lower bracket with us. I've been watching your
Rapid's mic
strategy.
looks a little like
oh, you think
stuff.
you're safe? I have nothing to lose. You sure do, though.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because you're going to have teams that are looking at teams maybe that aren't performing well off spawn, maybe a drop spot that teams are actually thinking, oh, actually, there's a bit of an area that I can exploit right there. And I'm thinking about Peterbot and Poyo. They need to make it through. And even if they don't have a great day today, even if they do make it through, they haven't had the greatest performance. Teams like Mr. Savage looking at that and thinking maybe it's time.
Man,
Peterbot Polo.
stress for all of you so that you don't have to stress. But I'm getting word. Game number 5 is ready. So casters.
Peterbot Polo.
You know, I thought it would be unfair just to have Vivid on the broadcast. I had to bring my best friend Levin up with me as well.
It's good to be on the stage here with my besties. Fun with friends. Look, we have some serious Fortnite games still coming your way. And yeah, I did get a bit jealous of Vivid, so I thought I'd jump on the mic as well.
I mean, it's only fair that they put you at two of the tallest people in the building after all, Levin. So I'm excited to get into the action with you because today has not disappointed in the slightest. But games 5 and 6 right on the horizon. Let's hop in 5 already.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, clicks, bro. Come on. Come on. Come on, man. Don't disappoint. Come on. Come on. Bro. This is it. Bro, he missed the pump. Clicks, bro, go to the Yep, W clicks. Good job, clicks. Good job, Swerve. That's a smart move right there, clicks. Uh-oh. No shotgun. All right, guys. We'll keep this known.
And Higgs.
All right, chat. We're gonna keep it known. We're gonna keep it known.
Out of Wonky Land by Shark and Teeny.
Chat, I have audio on for it.
This might really be their best option as far as not even trying to engage with Shark and Teeny. You said it, Tackle. They definitely did not want to take a fight that allowed Teeny and Shark to control the pace. Whenever they've allowed them to, they have been rolled. And so for Clicks and Higgs now, let's just not even fight them at all.
I mean, even from the beginning, Clicks Higgs, they immediately forfeited Wonky Land rights. They went straight for the castle. They were not looking to try and actually get caught out against Shark and Teeny, but that might not even matter because they're still at the contend with Acorn and Bolts, who have just cut off Cole and Madden, and now you have to wonder, will they spot where Clicks and Higgs have actually navigated towards? Because this far north, there's only so many places left to run.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing Bolts just kind of really get active. People forget, you know, FNCS West Champion, depending on the community, you might say, oh, maybe it's not that hard, but he's also a solo LAN champion. I think that's why Acorn wants the best of the best.
Bro, get out of my face. I slap donkeys, bro.
Bolts has the talent to match up with any
Yo, get out of my face.
region, and that is what he is showing here today.
A well-established fragger, that is a certainty when it comes to that duo. But for Sphinx and Muzz, Humble Hills, a couple of slip-ups, a little bit shaky, but 70 points is still
Oh my gosh.
in that fighting range for top 25 in the leaderboard. Still far too close for comfort, especially for a duo like Muzz and Sphinx's caliber.
I thought Clicks and Higgs might have rotated out, but wait, there's more. They're ready for the lurk play. And this is something that they know Acorn and Bolts do time and time again. I talked about Latte Landing had one of those special launch pads. Well, this launch pad here is a special launch pad as well. It boosts you up farther and further. You mix it with the Flowberry. That's been their primary rotation for Acorn and Bolts all season long, and I think Clicks and Higgs know that to be a possibility, but the zone after the first two is showing that it's pulling towards the north, and this is one of the few times when their game plan, they don't go off of that back launch pad. So Clicks and Higgs gearing up for a lurk, and right now I don't think the game is going to let them.
I'm not gonna lie, I was licking my lips there a bit. I'm an EU fan. I wanted to see the two NA teams
This is scary, bro.
take each other out. Either way, over at Sandy Strip, we know the mess that has been this POI all day long. And right now, Frucon and Mini, PO, they are doing their utmost best to try and withstand the pressure of Rapid and Cold.
It's never going to be an easy starting point for Minipio and Frucon. They knew exactly what they were getting into. It's part of the reason they tried to leave originally, but they just couldn't find anywhere to establish themselves on the map that forces them right back to Sandy Strip. And even with it being technically a triple contested area, you have to remember, Rapid Cold, Gino Pablo, both of those duos have had so much success, there's nothing preventing them from just keying Frucon and Minipio outright.
Yeah, and obviously you see Cold and Rapid rotate on out, so that's going to give them a breath of fresh air. A lot of time to spend on that side of the map as Peterbot and Pollo continue to try to get aggressive in this early game. It was in that last game, the fourth one of the day, where you saw things slow down for them, and it kind of worked out. They got a good portion of their points, but now they're trying to
Oh my gosh, Coyota!
They're already off the top of the leaderboard.
All right, let's see where Clicks is.
Considering it's top 25 that go to tomorrow, so they're almost feeling like they have nothing to
All right,
lose.
Clicks is
And they
fishing.
start to feel like themselves once again. They get both of those eliminations.
One of the great things about is these guys always get better as the tournament goes on. Whenever
They're fishing, they're fishing.
a slow start, you can always count on them heating up and having a big game later down the line.
It almost feels like it's luckier for the rest of the lobby that it is only 6 games that they have to deal with Pete and Pollo for, because it's also just not as much information even for the duos that do find the success in the
Oh
top
my
25.
gosh,
and they
this
head
is
into
crazy.
finals, whether or not they're going to get rematches depends entirely on the lower bracket, but it's still, knowledge is power when it comes to this game.
My Werix just gets caught off guard. Kiduo as well. Curve is beginning to feel himself as well. Him and Veno, honestly, a team that you wouldn't have necessarily expected going into this year, but has worked out perfectly.
Look, they're in 10th place. What happened last time they were in 10th place on a day one?
Ooh.
Keep that in mind.
clean slate, though, when it comes to finals. That could play a little bit of an impact. But for Venom and Curve, one thing has been made clear.
Fortnite competitive has 60,000 people watching it right now.
And for Pete Boyle, they're just trying to do it the old-fashioned way.
250K watching Fortnite competitive right now.
Power. They are taking as many fights as they can try to find initially.
My internet is buns right now.
Favor, so now
Like absolutely buns. It's like horrible.
play with the rest of the lobby, but they do it best when it
Oh
comes
gosh,
to
it's so loud.
This is gonna be
So loud. I need to turn this down.
Almost look like Nathan and Nev are going to try to backtrack. Sky and Scroll going for a lurk play, but they actually shockwave off that mountain. They know they need to go north. Why make any risk? But Sky taking the whole other approach towards the right side. Eventually, these guys will kind of rotate parallel as they make their way towards the zone and eventually run into the rest of the pack that's already up north.
Sky Scroll, though, even if it didn't work out at the beginning points with the way that the lobby has kind of sifted back to some old habits, they've been able to have the same success that we saw in that Major 1 Finals over in EU, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They don't have a reason just yet to try and switch things up because it's been working out great.
These boys got something to fix though. Pixie, Swizzy, everybody wanted to see them get a chance to play here on this stage together. It's not been the most impressive of years by their standards, but even in those situations, they've managed to pull through just enough to be able to represent them.
Oh.
And now it's about delivering in front of their fans after what's been quite a disappointing day, but they are just on the outside, Jake.
Yeah, they're one of those teams where you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. So you almost want to get him out of the lobby quick. Asayas, Scary, kind of winning that last game and slowing things down just a little bit. They probably already have that early game surge, so they don't need to make any rash decisions, especially with Marius right across as a solo. It's cold and rapid. They go from playing towards Sandy, getting aggressive, back on over to Fort Phil. Chino and Pablo, I'm not sure they wanted this fight because it looks like both of them are weak, and Cold and Rapid are looking to finish it.
You say they might not have wanted it, but it looks like they came looking for it. We're in Fort Fields. That's Cold and Rapid's territory, and Pablo, Chino, they try to snatch their chain and are quickly finding out.
Yeah, and you see exactly in this situation where Pablo's clutching prowess comes into play. You don't call him one of the best clutches for no reason. He understands in this situation it's about making and creating as much space as possible, and you see exactly what he does with it. Creates these angles for him to isolate, shots, fights, to potentially give himself a chance of staying alive. As Chino, I don't even think Chino's coming in to help. I think it's just leaving Pablo to fend for himself right now, but we know he can do it.
Yeah, it's probably one of those situations where they feel like they might need a miracle, so let me get ready to possibly get gold, get the reboot, go further and further, but he's dipping back in. He's probably staying alive much longer than Pablo have hoped, so Chino probably coming to the rescue. For Rapid and Cold, this was their window. This was their opportunity to take a 2v1 situation, and that opportunity looking like it's flying by.
This is exactly what he aims to do. Gives himself enough time to get his teammate back into the fight, and now they're on even footing. It's not even no more. Chino into the box. Chino no HP. He needs to take a second to chill. Wrap it down. Pablo will keep fighting, and now it's just about taking Cold out.
But Cold's not going to be able to make it for much longer. He doesn't
Oh my gosh, bro, my Wi-Fi is buns. Wi-Fi is buns right now.
And now Cold has completely switched things around because Rapid is still left on waiting for the revive. I just cannot believe that Chino and Pablo, they nearly got the better end of this, but now Chino forced to try and close the deal. But Cold, you have to remember, this is where he does it best. He's still waiting to prove that he is number one in these situations for a reason.
And that really puts the pressure now on Pablo and Chino, who sat in 20 seconds. They will have to make game 6 count. Came up against one of the best duos in this lobby, the worst duo they possibly could have been fighting. And that just complicates things all the more.
Yeah, this is one for Chino and Pablo. There's a lot of time here left on the table for them to kind of look back and see what went wrong and try to fix it. Giannis cheating over here. They're just trying to heal up. They took a little bit of a fight. You see they have that one elimination, but they're just not trying to get too greedy.
All right, they're kind of chilling for now.
Back. Cold. 9
Oh my gosh, they still are only at 30 points. That's not good.
Pablo, what are you doing?
This guy is just disgusting, man.
That's not good. This is not very good, chat. Like, this is not optimal.
It looked like it was going to be NA on top, but instead the script has been flipped for Sky, Scroll, and
Chat, this is not very optimal, and I don't know what. How did I even turn on auto run?
Elimination apiece,
Don't know.
but it still looks as if some of these other duos
I don't even know how to turn on auto run.
recognizing the fact that these teams that are leading, they're not in the same sort of pressure. They've already got their spots secured on the finals battle bus.
Well, as I'm watching Sky and Scroll, I see the top left, the feed, cold and rapid go down to the zone. Too many fights too early, and we see how Peterbot actually fell. Fresh off for the reboot, he gets beamed out of the sky.
Clicks and Higgs, y'all have got this, bro.
Beacon, when you go for those reboots, they know exactly where you're at.
This is a tough spot right now, though. I'm surprised that we're actually witnessing Clicks and Higgs above on the surge damage threshold, just barely sitting at 115, but more importantly, you just have to think back to when they initially tried to ambush Acorn and Bolts. It was unsuccessful, at least from where we last saw them, and so all of that time that they had invested, it's incredible that they were still able to salvage something from it.
Yeah, this looks like the makings of a successful games for Clicks and Higgs. And actually it's a bad thing for them now. Because going into next game, Shark and Teeny will do everything in their power to make sure they can't just run away and get away with it. So they're going to have to make this game count and get as many points out of it as they possibly can.
Unless they have some sort of plan B up their sleeve.
There
might be somebody down in that box. You see it goes from a 2-tick zone to a 5-tick. He immediately looks on over, gets the siphon, and look, he's going to replenish all those materials.
No, bro.
Some extra HP to make this journey outside of the zone that much easier.
They're just clearly so relaxed now. They know that they don't have the same sort of struggles that so many of the other duos are still trying to take over with. So Sky, Scroll, they'll look to continue strolling on by. Some flash shots towards Cringe and Twy aren't going to net just yet.
I mean, if I took down Peterbot and Poyo, I'd be feeling pretty confident too. That is exactly what these guys do, and it's what they'll continue to do for the rest of this game. We've seen games like this from them in EU as well, where they're sitting in a comfortable position, they know they're qualified, they know they've had success on the day overall, and so they just let loose, kick back a bit, and have fun.
We've seen this zone before over
That it?
north side of the map. And the last time we've seen it is A4 and Bolts able to utilize their drop spot and turn it into a victory royale. As you kind of hear the crowd going wild. Noah Riley, Grizon, 233 above the damage threshold, and they're relatively positioned well when it comes to the actual zone.
Big game for them. A lot of the players beneath them in that leaderboard.
Oh my gosh, they need this placement, bro.
Which sets them up now with a good game here to secure themselves a spot in the final.
Anything to get some sort of a buffer zone, and Clicks, Higgs, though, they have
They're
to
top
really
27
turn on
right now.
the
How did they
jets
get to
here.
34 points? Who knows?
And they need a strong
4 points per kill, maybe.
placement in Game 5.
Yeah, it's got to be 4 points per kill.
Just like you already highlighted, Lev, they are going to be absolutely keyed by Shark and Teeny. I refuse to imagine that there is a world that exists where that wouldn't take place.
Yeah, I'm expecting a high take from them, an aggressive one at some point. They're going to do everything in their power to just win this game out, whatever that means. They're staying up on that hill, and especially with this type of a zone, they will want to keep themselves as elevated as possible to give themselves that option.
Yeah,
Bro, why is this so laggy?
Into that low ground to where they can just kind of
Like it's like we got motion blur.
keep themselves elevated. You want to stay away from the mess that
No!
Ari's feeling that as well. He just got taken out, separated too far from Cammy, and that's exactly when they're going to strike as Muzz and Speaks lurking around. You see they're very, very low on materials. They know Ahmed and his duo are on the other side. This is their only opportunity to strike, but Higgs has just been separated from
No,
Clicks.
bro.
This is a big moment for the duo, but unfortunately, it's an even bigger moment now for Higgs.
It's an even bigger statement from the rest of the lobby, though. Everyone is trying to claw their way through into this next zone, but the north side of the map is just so unforgiving. The constant shifts in elevation, the moment that you think that you've escaped the majority of the congestion, then you find yourself just caught in the middle of it. That was what just took place, but for Sky and Scroll, completely different scenes here. They are just letting shots fly alongside Malibuka and Vico. Two teams positioned so well underneath all of this pressure.
Muzz bouncing around below the damage threshold. He lost Sphinx, and even with that elimination there, he's still 200 below the damage threshold. Essentially, a full elimination worth of damage, possibly more, the way this thing is shaken out. But only 4 players need to go down. 4 individuals need to fall. And that's when Storm Surge will turn off and ease off the lobby.
Come on. Higgs, get that solo clutch, bro.
And we've seen him in that situation many a time, and he doesn't miss often, and he won't miss now. This is really setting up now to be the tournament-defining game for this duo.
One of the only issues they had entering that last zone was just the threat of having not enough surge, but that's going to alleviate all of it. But Muzz, on the other hand, still sitting just at 86 points, but this is his best shot currently to overcome other duos in front of him with so much of the middle ground having been eliminated super early on.
Nice.
Muzz trying to do everything he can.
Come on.
Just getting these last 6 HP, but Matty is going to shut him down immediately.
Yeah, he knew he was coming from the backside of zone, but he popped out through the bush. Marius really makes that moment count there. Higgs trying to do the same. 64 builds left, 1 big splash. It's not necessarily the best loadout, but for someone like Higgs who's been in these clutch situations before, it'll do.
Come on, bro.
He definitely can overcome.
We need a top 10 this game.
To do it, but it's about the execution now. Aminished and Heartbeat, they're trying to fight their way back into this tournament and make something of it. Pressure will be applied, but pressure will be returned. They will lose their height if they are not careful. And so now it's about scrapping to keep themselves in the game.
It's really easy to just look down, but sometimes you have to remember to look behind you. You never know who might just be creeping up and for Sky. Marius, solos in this lobby, just looking to try and strike wherever they feel they're going to find their first elimination. But Javi and Minish, somehow, some way, even with material counts running out, have managed to hold on. Look at Higgs, though, sending himself all the way. Ultimate front side low, but can he actually lock down his position?
Sacrificing the HP, even though he only had 1 splash.
How do they send clicks or friend requests?
Towards his game plan to give him better positioning right in front. Let the team and the rest of the lobby take each other down. You see Rezon and Noah Riley getting active here in this game.
How are they sending clicks or friend requests?
Trying to find elimination, one that they need. It's the loot that they're after. They're almost flesh out.
My God, Reason, what are you going to do next? But he can't hold strong. Noah Riley, though, still managing to steal, but no.
Not me, right? Yeah, it's not me. How are they sending clicks friend requests?
Is it enough of a jump to stay ahead of the pack? It might just be the case. All the
Pop.
what Damage and Darm decide to do next. Just how quickly are they going to take care of this lobby?
And in a lobby of chaos right now, they look cool, calm.
He's top 8 right now.
Acorn and Bolts are trying to find their own layer, and they'll drop all the way
Top 7.
This is Higgs still trying to have a clutch up. He found a chug jug in the middle of all this chaos, and that's really keeping him alive. Top 10 grants you half of the placements on the board. Once you get in, that's
top 6, top 6.
You need to get as much
Come
as
on.
possible. But Venno, Kurt, they battle for the high ground. Big shots onto their opposition.
They can still call. They can still call.
To be theirs, but for how long? Because the aggression will not stop.
They just can't sell. If they sell, we're just cooked. What the heck? Oh, Google help. Nothing.
On top of height, there's not many opportunities. The right side, Pink finally gonna get it, and Darm has managed to find his refresh.
The plow will continue. He doesn't mind that Demush has gone down. He knows he has everything in his arsenal to keep on hitting shots. Curve below him, Acorn above as well. He has to try find the layer to stay alive.
Cringe, Twy, they're the only duo left in this game, but they are not healthy, especially compared to some of the solo players that we're seeing. Acorn goes up, tries to chop out high, but that is his demise. But it costs Twy everything. He goes down to Curve. It's all solos left alive here, and this is Curve. Big moment.
Curve and Vino with the win.
Making mom and dad proud.
The NA Central champions are here, and they remind all of us that we cannot forget about them. A big win.
Vino.
That solidifies a spot.
That's what he's gonna sound like after all this, bro.
All right then, guys. Kev, how does it feel to get your first victory royale on LAN?
Feels great. I mean, I just eliminated everyone. I just popped off.
What was that like for you, Veno, having to watch Curve clutch it on his own?
I'm not gonna lie, we were just running around.
We're watching clicks the whole time now, chat.
He's crazy.
Because we have broadcast no matter what with clicks too.
What's interesting to me though is it's a little bit like Major 1, where day 1 you guys were kind of subtly working your way up the leaderboard. Obviously, there's just one more game before the leaderboard resets. But has your plan been to take it easy and just guarantee championships?
Top 25,
Sunday?
how much points, how much points?
The plan was to qualify wherever means
94?
possible. Try not to show any plans. And
Come on. Come on now. Oh,
just have
he
some
only
fun.
went
I
up
was
4
laughing
places.
during that game. I don't know if he likes that.
And what's it like hearing Verno call on LAN? Is it different to when you're online?
Yeah,
He's-
he's so locked in. Like, we're the
Oh
the
my
best.
gosh.
You do seem like you're feeling yourselves. How is Curve doing in your thoughts? What's your rating?
I think he's taken to it pretty well.
Get like 50 points this game. He
Obviously,
has
we've
to have
not
a
played
better
much
game.
finals recently, so it's good to get some practice in.
It's great to see you guys thriving here on LAN. Congratulations. Everyone please, Curve and Venno! We're going to head to a break. After this game, we'll know who's qualified for Sunday.
No. Come on.
I got here. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, short. Got 6 build? No, max up. Wait, if you're mid play. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Bro, we might have to. We're gonna have to go and watch tomorrow too. Chat, if they qual this, we're literally gonna have a full-on celebration. I have a party popper. I have a party popper right here. I have a party popper right here. I'm literally ready. Alright guys, I'm gonna make a drawing of what I think should happen.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. We just watched a crazy clutch out of Curve, a solo clutch, and I promise you, this arena was loud, but Papa and Mama Curve were probably being like, yo, that's our kid, that's so crazy. You gotta be so happy for Curve in this situation to pick up a solo clutch VR on land?
I mean, what a way to announce yourself to the land stage,
Yeah.
right? You know, this is how it's done. I think a lot of people would have had questions about Venno, an established EU player moving
Alright,
over
chat, I
to
made a
NAC
drawing.
and then deciding to play with an unproven talent, a
Very
promising
accurate.
talent in
I'm gonna keep
Curve.
this up here.
A controller player at
Oh,
that
as
as
my
well.
good
People
luck
were
charm.
like, maybe this isn't the right move for him, but I mean, we all knew he was capable of it. It was just about showing it. And the nerve that he has to do that on this stage, first ever LAN, playing with Venno. as a solo Takata, that is unbelievable.
Absolutely. I mean, I was thinking some of the concerns maybe going in with Veno IGLing, Curve, you know, very aggressive controller player, and thinking, okay, just try not to take too much damage, try not to overstep. Doesn't even matter. Just back-to-back elimination, solo clutch the VR. I mean, what else do you need?
I love, too, that moment. You can literally see it on Veno's face. He's like, dude, you actually did it. Like,
Let's lock in clicks.
You know, you got to think with someone like Veno, the caliber of player, the first
Clicks, I believe in you.
To pick up this kid and think, okay, let's see what he's got. Dude, he's just like
I believe in you, Clicks.
Just as proud.
Yeah, he really is, and he's a player that we've got the pleasure of seeing him.
I
throughout the last
believe.
few years of him being in comp. You know, when he was first coming onto the scene, all the way back sort of chapter 3 when he won with that,
In
that sort of raw talent. He was almost the curve.
You.
Nice to see him sort of mature as this sort of IPL older head right now. Great to see him on the turret straight away as well, breaking down sort of strats. And that's what he brings to this team. He brings that calmness. He brings that confidence. Even when he went down there in that game, he was actually smiling. He was like, oh, I've gone down. Great, because I've got Curve on my side.
That's someone that trusts their duo. When you see them smiling after they get eliminated in top 5, you shouldn't be smiling. Like Curve, I mean, proving yourself already at an international
I
competition
believe
of this caliber,
in
just day one.
Clicks
We have
and
3 days of
Higgs
competition.
to
Sunday's coming soon. They're in 4th place right now. I mean, we're going to see them on Sunday, and I'm excited to see how they perform.
You said statement, right? Going to the finals, people were thinking, well, I might have been kind of looking at Curve or Veno around thinking, oh, man, how am I going to deal with that? Now everyone's thinking, okay, it is absolutely Veno and Curve. We have to take that fight too. I want to take a look at the standings. Let's go over this, right? We've got a single game left to go before we wrap up the upper bracket. Darm Dimash, they take over first place. Look at this.
Oh,
I am
my
so happy to see them, you know, really thriving in this environment, man. Again, you mentioned statement, Mini Miner. That's what they're sending, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mentioned it earlier on. Last minute drop spot changed. Of course, working with Coach Sven, they would have had a lot of strats coming into this as well, even not showing all of them as well, of course, in this upper bracket right here. But this is a team that we all are excited about, particularly coming from EU. They're always sort of the new Polish greats that a lot of people are talking about. You know, you talk about Kamisetti, the new wave, the new blood in Poland, and they have so many fans, and you can see why. The way that they play, they were that sort of mid to low ground team when they were playing in trios, and even in this end game, they're playing it as a duo.
Come on,
as
Clicks,
well,
bro.
playing that lower ground, which is great to see, and a team that we can definitely look out for on Sunday as a potential win.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about new Polish duo. Don't quote me on this, but I think in 2024, they had like 40K earned as a duo. Then 25, they had over 200K earned as a duo. I mean, this team rose to fame so quickly, and now once again proving themselves on an international stage. It shows that they can do it online, they can do it in person, and they're here to fight for that trophy.
Oh, man, Takata, but you remind me, right? Of course, this trophy's awesome. There's a lot of players doing well, but there's still players that need to make it on that bubble. And immediately my mind goes to Muzz and Sphinx, 26th place. We actually saw a really awesome Muzz solo clutch in that last game. That's why they've moved up those 2 placements. But boys, this is it. We've got 1 game left to go. We must find ourselves in the top 25, or we have to go back down the lower bracket, fight through 6 more games with 25 new duos.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, I'm looking
Let's
at Clicks
go,
there
Clicks,
as well.
bro.
Higgs, shout out to him. Solo clutch. That could be the clutch that keeps them in contention here. They still have 1 more game to go. If they drop down to the lower bracket, that wonky land looking like it's going to be contested as well by Kings, so things might be interesting there, but they want to make it happen here and now.
Even players like Chino and
Bro, they beat
Pablo,
King
we saw
Aswan
them
if
on
they
the
want to do that.
previous page. These are some competitors that in predictions, they were saying they were going to get top 3. They could even win the competition, and now they're outside of qualifying range on Uppers day 1. I mean, as a reminder, all the players here that do get bottom 25 are going to play again tomorrow alongside the other 25 duos that are just licking their lips waiting to see which drop spots are going to get claimed after today so they can start preparing, they can start putting in the work. But for all the players that are here right now, they have 1 more match, 1 more opportunity to solidify a place
This
in the
is about
finals
to
on
be
Sunday,
crazy.
and you know this is where the pressure starts getting felt.
Dude, I feel it, right? I'm starting to stress for some of these players. You know, we've got one game, but look, it's okay. We've seen one game be the difference maker, right? Everything's okay. We've got this moment right now.
Yeah, and that can sort of create some pressure, of course, so much pressure for a lot of our teams. It all
Clicks and
depends on,
Higgs.
do you crumble under that pressure? Do you thrive under that pressure? You'd like to believe in yourself, if you're a player up there, that you do thrive under that pressure and that you fancy yourself in this final game. But this is really where legends are sort of beginning to be formed. If you don't make it through today,
believe
it's going to be really difficult to make it through tomorrow.
Yeah,
in
I'm already feeling it. You can
them.
The silence is loud for these players behind me right now. They're loading in, they're locking in, and they're getting ready for these final moments, whether it's a contested team that's going to battle it out quickly off spawn or one that hasn't been contested throughout the day, but they just haven't found that success yet. It all comes down to this.
Oh man, stress levels are through the roof right now. It always happens like this, doesn't it? It always comes down to that final game in Fortnite. Fortnite does what Fortnite does, but again, this is it. This is that moment for these players. They have a single game to put all the pieces on the table and shift everything in their favor, right?
Oh! There's a new word in its announcement.
No. Guys, I have word of an announcement. We have to go to game number 6. I'm sorry to leave you hanging, but we need to see how this ends. I'll tell you about this after. Casters, take it away.
What do you guys know that we don't? Lemon, what are they hiding? I know it's you.
I don't know anything, guys. Can we get the game done so we can get to the announcement? I mean, I want to know what he had to say.
Guys,
Look, we know exactly
what's the announcement?
What these players are hoping for, but it's time. Game 6, because we need to figure out what Zeke's going to say after.
Come on. Oh my gosh. They have better drops. They have better drops. Oh my gosh. Come on. Yo, why is Baxley's stream always so laggy? Oh my god. Come on. We cannot die. Oh my gosh, bro! Clicks' stream. No, not Clicks'. Backseat stream is so laggy, bro. What's happening over there? Because my Wi-Fi is literally horrible. Like, what is this? I can't even load up Twitch anymore. Check our team check. Alright, so how can we not run up Twitch if we're actually on video now? Finally. Oh, Raptor! Why does he not have a shotgun? Oh, all the gold stuff. Teeny dead. Gosh, bro, it's actually lagging so much. God. This is cool, bro. They're not alone. Oh yeah, they're right. They are not alone. Come on, bro. Rebooting? No, you're not. Wait. Bro, Higgs, don't die. Let's go, Higgs! Let's go! Let's go, Higgs. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. You need to get out. You need to get out. Come on. Hurry up. Why is it not getting angry? You need to get in the circle. He's actually dead to sickness. He's dead. Pigs with the clutch. Let's go! Bro, Quick's had sickness. He literally couldn't do anything. No mobility. No ability, bro. No! They're in lowers, bro.
Rotating a little bit after the fact.
They're in
but
lowers.
Alex, he's not gonna get the chance to even make it off the landing
Just got griefed
point.
by whoever
Just
that was, bro.
completely beamed out of the skies here. Very likely.
We just got griefed by who? Oh crap! I forgot. There's still a big announcement. We need to keep watching.
Trying to clutch up. We saw how many players and teams were tied in that position, and he gets taken down by controller. Clicks and Higgs will officially play in the lower bracket tomorrow.
Bro, wow! My gosh, bro! Holy
I
grief!
hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but for Clicks especially, all I can do is think back right now to 2023, and it's hard to not let history repeat itself sometimes.
Doesn't have the best history when it comes to lower brackets.
Hey, Clicks and Higgs wanted the extra practice. They wanted the extra practice.
Marius and I drop.
Yep, they wanted the extra practice.
Up alone, it's not been the best day from EU's second place team. And we might just have to see them perform again on this stage tomorrow to make up for it.
Am I right, chat?
This is that point in the game, 7th zone. Whether you're barely inside of that bubble or outside altogether, you're really going to be tested. Everything you know about Fortnite, both in the physical gameplay and the mental capacity, is really going to be pushed to the limit. And that's where you see iDrop, Marius, 86 points just outside of that bubble, trying to find a sweet spot inside of the zone. They're 128 below the damage threshold. The silver lining is only 2 players need to go down before it deactivates, and there's one.
Feels like the bubble's burst though, Jacob. I mean, all the teams above them on the bubble, all the teams below them falling. And so it's really setting up to be a game for them, but Swizzy in the feed goes down, and so Pixie down as well. I mean, tomorrow's lower bracket is looking stacked right now, Taco.
I mean, you can see the frustration in Pixie's player cam. The expectations would have never left you in this kind of situation, but reason, he's not worried about what everyone else is going through right now. He's only focused on what's in front of him. That first one has already been successfully completed, and now he just needs more.
This is a man who has no intention whatsoever of playing in that lower bracket. He wants to get the job done tonight.
Clicks and Higgs purposely didn't fall so they can get more practice elsewhere for finals.
They've been through so many trials and tribulations throughout day number 1, but have yet to pick up that victory royale. They have 7 eliminations. This is the big stage. Can they do it? iDrop and Marius are surely trying to pull themselves within that bubble. Another elimination, 96 points, but they're taking shots from all around. Drop down to 26 HP. They're even separated.
Guys, what do y'all think the announcement's gonna be?
Couple of seconds. Can they find a way back? No, they can't. Marius goes down.
But in the final hour, it's still iDrop left standing. You have to remember, he's been doubted all year long so far. Can he finally pull things through? iDrop called so often the baggage next to Medius, and now he has a shot to redemption here. Looking to find an elimination. If he can get the refresh, it would certainly continue this journey forward, but he's forced to drop all the way to low ground, and he can't make it back up. iDrop and Medius are out.
That's a big moment right there for everybody else at the bottom side of the leaderboard. Voco being one of them. It seems like everybody that needs an opportunity here find themselves as a solo. And for Voco, 112 points. He's inside of where he needs to be, but with no builds left, he has to wait for somebody to make a mistake, maybe jump on top. For Kadu and Werix, this is a big moment. They need a couple more points to find themselves safe. They find at least one elimination there, but they need the placement. That's worth just so much more.
Just knowing that so many top dogs
Chat, what's the
are
announcement
the
gonna be?
main ones left standing.
Better be like
We've
trios
got
or something.
both ends of the spectrum currently competing against each other. Peterbot's gonna take out Kanata though. That's just one less opponent that a duo like Wedix and Kiduo have to worry about. Cammy, Hadi now losing all of their shields. Peterbot's tracking as strong as ever, but now circling back down. Kiduo and Wedix, they've drawn so much attention to themselves with the Flowberry Mist Grenade.
Time is running out for this duo. They need to make a play and fast. You cannot just sit in your box when you have no materials. There are opportunities for them to find the refresh they need, but they have to get creative now.
Yeah, Lewa, Romero trying to do just that, using the overdrive shockwave simply for the effect. They drop down towards the front side of zone, but they're a layer above a whole nother duo that they have to watch out for. As Ware tears elimination, scrambles for the loot, but he gets taken down going for it. Cammy gets another elimination. Inside of the top 6 we go.
Scroll, Sky, waiting to see who's gonna step up to the plate next. Sky, very rare miss there, but it might actually be exactly what BOT needed. Just trying to see if he can continue carrying things through. He needs to see if they can survive.
One of the few
Yo,
healthy
Faction
duos
Stream
left
is
in this one.
tweaking, bro.
Romero now will try his best
So
to
annoying.
continue this elimination spree going.
Or my
Cammy
internet.
and Hari,
Bro, my
they have
Wi-Fi
something to
is
say
actually
about
horrible
Sky
today.
and Stroll's low ground dominance.
Not my
And you have to
Ethernet.
remember, with
It's
all this
literally just my
happening,
Wi-Fi. My
Peter
Wi-Fi is
still
horrible for
waiting
some
in the
reason.
wings above to try and squeeze
Like just
this
today
lead.
too. It was
Try,
completely
and
fine
now
yesterday.
it's Cammy and Hari
It's just horrible
shutting
today
them
for
out.
some reason.
But how will they
It's
get
actually
back
so
up the
annoying.
hill? Cammy with 6
like great
limbs. Out of character for him, not out of character for Scroll to get bigger limbs though. Takes Peterbot down. Cammy gets knocked, he can't get back up. And so it's up to Scroll to do what Sky did earlier.
I was gonna say it's our top 3 teams remaining, but everybody's stuck as solos, and it comes down to a 1v1. Hari here in this situation against Poyo. Remember, neither one of these teams have gotten the big win that they're known for, and Poyo with no builds, forced to drop down below, trying to fire back onto Hari, who has the high ground. Good damage being landed, but Hari's just landing so much more
Bro, he's
pressure,
actually stuck,
trying
bro.
to force Poyo outside of the zone. But
Bro,
there's a
in
couple
fact,
of
the stream
seconds
goes
left
off as
before
soon as
that
I'm
play
supposed to
comes
be seeing
fruition.
what's
Chug
about to
Chug
happen.
going to be used for Poyo, giving himself just a little bit
Like,
more
bro.
time, but the zone is pulling up and over the hill.
Let me get my
Hari,
internet to
he
work.
has a huge advantage in terms of positioning. The zone is just eating Poyo alive, one tick after the next. He finally makes his way in, but it doesn't last long. Hari and Cammy clutch out game 6.
There are only so many options left there for Poyo. Even with that 20 left in the Chug Jug, it simply wasn't going to be enough. The repositioning
Why did they not look
for
excited?
Hari to remain on high ground was ultimately what sealed
Why
the
did they
deal
not
for
look
their
excited, bro?
team
What?
today. So Frankie, let's hear it from them.
Thank you so much. Stand up, please, boys. You just got a victory royale. Hari, talk to me about that end game. Playing it as a solo, you played it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I just solo clutched well. And that's it.
Cammy, I feel like we saw you clutching it out during the major finals, but now you're seeing your teammate Hari do it on LAN. What were you thinking when you were watching him clutch?
I was sure that he's gonna win because he was on the high ground naked mats and the guy other didn't have anything, so it was a free win.
And when Hari is doing his thing on his own, are you talking him through it?
Yeah, I'm always trying to help him, and yeah, it was easy.
Well,
Yo,
you guys
I'm
are
almost
definitely
home, but my
qualified
Wi-Fi
for
is buns because
Championship
I'm in the car.
Sunday. It's a position you know
Both our Wi-Fi's are
very
buns, but
well,
mine, I'm in the
Cammy.
house. But my internet's good, so it's alright.
Congratulations to the two of you. Dusseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Hari! We're going to head to the desk.
Tokata, we seen it all from Cammy and Hari, right? We talked earlier. Wait a minute there, we're seeing them on height. That's crazy. Wait a minute, we got a VR in game number 6 out of them now.
I'm seeing them extremely confident. Remember, they were going against Peterbot and Poyo in those final moments. That's also where they landed at the start of the match. Both duos around Squibbly, and they ended as well in that clash, but Cammy, Hari were the ones that came out on top. Now, both teams there, I believe they did have enough points to make it into that top 25, so we'll have to see if that clash continues on Sunday.
Yeah, it's what you expect. It's Cammy, it's LAN, it's what he does. I mean, this guy's the LAN GOAT. You can see just from his gameplay, you just know with Cammy as well that he's got some things cooking up for the grand finals. Nice to see these guys picking up a win as well. They're a team that you don't necessarily associate with huge, massive elimination wins. But this one, what's that? 8, 9 eliminations. Really, really nice from them. And ultimately, it was, of course, the zone that ended up taking down Poyo at the end. But they did enough. And for them, it's just about getting across the line into the finals.
And what I love about this is look at the players they took out. They took out Poyo. They took out some of the top. A quick look at the leaderboard now. Number 1 is still going to be...
Oh my gosh, bro.
What do you see?
My internet's so horrible, bro. Where's it going? Not my internet, my Wi-Fi.
Looks a little heavy.
Wi-Fi's so horrible, bro.
And it's not NA.
Like, why? Fi, it'd be horrible. Like, keep bugging out every second.
Just pushed out 106 points, and it was a tie as well of all things. But it looks like Darkos, Minori will make it through. But so many other duos are now thinking, Mini Miner, well, I have to take it to lower bracket. I will have 6 games. Stress all-time high. 25 duos. Am I going to the same spot? Is someone now
They're in lower.
me? So many questions in the back of their minds.
Look at this page.
Yeah.
That page just went there. Swizzy, Pixie, Clicks. There's so many big names that you wouldn't look out of place in the top 10. Haven't qualified through to Casa.
Look, what I have on my mind right now in terms of Clicks Higgs, I'm looking at the lower bracket. The team at Wonky, it's King and Phaser from Brazil representing Argentina. Then we also have Dark Dominion, where Swizzy is dropping its Aviv and Cam. So we've got these lower bracket duos that are now looking at what their competition is going to be going into tomorrow. And all they got to do tonight is that homework.
Oh man, it's scary stuff. There's other things obviously that did happen in that game. You know, Peterbot, Poyo, we saw some moves, right? These guys were looking to make some things happen up on that high ground. Peterbot finally saying, all right, I guess I'll try going into this last game, you know?
Yeah, this is a team that we have to keep our eyes on for the grand finals. They're a team that we haven't seen enough of today, I feel like. You know, we've seen some good glimpses of gameplay. We've seen some good glimpses of what we may have associated with Peterbot and Poyo of the past. This one is probably a prime example of that, dominating the game, pressing all the players in the team all the way down.
Back to the stream.
Peterbot does best. That elimination right there, just textbook Peterbot. And they're a team that I still think has a lot in the locker as well. You know, ultimately for them it was about getting through, but they're a team that still can win it all. They don't have, of course, now Clicks going to be contesting them off spawn. They don't know how they don't sort of have that confusion going into the day. Where's Clicks going to be landing now when it comes to tomorrow? That's another question to answer.
If he doesn't call finals,
what's on my mind are those expectations I was talking about at the start of the day. I mean, expectations only last for so long, and if they're not matching how they performed in 2025 and 2024, the expectations won't stay there forever. Now, this is an upper bracket. They made it through. They did what they had to do. Sunday is where it truly matters, and I think we saw a bit of a spark of what that might look like.
Crazy stuff. Well, Fortnite fam, I know what you've been waiting for. All right, I got it right here. Ooh, don't even worry about it. All right, let's talk about 2026 for a quick moment. We actually put together a little graphic here to kind of help explain it, but just stick with me, okay? There's many things to discuss. First, let's start with September 26th and 27th is the new date of the Global Championship. That's right.
Oh my gosh, Globals.
I'm honestly very happy and honored to announce we're going
FNCS Solos.
Antwerp, Belgium.
FNCS Solos.
Global Championship. In addition, Major 2 has some changes. You can kind of see
FNCS Solos.
July 18th through August 2nd for Major number 2. Major number 3 is now the last chance.
Hello, FNCS.
It's happening August 3rd to 14th. And then you probably, I don't know, you saw something on the right side there. It says
Solo FNCS.
Solo. Yeah, we're going to do something in October. Stay tuned for that. More to come, more to follow. Don't even worry about it. There's also a blog that we're about to launch right now. So go in, check that. There's a couple extra little things there, like power rankings and some ranked updates. But if you want to know more, that is where you want to go. And of course, tickets, pre-registration, live right now. Antwerp, Belgium.
Go left and see us. Clicks isn't winning.
We about to have some chocolate and waffles. Mini Miner, Tokata. How do you feel about that information?
Wow, hyped, I think, really. You know, the Global Championships, Antwerp, Belgium. I've never been, so I'm excited to, you know, see what that's going to be like. You know, FNCS Solo. That is the thing that I'm looking at. I'm like, what? Hang on, Solo?
I figured I figured that's where you guys would go.
Yeah. I mean, Solos are great, Takata, because you get to see a lot of talent coming through that you don't necessarily get to see in the duos and trios format. There's no teams to rely on. There's no teammates to carry you. It's just you. So Solos, wow.
I mean, some of the most iconic names in Fortnite competitive have come from solo events.
No way they chose that it's solos.
I mean, there's so
Oh my gosh, I need to tell everyone.
I'm trying to think, when's the last time we had a solo event, you know, at an FNCS level? So this is something I am very excited to see. And also now with this new generation of players, I mean, we got players like Shark, 14 years old, leading the pack on EU almost. I mean, there's so many big things to come.
Oh my gosh, I'm not going to get sold by my teammates.
Y'all have been really excited about that information. You probably have questions. That's okay. Again, go check out the blog. It's going to have a ton of information for y'all to break down, to pick apart, and look into. And over the weekend, we'll be reminding you this because it's pretty big news. Obviously, this does start to wrap up day number 1, the upper bracket mini minor.
No
I'll
way.
start with you. You know, how did this meet your expectations? Did it exceed? What are your kind of thoughts? I mean, it's a lot to process with finding out this other stuff.
Oh yeah, we have a competition we play today. No, it was, I mean, what a day of competition it was. I think coming from EU this season, there've been a lot of surprises and a lot of just shock moments. And I think today has kind of replicated that in so many ways. We've seen teams that we expected to do well, not finding themselves in that top 25. Teams that some people have tipped to win the entire weekend, now having to play in the lower bracket. Took so many people, and myself included, by surprise. And even some of the smaller teams as well, rising up through. Players you don't expect to do so well. Players that are playing their first LAN, shining through. Looking at you, Curve there. Wow, what a day it's been.
I mean, I'm thinking of our global champion from 2025, the only remaining global champion playing here today, which is Swizzy alongside Pixie, unable to make it. Clicks. I mean, we are going to have some interesting off-spawn engagements. Swizzy, Pixie land at Dark Dominion. That's where Aviv and Cam have marked right now in the lower bracket. Clicks, Higgs. They've been landing wonky. They said squibbly, but they were going wonky. And that's where King and Phaser from Brazil are landing. So this is definitely going to get heated tomorrow.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, again, it's tough, but it's okay. We still have one day, 6 games in that lower bracket. But for those 25 duos heading down there, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board just like we will, right? There's much to look at over tonight. But for now, we say goodbye. Until tomorrow at the lower bracket, Fortnite fam, we love you. Keep yourself safe. See you on that battle bus.
Chat. It happened. Chat. We need a competitive. Wait. Alright, guys. FNCS Major 2 has been moved up to July 18th with the final set for August 1st and 2nd. The top 25 duos will secure a spot at the Global Championship. Major 3 is now the FNCS Global... What? Oh, wait. Major 3 is now the FNCS Global Championship Last Chance Tournament starting on August 3rd. This online tournament will determine the final 10 duos to compete in the lineup for the Global Championship and Antwerp, Belgium. Where is Antwerp, Belgium? I don't even know like how expensive is it to travel to Belgium? I don't know. All roads lead to the $2 million Global Championship. The FNCS season will come to a close with the crowning of the winning duo at the Fortnite Global Championship, September 26th and 27th in Antwerp. Am I even saying it right? The top 50 duos in the world will play 12 games over the course of 2 days. Well, they'll earn points based on their placement eliminations. The top score... Oh, there's no space right here. There's no space right here. Bad grammar. Bad grammar. We need a space right here. Yep, what are we thinking? What are we thinking, bud? Who do we think you are not putting a space right here? Top scoring duos will walk away with champions and lift the first ever FNCS Major 1 Summit trophy. Huh? The road to the Global Championship begins with Divisional Cups and the opportunity to climb based on performance. Reach Division 1 to compete in the FNCS Major 2 playing stage and earning prizing in the Division 1 finals. Alright. Play-ins 18th, 19th, heats 24th, 25th, 26th. I want to work out a solo FNCS. How does solo FNCS even go? Bro, it's not even on right now. Chat. Solo FNCS. Bro, Velocity needs to hop on right now so I can tell him. Why is he playing mobile? Oh, I didn't mean to queue into Legends Landing. Definitely not. We're tuning in tomorrow, chat. Bro, that is crazy. Gotta get primed up for solo FNCS. Oh, bro, that... Yeah, but I'm getting out of here. Can't touch me. Can't touch this. Bum ba da dum. Bum ba dum. Can't touch this. Bum ba da dum. Dum dum dum. Alright, bro. I'm taking it. It's mine. Bum ba da dum. Ba da da dun dun. Bum ba da dum. Hey, wrong way, bud. Who do you think you are? Oh my gosh, you always have to ruin it. It's always you, Looney Tunes skins. Yeah, don't try and third party. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! You just got destroyed, bro. New lobby, new lobby, new lobby. Wait, guys, there's more stuff. There's more stuff. Oh my gosh. There's way more stuff. 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 Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Come on, come on. Come on, bro. I don't know. I don't know how to get here. How do you get there? There's so much new stuff. Bro, where did they get there? What? Yes, this. Alright. Alright, let me mute. Alright. The 2026 Fortnite Global. Oh, hold up. I don't even have window capture on. The 2026 Fortnite Global Championship is moving up to September 26th and 27th in Antwerp, Belgium. This updated schedule aligns with the new Battle Royale season coming at the end of the summer. Here's your information on... Yeah, we don't need that. Updates to the FNCS schedule. FNCS Major 2 has been moved up to July 18th with the finals set for August 1st and 2nd. The top 25 duos will secure spots at the Global Championship. FNCS Major 3 is now the FNCS Global Championship. Last chance tournament starting on August 3rd. This online tournament will determine the final 10 duos to complete the lineup for the Global Championship in Antwerp. Following the Global Championship, we're adding new standalone FNCS Solos tournament. Wait, it's only one. It's only a tournament. Like one tournament. Following the Global Championship, we're adding a new standalone FNCS Solos tournament in October 2026. Players can compete online for regional battle royale crowns. We'll share a schedule and format details on Fortnite Competitive X and Instagram channels soon. You can find full details on FNCS. Introducing Power Rankings. On June 5th, we're launching Power Rankings, a single global web leaderboard that will update weekly. Your power ranking will be based on your 20 best Battle Royale and Reload tournament results, and seasonal rank tier in both modes. Most recent tournament results and overall difficulty will determine your ranking. You can track your standing, share with friends, and follow your favorite players. Alright, let's look at this. Your power ranking is based on your 20 best Battle Royale and Reload tournaments, plus your current seasonal rank tier. No ratings risked. Go all out in every tournament without worrying about your score. A great tournament can boost your rating and be added to your top 20 results, but a tough tournament won't hurt it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Event weight. Some tournaments carry more weight than others. Playing well in challenging tournaments like FNCS will give you a power ranking a bigger boost. Strength of opponents. Competing with the best pays off. Doing well against players with higher power rankings help your rating. Seeking out tougher competition can be the opportunity to elevate your rating. Weekly updates. Power rankings are planned to update weekly. New tournament results will have the most impact, while older ones slowly count for less. This keeps the leaderboard fresh and reflects how you're playing right now. Other ranked rewards. Acts of Unreal. Introducing a new progressive ranked reward system. The Acts of Unreal starting next season. The first time you reach Unreal in ranked, you'll get the Acts of Unreal. Get Unreal the following season and you'll unlock the next tier of Acts. Battle Royale and Reload each have their own axes to unlock. Alright. Looks like we're going Unreal grinding. New rank. Oh my gosh! In Season 3, we're introducing a brand new rank tier, Unreal Legends, for the best of the best. To earn it, you'll need to accomplish all 3 in ranked season. Reach Unreal rank, hold at least 2,500 ranked skill, place top 500 in the Unreal leaderboard. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Hit all 3 and you ascend to the Unreal Legend. Drop below one of these drop below any of one of these and you'll lose Unreal Legend status. Go claim that Unreal Legend icon. Yeah. Ranked skill rating improvements. Starting this season, when ranks reset, you'll retain your skill rating and you'll be matched up with players at a similar skill. New in-match progress visuals. In Season 3, you'll also see new ranked progress details in the post-match screen. So you know how eliminations and placements impact your rank. Later this year, we're updating our tournament eligibility to include both your current rank and your previous season ranks. Your current season ranks will help determine your tournament's eligibility for the next season. Whichever is higher, shoot for your highest rank to maximize your tournament opportunities. Alright, we're getting Unreal next season. We're getting Unreal every single season. I don't care. Unreal every single season. Tournaments, FNCS Divisional Cups. Players are seeded into the divisions based on prior performance. Yep. We know that. Reload Elite Series Qualifier 4. The last qualifier for players to make it into the Reload Elite Championship this August at Esports World Cup, Paris, France. Solo Victory Cups. Solo Victory Cash Cups are back. Victory Royales earn you a cash prize. Yep. Performance Evals. Yep. Fortnite Community Cups. Celebrate FNCS Major 2 with the Community Cup on July 1st, 31st. Zero, we've heard you. We're adding more Zero tournaments in Season 3. PlayStation Cups, Rank Cups, Mobile Series. Wow. Bro, I need to read more info on power rankings. I actually need to update everything. I need to tell Velocity about literally everything, bro. Oh crap. Oh, here. What are Fortnite Power Rankings? Fortnite Power Rankings Battle Royale. Reload post your seasonal results and rank modes, which will build toward your individual power ranking, updated weekly. Coming June 5th. Getting started, your initial power ranking will be determined by looking back at your Battle Royale and Reload tournament results over the past 2 years. Compete in mini tournaments offered each week to climb higher in the power ranks. If you haven't competed in more than 20 events in the past 2 years, you will be in an initial rating period. During this time, your PR will adjust upwards as you play. So, make sure to compete in 20 events to reach a PR that fully represents your skill. Oh, my PR is gonna be horrible. I only play 1 game per thing. My PR is gonna be horrible, bro. No ratings risk, event weight, yep. Strength of opponents, yep. Updated weekly. 0 to 180 days. After 6 months, it slowly drops down. 2 years. After 7 to 20 days, the result does not contribute to your power ranking. Why did my PR go down in the weekly update? PR's not even here yet. That's why you're just making up lies. Oh my gosh. We're going for a 6:30. We're going for a 6:30 stream. And then we're getting off until like 8 p.m. Wait, I'm actually down to get Unreal. I should grind for Unreal tonight, tomorrow. Oh wow. Because Unreal might actually help. Chat, we're gonna grind to Unreal. Oh my gosh, it's actually gonna be so hard. Edit. I'm going crazy! Would have ruined all my momentum if they hit that headshot. Oh my gosh! They can't stop me! They can't stop me! Come here. Oh my gosh, I just died to him! I just shot it through his leg. How did I get 200? I just got 200 by a non-200 pump shotgun, bro. Wait, there's a victory format. Chat, today was kind of crazy. Alone at the end of the universe, sing a tune. Alone at the end of the universe, sing a tune. Alone at the end of the universe, sing a tune. Chat. I'll be live at like 8 p.m. today, maybe. I might go live, I might not, but if I do, it will be at like 7 or 8. Chat, let's make sure velocity's not on. Watch. Chat, this is crazy. Chat, I will see y'all tomorrow. I mean,